Last time on...
Whoa! Sorry about that. I think I had something in my throat. Last time on the Switchy YouTube channel. It was the epic showdown we had been waiting for. Arguably the most infamous season in Total Drama's history. Or half season, whatever. Switchy was taking on Total Drama All-Stars. The promise of a legacy cast and the return of historic challenges was exciting, but it became pretty clear that this season wasn't going to be exactly what we were dreaming of. With its bizarre cast choices, shoddy writing, and lame villain, there were a ton of things for Switchy to critique. So much so that the video ended up surpassing 4 hours. That is nuts. It was tough, but it got even tougher when he made it to the final few episodes and had to see his favorite character in the entire show's downfall, which he did not take super well. In the end, Switchy came to the conclusion that he liked All-Stars even less than he did before making the video, making it the first of its kind so far in the series. There were ups and downs, mostly downs, but Switchy came out on the other end unscathed. But if he's thinking that he's in for greener pastures, between you and me, he's in for a rude awakening. What's coming next is not gonna be easy. Will he succeed or will he bleed? I guess you'll have to see. Find out now on the comprehensive roast of Total Drama Pahkitew Island. Thank you, Switchy.
Do Total Drama Pahk'd. When is Pahk'd Island? Review Pahk'd already. You know, before we really go into motion with this video, there is one big thing from last year I want to make sure I get across. When is the Pahk'd Island video? Pahk'd Island next Switchy summer. Release the Pahk'd Island video already. Alright, here I am, back on the couch with a small change in wardrobe, more in line with the impenetrable darkness that hides behind my freckly veneer. Because the time to play nice is long gone now. There is no sight of any upcoming Total Drama season. The TikTok kids are now watching Disventure Camp, and your favorite ship will probably never be made canon. These are desperate times, and they call for desperate measures. We're all in a drought, scrambling to survive the Total Drama wasteland. Kindness is weakness, love is surrender, and trust is failure. It's time for Dark Switchy, because the Switchy you knew was pulling his punches, but he can't afford to do that anymore. Justice will be served. Scores are going to be settled. His enemies are going to pay their dues. Actually, not really. It's not that different other than the fact that we're probably not going to get any new stuff for a while. Well, actually, there is something that I learned recently that kind of threw me for a loop. Apparently, Tom McGillis knows who I am, or I at least think he does. For the first Cartoon Network release of the reboot, Tom McGillis and Jennifer Persh decided to do a Q&A for fans to ask all sorts of questions about the show. I happened to be featured in said video, and Tom McGillis, before answering my question, said, "Hi, Switchy."
Hi, Switchy.
Nothing like that had ever happened to me before. Some of my followers have apparently shown my videos to voice actors and stuff, and that's awesome, I love that, but what? He even pronounced my name right. That's something that even some of my biggest fans can't do. Honestly, I'm mostly grateful for this all, but I will admit it's somewhat frightening. There are eyes on me now, I think. On one hand, it's nice to know that the people who make this show are listening in on the opinions of fans, but on the other hand, the people who make this show are listening in on the opinions of fans. It's not just that, though. One of the other consequences of being within the purview of FreshTV is that, well, I think that might compromise my position as a critic of the show, at least from the perspective of people who watch me. It's easy to ask, does my relationship with FreshTV affect the way I'm writing about the show? Is Tom McGillis telling me to hold back my criticisms? Can you really trust me to talk about the show directly and honestly? I can claim to be ethical, and I at least try to be, but it's not like I can falsify the idea that FreshTV might be secretly paying me to review their show positively. Even if they're not paying me off, they could very well be overly nice to me to foster goodwill. They could be inviting me to the monthly FreshTV yacht parties. For all you guys know, they might be inviting me to all expense paid business trips to Fiji where I attend FreshTV funded community outreach conferences without any explicit agreement made about how I conduct my videos. This is just something we're gonna have to keep in mind, but hopefully you guys trust me. So, here we are guys, at the end of the line. 6 years in the making. It's time to review Total Drama Pahkitew Island. And to be candid, I don't really know what to expect. I'm a bit worried, in fact. You know, last year, a lot of people made the joke of like, oh, Switchy, I know you're gonna hate working on All-Stars. And I think I played into it, but to be honest with you all, I didn't really feel that. The general spirit I had for All-Stars was more of a like, oh, let me at 'em kind of mood, just because of that season's historic infamy. The Total Drama fan in me dislikes Sunday Muddy Sunday a lot, but the Total Drama reviewer in me is pretty thankful that this show has such good material. All-Stars juice is really worth the squeeze. However, with Pahkitew Island, like, I genuinely anticipate this to be more challenging to review. Although these two seasons are similarly disliked by fans, I think they're disliked for very different reasons with very different attitudes. Because of that, I predict Pahkitew Island won't leave me with as much to say as All-Stars did. So, I'm gonna call it now, even though I might be wrong. I'm guessing this video is going to be under 3 hours. Hopefully I'm right. It means I'll spend less time editing, but it could go the other way. So yeah, that was me touching base. Consider the base touched. Now, it's time to review. So, without further ado, the comprehensive roast of Total Drama Pahkitew Island. Yes, there is a colon. No, I'm not happy about it. Whatever.
You know, it's a common talking point in this community how ridiculous the airing schedules for this show tend to be. The reboot infamously started airing in the United States over a year after the initial Italian air date, and that's been a bit of a running gag among fans since 2023. So much so that I think a lot of people have forgotten these scheduling discrepancies have been a series mainstay more or less from the jump. For the first couple of seasons, the first airings would usually be somewhere in the Anglosphere, but later on in the show's lifetime, you would often have countries in Europe beat the English speakers to the punch. Revenge of the Island aired in France all in a week, like 6 months before the United States even started, and a similar thing happened with Pahkitew, where Italy got the season first, a month before the United States and 3 months before Canada. Italy seems to be a recurring character, but I'm not really shocked by that. There's a sizable Italian fan base for the show, so I'm not that taken aback by the fact that they get first dibs so often. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's, I guess.
Jokes aside, it's really a shame that no Total Drama season has ever really been able to get a truly international release, because it's the exact type of show that would benefit from it. Imagine if everyone was watching the new episodes every single week they came out. We could all see the show in tandem, and you would see the whole thing without knowing who was going to be eliminated next, since your Skype friend Lorenzo couldn't spoil it for you. It's a pretty thought, but it's probably never going to come to fruition. The best we can do is have the entire English dub put on Italian HBO Max one day, and it's every Total Drama fan for themselves.
As I said in the last video, Total Drama All-Stars and Total Drama Pahkitew Island are production-wise two 13-episode halves of a full 26-episode season, and that's always been kinda annoying to me. Purely from the perspective of a fan who enjoys talking about this show online, it takes away one of the biggest colloquial shorthands I have for identifying its seasons. I've said this before, but saying Season 4 is a lot faster and just as well understood as saying Total Drama Revenge of the Island. And it's really, really tempting to apply that same numbering system to All-Stars and Pahkitew without considering the logistics of how the show is produced. Up until now, a new name meant a new season, and that's how we all think of it instinctively. That's kind of a problem though, because it makes it really easy to slip up and use terminology that is technically wrong but still generally understood.
For some people that might not be a huge deal, but I try to maintain a certain degree of precision in my choice of words for these videos, so I figured I needed to take certain action to guarantee I refer to this season accurately. Because of that, I installed a small computer chip in my brain that administers an electric shock if I ever refer to Pahkitew Island inaccurately. So, for example, if by some chance I accidentally call Pahkitew Island Season 6, that will happen. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Around the time Total Drama Pahkitew Island, or Season 5B, was being teased and advertised as the next installment in the show, I was paying little to no attention. Usually I like to get all smug about my street cred in this fanbase for being aware of all the new developments, but for Pahkitew Island, I really did not care about any new info. Frankly, I don't think I was alone in having that sentiment.
All Stars was a premise that captured the imagination of all sorts of fans, and I remember the amount of people who were chomping at the bit for all the info they could get. And who could blame them? I admittedly didn't have as much faith as other fans did, mostly because I kinda had it in my head that the show had jumped the shark, but there was no doubt that my interest was piqued at the idea. I still believed the show had fallen off, but my butt was absolutely in the seat to see Courtney again. On the other hand, I had no hope at any chance of Pahkitew Island being good. Like, sorry. From the moment it was announced as having a new cast, I had no belief that I would be impressed by the season. And it only worsened once we started getting initial information about the new characters. In fact, I vividly remember hearing about one of the new characters being a teenage girl who was convinced she's a Disney princess and feeling this visceral, like, I don't know, disgust. It's not actually gross or anything, but from my perspective, it seemed like they were scraping the bottom of the barrel for new character archetypes, and it was showing. Ironically, and I want to make this clear now before the Ella fans put out a hit on me, she actually ended up being one of my favorite characters in the season. So that's one area where I was pleasantly surprised, but there weren't many other examples of that being the case.
Admittedly, when Pahkitew Island finally aired, yeah, I hated it. I hated it passionately. Wholeheartedly, it was the first Total Drama season that truly did the P word. It ticked me off.
So much so that I kind of assumed that everyone hated it as much as I did. You can kind of see it in my earlier videos where I talked about Pahkitew very dismissively as if it was universally agreed to be a complete non-starter. But I've come to find out that it's a lot more contentious. At least according to Wikipedia it is. Apparently, Pahkitew Island's reception was quote-unquote considerably more positive, which always surprised me. I kind of rug pulled myself there. Here I was saying that all of the Total Drama fans hate it like everyone would back me up on that, and then suddenly everyone's giving me weird looks because actually a good amount of people like it, or at the very least don't consider it their least favorite.
I don't know if this is a common experience, but occasionally I'll just go out on a limb and assume there's a universal consensus about a game or TV show I like that isn't actually the case. A good example other than this off the top of my head is that I always kind of assumed fans of Xenoblade universally consider the first one to be a lot better than the second. But that happens to be a much more heated debate than I assumed it was.
I don't want to understate the negative reception Pahkitew Island did get, though. I mean, among all the seasons of the show, sans Dramarama, Season 5 is pretty clearly the problem child in the eyes of the fans. Going off of the incredibly scientific and statistically significant YouTube survey I conducted, I think it's pretty safe to conclude most fans consider one of the two to be their least favorite. Or, well, at least that's the case for people who watch me, but I think you guys are probably a decent sample of the Total Drama community, or at least the fans who actively participate in discussions about the show. With all this being said, I don't know for sure which of the two half seasons is actually the true Total Drama pariah. We kinda have split results here. Ever since I learned it was more contentious, I always felt like All Stars was the one people hated more, but that could just be me having a complex about being disagreed with. I will confidently say though, that All Stars has a much richer culture of people criticizing it, and the reason is self-evident. As I said earlier, the concept behind All Stars and the scope of potential stories that I could tell is tantalizing to our collective imagination. That's why everyone and their mother has their personal rewrite. Pahkitew Island, on the other hand, doesn't invite as much disappointment because I think it didn't invite that much excitement in the first place. I watched it when it came out, but it was a what the hell sure kind of tune-in. Total Drama, even at that point, was still kind of fun to watch, even when Leonard was on the screen.
Oh, Leonard. Leonard. I do not look forward to talking about Leonard.
I brought up earlier that I hated Pahkitew Island when it came out. I had problems with Revenge of the Island, and I also had problems with All Stars, but Pahkitew Island was just irredeemable to me. and I hated it to an extent that seemed to puzzle a lot of the people I talked about the show with as a teenager. I mean, it seems a bit over the top, and I want to get to the bottom of why I felt that way in this video. Because despite the very long list of problems I have with All-Stars, it's literally the season with Courtney's list. The dislike I felt for it never held a candle to the pure bile that Pahkitew Island instilled in me. A certain bile that's surprisingly unmatched by most other Total Drama fans. Suffice to say, it was my AVGN rage season.
Fuck Pahkitew Island! Pahkitew Island? More like piece of shit island. Pahk bullshit island. Oh, it's bad.
This may sound incredibly pretentious, but one of the things I've really leaned into these past few years in regard to my approach to criticism, particularly for this show, is to be as cognizant as I can about my own emotions without treating them as something to be put away or discarded. Art, by its nature, is an emotional form of human expression, both for the artist and the audience that experiences it. And trying to pretend that the way this show makes me feel shouldn't be a factor in my review about it is kind of insane.
A common phenomena I brought up in the last video was that there's often a culture in this community of criticizing All-Stars for things that other seasons are just as guilty of. There's a multitude of reasons for this, but I think one of the most important is that negativity compounds, often at the expense of one's internal logic or mindfulness. The more you dislike something, the harder it becomes to delineate what you actually dislike about it from the things you just want to criticize because, well, talking smack is kind of fun. This is something I tried hard to be mindful of when reviewing All-Stars, and to my own credit, I think I did a pretty good job. I wanted to distinguish the criticisms I was tempted to dish out just because it's fun to take jabs at All-Stars, and the criticisms that were rooted in actual problems I had, and I fully intend to approach Pahkitew Island the same way. Or, at least, try. Because something about Pahkitew Island set me off in a way that's undone by any previous Total Drama incarnation. And as much as I hate to admit it, there's gonna be a small voice in the back of my head throughout this whole video begging me to chastise literally every single frame of every single episode, just because, well, it's kind of cathartic to do that.
And maybe listening to that voice will be fun. Heck, it might even be entertaining. But I think it wouldn't be giving this show the scrutiny it actually deserves. More than anything, I want to be honest. Honest to the people who made it, honest to the people watching this video, and honest with myself about what I actually think and feel. It might not be super easy, and I might not pass with flying colors, but it's worth a shot. One of the most rewarding things to me about doing this series, particularly the post-World Tour videos, is really challenging myself as a reviewer to get to the core of my opinions of the show's peaks and valleys. And I think my relationship with it is much more profound for that very reason. I want to hold myself to that standard as best as I can. So, with that being said, I think we're good to move forward. It's time to review Total Drama Season 6.
Within the first couple of seconds of the first episode, we're greeted by Chris McLean. I know, big shock. And he gives us a quick recap on All-Stars finale. You know, fracking, the complete destruction of the island, all that jazz. The point is, this season, apparently I don't get shocked when I call it that, is taking place in an all-new location. It's a Cries island in Western Canada, which I happen to think is pretty cool. Obviously I have a bone, several bones to pick with the way they destroyed the old island at the end of last season, but the idea of a new installment taking place in a whole different part of the country is fun to me, just as a geography nerd. I will say that I wish the location itself wasn't so vague, compared to how we literally know the very municipal district where Camp Wawanakwa is located, but it's not actually a big deal. I just like to know those kinds of details. The rundown is pretty similar to how it's been for the last few seasons. A few jokes, a quick glance at the location and some of the elements involved, and a lot of posturing about how it's gonna be the biggest, most dramatic, most deadly Total Drama season ever. Sure, Chris, sure. We then cut to this season's theme song, and it's okay. It works with what it has. For those of you uninitiated to the Total Drama theme song discourse, well, I'll give you the gist. Long ago, the 4 seasons of Total Drama all had each of their episodes opened up with an amazing 60-second title sequence. Then, everything changed when the Cartoon Network executives attacked. The 5th season, meaning All-Stars and Pahkitew, was commissioned specifically to only have a 20-second theme song, allegedly because audiences were not willing to sit through a whole minute waiting for an episode to continue. And there's probably some truth to that. Although I'm certainly partial to the full-length version, it might push away potential audiences. With that being said, I think it falls upon me to say the quiet part out loud. Another main reason for cutting down the theme song was just to squeeze in more time for advertisements. The shortened length gives Cartoon Network an extra 40 seconds for ad space, which I'm sure they're happy to use. In general, it seems like 60-second intros were on the way out, at least on Cartoon Network. Among the big three of the 2010s, only one of them had a traditional theme song in the United States, and even then it was only 25 seconds. Honestly, Revenge of the Island stuck out like a sore thumb because of this.
All this is to say is that I am not happy about the 20-second theme song. I do not like the fact that they only sing the bridge. But I understood why it happened. And to be fair, I think Pahkitew Island actually improves on All-Star's theme song, at least visually.
One of the things that frustrates me the most about All-Star's theme song is that they squander the time they do have. The majority of the cast being relegated to the one scene with the dueling sticks just feels underwhelming to me. Conversely, Pahkitew splits up its characters into groups of 2 to 4, and they are all given a quick snapshot doing their own little antics. I vastly prefer it being done this way. With that being said, I do kinda want to complain about the fact that the blocking and compositions in these theme songs have fallen off a lot, at least in my opinion. The way we would cut between individual shots in the earlier seasons often involved moving forward, backward, up, and down. Meanwhile, the majority of the shots we get here feel confined to a 2D space, and the only way they're connected is through fast pan transitions either vertically or horizontally. This is a general criticism I have of the show at this point. We see things from fewer angles, from similar distances, and with the same placement of elements. I don't know if I'm making sense. Admittedly, I'm not super versed in the terminology here, so I'll drop it. For now.
But I kinda wanna keep talking about it because I'm stalling. I'm really stalling here. I really just do not want to get to this next scene, because I do not like it. I'm going to have to talk about all the things I do not like, and it's going to take a while. So, I'm going to stall for a little bit. Alright, let's get it over with.
Want some gum?
Your offer of simple confectionery will not save you from the pure evil of me. But yes, thank you. Cinnamon! There is no need for you to be that spicy.
Are they serious?
That guy's a little weird.
Expelliarmus! I know many spells to ward off evil.
Oh. Good?
And there's nothing that can't be made sweeter with a song.
Song!
Shut up! 30 seconds in, and I feel like I've already watched the entire season. Yeah.
So, you know how I said that I want to be mindful of my gut feelings about this show and keep them in consideration while reviewing it, like, a few minutes ago? Yeah, we're looking at the shortest amount of time so far that my background knowledge foreshadowing is paid off in a Total Drama review. Usually it takes an hour or two, but Total Drama Pahkitew Island does not dawdle when it comes to making a first impression. So, regarding what we've just seen, there are a lot of things I want to say, and I consider them all to be good starting points, so I'll just pick something.
I'll never forget watching this scene for the first time. In fact, I couldn't if I wanted to, and I think I might want to. As I said, I went into this season with very low expectations. I expected I would find it hellishly predictable, overly gimmicky, one-dimensional, and altogether not funny. And this season did me the favor of going up to me within the first 2 minutes and saying, yup, it did not hesitate. It went up to me and confirmed every single one of my biases in record time.
You know, I'm very inclined to criticize this scene for how quickly it introduces all these characters, but honestly, I don't think the pacing itself is the main issue. Obviously, meeting Max, Leonard, Ella, and Beardo in a matter of seconds is a very emotionally intense experience, but it's not too far off from the pace the characters were introduced at in Revenge of the Island. The key distinction between these two scenes is the kind of characters that are being introduced. I think there's a certain subtlety you can employ when introducing a character as a competitive jock that doesn't carry over when you have to introduce a character whose only actual trait is guy who thinks he's a wizard for some reason but isn't. One is obviously a lot easier to weave into an animated reality show parody than the other. And that's a whole conversation we're gonna have at some point throughout this video. The character labels, or archetypes, or stereotypes, or whatever, is something we're gonna have to address. But before that, I have a question I need to ask about FreshTV's decision to create an all-new cast this time around. Why? Speaking purely in terms of enjoyment factor or entertainment value, I can say pretty confidently that I think the last thing Total Drama needed in 2014 was a new cast of characters. I think the characters in both Gen 1 and Gen 2 still had so much potential for great stories, and the fact that they were retired here, effectively forever, stings me to this day.
Maybe I'm just nostalgia blind. I'll totally admit that I have a certain attachment to the first 3 seasons of the show, but I think there's a lot of storytelling left on the table when characters' entire arcs are kept to only 13 episodes. Not even 26 anymore, because frankly, 26-episode seasons seem to be a thing of the past.
I think the best example of characters returning is clearly Heather. Obviously, she was an amazing villain in the first season. She's a cartoon villain of the ages. Her downfall is fantastic. And we, as a very fortunate audience, got to see her come back in the next 2 seasons, and her strategy and approach to playing the game had to evolve in order to maintain any chance at winning the competition. She flourishes as a character, and obviously she's an extreme example with her super high placements. Other Gen 1 characters like Sadie don't exactly get the same treatment, but she's an example of what can happen. More than anything, I think time turns great characters into amazing characters, and rushing in a new generation a mere 2 years after Revenge of the Island robs a lot of potential characters of getting anything resembling the Heather treatment.
Altogether, that's one of my biggest criticisms of post-season 3 Total Drama. With the shorter episode counts and more frequent cast swaps, there's just less time for the characters to be established. It's unfortunate. Yet, I should add that although this point I'm making applies to Pahkitew Island, Pahkitew Island, as we will come to know, faces additional challenges, because its cast of characters are overwhelmingly built on much more narrow, facile, gimmicky, and redundant foundations. We've already made acquaintance with a couple of examples.
There are still a few characters we haven't met yet, so let's catch up. Amy and Sammy are introduced as twin sisters who have a lot of animosity between them. Topher is scouring the blimp trying to find Chris for some reason. Sugar is an obvious Honey Boo Boo parody character with a violent disposition. Scarlett is smart and good at math. Jasmine is Australian and tall. Roddy doesn't do much yet, and we should all be thankful. Sean seems very paranoid about something eating his brain. The blimp begins to experience a certain amount of turbulence and Chris shows up, seemingly out of nowhere. He explains to the new recruits that the aircraft they're on has a bunch of parachute packs to be used in the case of an emergency, but only half of them actually are equipped with parachutes. And, as you might expect, he makes an emergency happen, so the campers are forced to skydive and hope that the parachutes actually work.
This is great! You've outdone yourself, Chris! Parachute? Oh, no thank you. I'm actually a hologram.
What? Why is I a hologram? Abandon ship!
Okay, that's kind of funny. The campers all plummet from the blimp, and like Chris said, some of them have more luck than others. They also use the scene as a point to reinforce what we know about the characters so far. So in case you've forgotten that Leonard thinks he's a wizard or Ella sings all the time, TDPI has got you covered. The campers all eventually hit the ground, some obviously more gracefully than others, and Chris divides them into 2 teams based on whether they had an actually working skydiving rig.
Welcome to Pahkitew Island! On the right, everyone who had actual parachutes. Scarlett, Topher, Rodney, Jasmine, Max, Amy, and Sammy.
It's Sammy?
Amy says everyone calls you Sammy.
Well, yes, but...
'Cause you're the second twin. The lesser Amy, if you will.
But my real name is...
You're officially Sammy!
This is so unfair. I auditioned for Total Drama to get away from Amy.
Huh. So, it looks like we're already setting stuff up. Things are in motion. A twin sister rivalry.
I think there's a lot of cool ideas here. I hope they do something actually interesting with it, something that's actually thorough and satisfying. Chris announces the names of the two teams, and both of them are in Cree actually, which is an idea that I'm pretty partial to, I'm not gonna lie. It echoes the way Survivor typically names its teams in languages corresponding to the current season's location. The two team names are, and forgive me in advance, but I'm probably not going to pronounce them well. I know it's commonly a meme for YouTubers to say that, and a lot of people take issue with it, but I genuinely am giving it the best shot I can. Cree is a very different language from English with a lot of vowel and consonant sound intricacies that I'm unaccustomed to, and it doesn't help that the Latin script transliterations don't match up well with the actual way things are pronounced in the language. The Pimapateo Gino Sewak and the Juanita Musquak. I tried. I genuinely tried. Fortunately, the second word in both names are easy to pronounce, and usually that's how they're referred to here. The names were initially meant to translate to the soaring eagles and the ferocious tigers, but Sky, who is revealed to speak Cree, lets Chris know that the Cree names actually translate to the floating salmon and the confused bears. Chris reprimands Chef for using an online translator, which I think is pretty funny. Chris tells the campers their first challenge is going to be building themselves shelters to live in, because this season challenges the campers to survive and thrive on a completely uninhabited wild island untouched by human civilization. Except for the gigantic landfill the challenge is going to take place in. Kinda defeats the purpose of whatever. The teams are tasked with collecting materials from the trash heap to build the shelters, while also avoiding getting hit by Chef operating a tennis ball blaster. The challenge begins, and the teams run off to strategize. Team Gino Sewak hides behind a couple of tree stumps, and it becomes clear that both Jasmine and Rodney see themselves as the de facto team leader, leading to a small butting of heads. It doesn't last long, however, because we finally learn Rodney's main character trait, other than looking like the love child of Scott and DJ. He falls in love with every single girl he talks to.
Just listen to the plan. We need to decide what items are important and make sure we get them. Got it?
We'll do it her way. It's never wrong to let love be your guide. With a plan that flowers, you and sunsets aren't not true.
What are we doing? We get a few minutes of the characters trying to gather supplies for their team, and the humor, for me personally, ranges from generally inoffensive to really annoying. I think so far what's creasing me the most is how half of Team Musquak seems to genuinely, in their heart of hearts, believe Leonard is an actual wizard. It's kinda driving me a little bit up the wall. I'm not really a fan of how gimmicky and over the top these characters are. They do not feel like real people. You can usually predict the exact joke that will be made anytime you see them on screen. Overall, yeah, not too big on this scene. But one thing I did like is when Topher splits off from his team just to glaze Chris and tell him how good of a host he is, and Chris is just delighted to be sucked up to. It reminds me of early Season 3 Sierra. I really like when Chris has actual interactions with campers beyond the stock, I don't care about you and I just want to see you get hurt in challenges attitude. So the first leg of the challenge comes to a close, and we get kind of a weird cutaway to Max on his own looking for a place to be his evil lair. He finds a dark cave which looks like a good option, and he tries to do an evil laugh to celebrate, but struggles and cuts himself off to try again. And, I do not find it funny. This is going to be one of the major points of contention I have with you guys watching this video, because Max is definitely one of the more well-liked characters in this season, and unfortunately, at least right now, I am not a member of that fan club. All of the jokes so far have fallen completely flat for me. The whole inept wannabe villain trope is something I've seen a million times, and I'd seen it a million times when I first saw this season, and I don't think they do much with him to flesh out the idea in any unique or interesting ways. Most of it is like day one inept wannabe villain. He's literally workshopping his evil laugh. Whoa. So, you're telling me that the evil character who claims to be evil and acts like a supervillain is actually a huge softie? Wow, that's crazy. I've never seen that before. There's basically nothing he says or does with the villain shtick that comes off as forward-thinking or clever to me in this episode. But maybe I'm just spoiled by characters like Heinz Doofenshmirtz. Anyway, the Max scene comes to an end and we cut back to Team Gino Sewak working on their shelter. It looks like they're making progress, but they get distracted by the sound of heavy machinery, which they infer is Team Musquak building their shelter. But it's not. It's just Beardo making sound effects. Ooh, Beardo. That's another wacky contestant that I'm not thrilled about.
What are we gonna build?
We have rope, straw, a hammer, some very pretty glitter.
And soup, huh?
We shall build a wizard's tower.
Oh, yes! I second that.
Wizard says, sugar does. Four votes for a wizard tower.
But no! No! We're not gonna...
Dave, the team voted. Building something is better than building nothing. We gotta hurry. What do we do first, Leonard?
First, we link arms and chant.
Woo! Really?
Remember when this show had characters like Gwen and Duncan and Lashana and like Harold and stuff? Remember Bridget? I really miss Bridget.
Team Gino Sewak ends up building a pretty sturdy-looking treehouse, and is even able to resist a stampede by a herd of moose. Musquawk's wizard tower? Not so much. It's just a bunch of rocks seemingly tied together with some rope, and some glitter added by Sugar. So, once the moose come, it immediately falls over and Leonard tries to conjure up a force field to protect himself. Beardo runs away making an alarm sound effect. You know, a lot of you guys are going to tell me that Team Musquawk's collective ineptitude and idiocy is an intentional decision played for comedy. The fact that they all seem to be deranged maniacs except for Sky and Dave was a conscious decision. And that's true. That doesn't mean I like it though. Team Gino Sewak ends up winning the challenge by a country mile, and they get immunity along with some free takeout food from an in-universe restaurant that only seems to serve meat from petting zoos. It's kind of a weird running gag this season. The winning team in each challenge, or at least most of them, get free food from a nasty fictional restaurant, and most of the time they seem pretty happy about it. The whole thing doesn't really bother me, but I can't say I'm particularly interested in it. Although I do love it when this show uses its cheesy infomercial elevator music. Anyway, Team Musquawk, having lost the challenge, is sent to the new campfire to vote someone out.
Can I vote for 4 people?
How could a wizard's tower not win?
The lower 2 contestants in the vote end up being Leonard and Beardo, and we actually end up getting an old school camera zoom in final marshmallow sequence. They stopped doing that as often later on in the show's original run. Anyway, Beardo ends up being the one voted out, and he makes a Pac-Man death sound effect upon hearing the news. But actually he's smiling in the next scene, so I guess he doesn't mind that much. Chris announces the new elimination method this season, the Cannon of Shame, and, it's definitely better than the Flush of Shame. I've said my piece about these goofy slapstick elimination methods. I don't like them, but I think a cannon is a lot less egregious than a giant toilet. I'd say I like it about as much as the Hurl of Shame. Maybe a little bit more, but honestly I kind of respect the double entendre of the Hurl of Shame.
Any last words? So long, Beardo. Enough already!
It was really nice to meet all of you!
Friends, family, everyone, I would like to thank you all for joining us here today. I believe that a ceremony like this should not be a mourning of death, but instead a celebration of life. It was when Beardo was launched out of a cannon and landed headfirst on a rock, pecked at by birds, eaten by coconut crabs, and then carried away by ants, that he was pronounced dead at the too young age of 16. In moments like this, we must remember our favorite memories with Beardo. Perhaps his funniest moments, like that time he made noises with his mouth, or that time he made noises with his mouth. I imagine Beardo's life as something akin to a giant soundboard with buttons mapped to all the sound effects he mastered. The tragic thing about this soundboard, however, is that Beardo's life was tragically cut too short for him to fill it out. Perhaps in a better world, he would have lived a life where every single button on that soundboard could have had a sound effect. But we now know that was not in God's plan. And for anyone that stands here today still believing that Beardo is still alive, Too bad. Nana Nana Boo Boo, stick your hand in doo doo. Thank you for your time, and fly, Beardo. You will be missed.
So, yeah. This is probably one of my least favorite episodes of the show. It definitely was my all-time least favorite when I first watched this season. I'd say it's a bit more contentious these days, but it's absolutely in my bottom 5. Honestly, of the last 5 episodes up to this point, at least 3 of them are on that list.
That being said, what I dislike about this episode is very different from what I dislike about most other episodes I take issue with. The core of what makes my least favorite All-Stars episodes my least favorites is definitely the character work. Betrayals, retcons, assassinations, all those made-up cartoon critic words. This episode doesn't really have that kind of issue, in large part because this is the first we've ever seen of these characters and their personal arcs have barely started.
That being said, I'm not trying to say that the character writing isn't a problem for me in this episode. It's just a different kind of problem. It's not so much that Rodney and Leonard are out of character or whatever, it's that Rodney and Leonard are characters in the first place.
One of the terms I've used throughout these videos is weirdo syndrome, which is basically a phenomenon I've observed where TV shows, games, and other forms of pop culture get a bit more over the top conceptually as time goes on. Honestly, I think a better term would be oddball creep, but these are just stupid terms I'm making up. It's a pretty observable phenomenon in certain shows, and I think Total Drama starts showing signs of it in Revenge, where I think some of the characters start to feel a bit over-exaggerated. But Revenge doesn't hold a candle to the Pahkitew cast. The Pahkitew cast feels like what the Revenge cast does for people who hate Revenge of the Island. These characters are just ridiculous conceptually. I get secondhand embarrassment watching a lot of them. One thing I want to say is that having members of your cast be crazy weird characters isn't necessarily a bad thing, at least to me. There are shows, especially cartoons, that have had these kinds of characters, often even in the majority, and still manage to be enjoyable to me. But I don't think these kinds of characters are Total Drama's strong suit. I don't think this kind of writing is its strong suit. They have had eccentric oddball characters in the past, and gotten pretty good reception from doing so, or with Izzy they did. Sierra's a bit divisive, but those characters were small parts of their teams and had tons of quote-unquote normal characters to play off of. We do not get that in Pahkitew for the most part, except for Dave. Characters like Sky and Jasmine are a lot more believable than the rest of the cast, but they still hardly seem to bat an eye at their freak show companions. Tiny child with purple hair who screams evil all the time? Nah, I've seen that.
It just does not make for an entertaining episode to me. But I'll admit the vitriol I've had for this episode, especially when I was younger, is inflated. It has a lot more to do with the sudden transition anxiety that comes with the Gen 3 cast, more than it has to do with the hands-on writing of the episode itself. As a kid, watching the first few minutes of this episode after finding the show less and less enjoyable as the years went on, flipped my lid. And even now, when I watch the show, I still have to, adjust when I make it to this season. Those first 3 or 4 minutes of this episode come down on me like a full glass of orange juice right after I brushed my teeth.
You guys got any likable teen drama? We got quirky random humor in Leonard. Aw. I think one good thing is that after this episode, a lot of the frustration I have with the new cast in the season lessens. I'm kind of spoiling things a bit, but once some of the really dumb characters leave the cast and the more serious arcs begin to be developed, things in general start to become more palatable to me. It's also likely that the metaphorical toothpaste sensation in my mouth has dissipated by now, and I can stomach the orange juice a lot more easily, if that makes sense. Who the hell writes this script?
Also, because I haven't brought it up yet, I will concede that there are some benefits to making a new cast. A new cast lets the show start fresh without having to factor in 4.5 previous seasons of material, which can be easier to write for and make a better entry point for new fans. Honestly, that's kind of why I speculate that Cartoon Network were the ones behind the half all-star, half newcomer season idea. And although I'm not thrilled by it, I kind of get it. I could see them theoretically being worried about asking their target demographic to watch over 100 episodes to catch up with the show, even though for me, as a fan, it's a bit disappointing. But as an entertainer, I sympathize with the idea, and that's exactly why I'm going to be stepping down from this YouTube channel, and I'll be passing the torch to my new host. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you Switchy3.
I fuck with Ezekiel. Owen! That's my guy.
I'm not losing this challenge because you got your
You tell her to shine.
So, apparently people are already sick of Switchy 3. They keep saying that he's overly gimmicky, too short, extremely shallow, and altogether an omen of the Switchy brand running out of steam. They also think the challenges are really stale. But you know what? I think I can still find a good use for him. He's definitely a good company representative for press tours and fan engagement. If there's anything that I don't want to do on behalf of the Switchy brand, I can just get Switchy 3 to do it instead.
I hereby declare this car dealership open!
Who's the birthday boy? I am! But don't take my word for it. Drag your mother, father, or legal guardian to any participating store and get yourself a bowl of Switchios. Yum!
We're done!
Anyway, I don't like this episode. It's not my cup of tea. It's about as far from my cup of tea as Total Drama has ever been. Maybe even more than Courtney making a sundae with bird vomit. But honestly, I think this cup of tea is more personally annoying to me than Courtney with her bird vomit sundae. However, I think evaluating this season off of its first episode alone is incredibly short-sighted, so let's press on. It's pretty common for the second episode of these 13-episode seasons, half seasons, to be the point where the character dynamics start being set up, and Pahkitew Island is no exception. The episode opens up with Jasmine waking up and heading out to forage for food. She wakes up Amy by accident and tells her plans, and Amy asks if she needs help. Jasmine says yeah, and Amy then wakes up Sammy, and forces her to join.
I'm doing my best to call her Sammy, by the way. I want to be part of the solution, not the problem.
Also, why is Sammy wearing her pajamas but not Amy? They both literally just woke up. Now that I think about it, I think Sammy is the only character in this season seen in her pajamas. None of this really matters, but this show has a history of really perplexing me with the use of its pajama rigs. In the forest, Jasmine tells Sammy that she should stand up to her sister since it's obvious that Amy treats her awfully, and Sammy reluctantly agrees. Jasmine then notices that some of the plants in the forest don't normally grow in Canada, and then Sammy tries to eat an apple she found somewhere. We don't really see where it grew from. Jasmine immediately stops her because the apple she was about to eat was a poisonous fruit called a manchineel fruit. Sean also shows up and tells her how to get rid of the blistering it causes, which is pretty kind of him given that he's on the other team.
Huh, nice score. You're quite the outdoorsman.
Gotta know stuff if you want to survive a zombie apocalypse.
Right, but what were you doing up in that tree?
That's where I'm sleeping. No shuffler can get you from up there.
I hear that, mate. Not only is the guy cute, he's kinda hilarious. Zombies?
It's not that funny.
Over on Team Muskwalk, we get a quick reminder that sanity here is in short supply. Dave and Sky both seem to be aware of this, and they approach it with different outlooks. Dave is clearly agitated by everything they do, and honestly, I'm sympathetic, but Sky kinda tries to, gentle parent them, and it seems to work, for now. The campers make their way to their second challenge, and I'll be honest, this one isn't breaking any new ground. Basically, it's a pretty by-the-book relay race through an obstacle course with one catch. All of the obstacles are covered in grease, and the campers have to carry a wild boar the entire time. Dave seems to be made super uncomfortable by the whole grease thing, while Topher laughs and eggs on basically every single thing Chris says. He really seems to like Chris, and also his name is Topher. People seem to be surprised when I tell them their names are supposed to be the two halves of the name Christopher. I've seen people compare this challenge to Season 4, Episode 2, and that's definitely true, but it also uses a lot of the same set pieces as All Stars Episode 10. Scarlett brings up the issue that there are 6 parts of the challenge and 7 people on Team Gino Sewak, so Chris tells them that 2 members on the same team will have to pair up and work together.
Jasmine, me? Sure do. No, wait, focus, Rodney, focus. Too hard, strong, can't. No. I wrote a.
Stop talking!
Wow, I think Amy just became my favorite character in the entire show.
Sammy and me will partner up. End of story.
Is it just me, or do those cherubs look kind of like Cody?
I've never felt this way before about anyone. What Amy and I have is really special. Breaking up with Jasmine is gonna be hard.
Respectfully, what the hell is this?
The challenge, for the most part, is surprisingly bearable. I know that's not exactly high praise, but at least for the first few legs, I don't find myself particularly bothered by much. I said earlier that the obstacles aren't breaking new ground, but to the show's credit, I think the way the competitors solve their problems are pretty novel. Just as an example, Sammy and Amy get stuck with their boar in the, grease-tacular tube-tacular, and Scarlett leads it out using a bunch of pecans. She then continues to lure it forward that way through her leg of the race.
Pigs love pecans. Maybe they know pecans delay the progression of age-related motor neuron degeneration. Just a little sodium chloride.
Another part I like is Topher narrating his own experience competing in the third person, as if he's the host of the actual show. He gets so carried away, in fact, that he tries to throw to commercial, which Chris is not happy about. Another bit that for the most part I liked, and this might surprise some of you, is Ella trying to get the pig from Sugar. You know, so far I have not really enjoyed either of these characters. On their own, their humor tends to swing and miss with me, but they complement each other in a really fun way. Ella's wide-eyed Pollyanna matched with Sugar's short temper and scorched earth pageant competitive streak makes for surprisingly entertaining television. I still don't really enjoy Ella's singing though. The penultimate leg of the race ends up being between Dave and Max. Max's secret weapon is a mind control device he apparently built from one of the show's cameras. Sure. But initially couldn't get working until Scarlett literally plugged it into its power source. Then it works, for the most part. As a kid, I remember taking issue with the logic of someone being able to build a mind control device but not knowing how to plug it in, but that's pretty clearly the joke. The pig turns evil and locks in, going as far as to pick up grease and throw it at the other team, and also its own team. I guess being evil and being cooperative don't always go together. Max should have dialed the controls to lawful evil and not chaotic evil. The scene ends up being an initial glimpse at one of Dave's defining character traits, other than looking like the love child of Cody and Noah. He is a huge germaphobe, and seems to have a complex akin to contamination OCD. The grease on his body begins to make him panic, and then the show, accidentally has a really heartfelt moment.
Deep breaths. You're okay.
Maybe I shouldn't call it accidentally a heartfelt moment. It's probably intentional. It's just that there's a tenderness to this scene that is in short supply this season, especially when it comes to these characters. Consequently, this scene sticks out like a flamingo in a flock of pigeons.
It also might be that I find Dave to be pretty relatable here. I would be freaking out if I was in his position, maybe even more so.
Wow. Usually I'd freak out way more, but Sky has a surprisingly calming effect on me.
I think Dave has a bit of a crush on me. But I'm not here to meet boys. I'm here to win.
Wow, we already have 2 potential romances in this season, and we're not even 2 episodes in. We're making some quick work.
Max crashes his wheelbarrow into a rock, which sends the pig flying and it lands on the device, rendering it completely destroyed. Jasmine tries to get a hold of the pig, but it's initially frightened, so she just looks at it really hard while didgeridoo music plays and it immediately falls in love with her. It's like Fluttershy's stare or something, I don't know.
Pig-ass, levitate us, this instant us! Piggy, piggy, float over the wall! Win this challenge for us and all!
Wow, it's so good that they decided to make a whole new cast for this season. We're really breathing so much life into the Total Drama universe.
Just take the pig and climb the wall, Leonard!
Give the wizard a chance!
My spells aren't working because someone here doesn't believe in me.
He really is my least favorite kind of Total Drama character. He's like every single bad habit this show has ever had save for gross out humor, smushed together and wrapped in a green robe. I feel secondhand embarrassment watching him.
Dave screams at Leonard, understandably so, while Jasmine quickly climbs the wall and wins the challenge for Team Gino Sewak. They win immunity along with a bucket from a restaurant that serves deep-fried chicken beaks and feet. And once again, they're pretty happy about it.
Jasmine? That pig thing was totally cool. How'd you do that?
Just a little trick I learned back home. No biggie.
But I just can't not, right? I mean, bye!
Do you guys remember Heather? Or, like, Owen? Dawn? Cameron? Stacy? Do you guys remember Stacy? I think I'd rather have Stacy on my screen right now over Rodney.
Sean finds Team Muskwalk a new shelter since their wizard tower was destroyed by the moose. It's a cave, which interestingly is the same cave Max was in the last episode. You know, the evil laugh scene. Ironically, despite the fact that he's the one who found it, Sean still insists on sleeping in the trees because of his fear of zombies. The team gets called to elimination, and wow, I must be blessed with good fortune by the goddess Tamora, because Leonard is the one voted out. He tries to cast a spell that keeps him from being voted out, but it doesn't work. He also tries to reverse time with a spell, but it doesn't work. We call that pulling a Fobby back in the Earthbound fandom. He ends up being shot out of the cannon.
I love you, wizard!
I'm really glad that he's gone, because as I said, he's just insufferable to me. Just the archetypal annoying total drama character. Most of us are in agreement, having complaining about him for 11 years. But one thing that I find underhated about him is that the whole wizard shtick is unfunny, yes, but it's also just really generic and uninspired. Most of the spells and chants he does are just made up gibberish. He feels like a LARPer caricature who is written by someone who knows nothing about LARPing. I know he was at least partially based on that wizard guy on the street from an old Conan bit, which is a real Gen X ass meme by the way, but that guy had the sauce. Leonard doesn't have the sauce. In this way, he's similar to Sam, in that he parodies a certain subculture in a really predictable way that I just find lame. Every time Leonard says some fantasy slop gibberish, it elicits the same irritation in me as when Sam just says his generic turbo gamer stuff. It's just shallow and made seemingly off the cuff without much meaningful knowledge on these subcultures. To be fair though, although I don't like Sam's gamer humor, there's a lot of traits he does have that make me like him. Also, the totally out-of-touch lines ended up accidentally becoming funny over the following years because the culture of hideously removed caricatures of video games and video game culture and television written by people born in the 50s and 60s had become so collectively lampooned over the years that there are certain lines that come off as galaxy brain satire now. But it was accidental. Point is, I don't mean to imply he's on the same level as Leonard to me. He's not. Leonard is uniquely odious.
Thankfully, we'll never see him again. Just kidding, he comes back in the Redunculous race. And I'm actually convinced they added him as a joke because of how unpopular he is.
Episode 3, called Twinning Isn't Everything, opens up with Sammy and Jasmine going at their usual routine of foraging for food. Jasmine once again brings up Amy's abuse of her sister and encourages her to stand up for herself, and Sammy, although reluctant at first, eventually agrees. It's actually a poignant scene, and the cherry on top is Sammy asking Jasmine if they are now friends and Jasmine saying yes. Altogether, it's really nice. Either that, or I'm so starved for actual sincerity in the show's character dynamics that I'm scavenging whatever I can and gobbling up anything that vaguely resembles sentiment. Like a dog eating vomit in hopes that somewhere in that ejected waste there might be the tiniest bit of digestible nutrition.
Sorry, that was unnecessary. You guys didn't need that image.
Sean then shows up with a bag of his own food and he and Jasmine talk about zombies. Jasmine still thinks it's an elaborate joke and Sean still thinks she genuinely believes in them. And you know, I'll be honest, I kinda like the chemistry between them so far. I've been pretty hard on Sean up to this point. I still have beef with him for raising his hand when Leonard said they should build the wizard tower, but he's actually a pretty likable character. Although, for me, it's in spite of the zombie jokes, not because of them. Most of his confessionals still play out like, oh, I can't do this thing because zombies, or this reminds me of zombies, and it more often than not falls flat for me. I get that this season came out in 2014 when zombie mania was still a huge thing in pop culture. Man, 2014 really was the butt crack of that decade. But I find most of the jokes made about the subject matter thus far to be really mediocre. But you know, I'll totally admit my bias that I'm not really attached to any zombie-related movies or games or anything, so I might just not be the target audience here. Except Resident Evil. Of course, the first thing I bring up is Resident Evil. Sean brings the food he found at Team Muskwalk's cave, delighting everyone, especially Ella. She tries to sing a song to thank him, but is stopped by Sugar. When Sky arrives with a bucket of fresh water, Ella is once again prompted to sing, only to be interrupted by Dave this time. Sean then tells Ella that she should sing to the other team as a gesture of friendly competition, and she loves the idea and prances off. And I'll admit it, I do think that's really, really, really funny. Dave and Sky both offer Sean help foraging in the future.
I'm not digging all the friend stuff going on here. Comfortable people let their guard down. Pfft, hello? Might as well put out a bowl of brains and a sign that says zombies eat free.
This is exactly the type of Sean confessional I was talking about. It's just like, zombies eat free.
Team Gino Sewak has breakfast together, and Rodney thanks Amy and Jasmine for foraging for food, which causes Sammy to stand up for herself and say Amy didn't actually do anything. Amy argues and Sammy escalates, all while Topher narrates the drama with a carrot microphone. Amy then plays victim, and everyone falls for her hook, line, and sinker.
Sammy, what is wrong with you?
And after laying down some brutal blows, Sammy heads off. Will Team Musquat be able to get past this? Stay tuned to find out.
So apparently Topher doesn't know what team he's on because this is Team Gino Sewak, though admittedly I can't actually blame him. Half of the people who've seen this show probably forget what team he's on as well because his character arc is so separated from everything else and he barely ever participates in the challenges. Ella shows up at the picnic to sing to Team Gino Sewak, but Chris announces the challenge before she gets the chance. Topher runs off immediately, and Jasmine hands Rodney some blueberries so she can go look for Sammy. Rodney falls in love with her again. The challenge for this episode is really simple. Campers have to pick up a bunch of balloons filled with random stuff like talc, paint, itching powder, bees, and more, and they have to throw them at each other. Last one standing wins for their team. It's basically the same thing as last season's Leech Challenge, or Paintball Deer Hunter.
Guys, I know it's not necessary, but I thought I might as well.
Some people might complain about how simple and admittedly derivative this challenge is, but honestly, I'm a bit of a fan. I've complained before about how the later seasons seem over-reliant on the novelty or spectacle of their challenges, which cuts down the time we have for characters to interact outside of them. Revenge of the Island, in my opinion, is a good example of this. But a lot of the scenes that take place during the challenge in this episode are pretty tangential to it. Most of what we get is just the characters bouncing off of each other, which for me is a huge boon.
I've always been more of a characters bouncing off of each other guy than a brick gets hit by a cannonball makes a dumb noise guy.
The main catch here, though, is that, well, I'm not exactly chomping at the bit to see these characters in the way I have in the past. At least in general. In this episode specifically, I actually kinda like what we get.
Our attention is first centered on Max and Scarlett, as Max is trying to think of something he can build to give his team the leg up in the challenge.
I'm going to tape everything I have together into one long stick, then put my balloons on the end, thereby allowing me to hit people with said balloons from a safe distance.
Wow, that's so evil.
Yes, thank you for...
It's too bad there isn't a way to launch something sharp. You know, to pop their own balloons onto them.
I've got an even better idea. Yes, I'll build a rapid-fire balloon-busting device that fires projectiles and pops their balloons before they can throw them.
Wow, your mind is so powerful.
So I haven't really said it yet, but Scarlett is far and away my favorite character in this season, at least up to this point, especially when I was a kid. She's like the only single character who has any subtlety in her actions and intentions. We don't really know what her deal is. All we've really learned so far is that she's smart, a lot smarter than Max, but she seems to follow him around anyway, and that piqued my curiosity during my first watch. In a season where you can read almost every single character like an open book, characters like Scarlett are a breath of fresh air.
Dave and Sky run into each other in the forest, and it appears that despite Dave being Dave, he actually seems to have a certain way of charming Sky. He asks Sky if they could pair up for the challenge, and she declines. For one, because she thinks two people together can create a lot of excess noise, and two, because she thinks she'll get distracted by all this.
Dave's a nice guy, and he is cute. But I have to keep my head in the game. I can't let myself be distracted by his eyes, or that hair, or his smile. What was I talking about?
It's not like I'm falling for her. I mean, sure, yes, she's really cute and totally awesome at anything and everything, and she has those deep eyes, that silky hair, and... What was I saying? Oh, right. Yeah, I'm falling for her.
While Dave and Sky are talking, Max and Scarlett get the jump on them and make an attack using their new evil invention. A blowgun. Really, breaking new ground there. They pop Sky's balloons, revealing a bunch of bees inside. Sky is pretty mad at Dave, and Dave isn't really good at making her not mad at him, but she tries to let it go and encourages Dave to run off and tell the others about Max's plan to pop other people's balloons. We see Chris watching on his TV that isn't plugged in, and Topher suddenly shows up to talk to him, and it's clear that Chris isn't as receptive to Topher's glazing as he was during the first episode, especially because Topher is now commenting on his appearance. He points out Chris is developing crow's feet, and warns that kids might start twirting about it and get him replaced with a younger host, which leads Chris to run off to get a touch-up.
I've never been much of a fan of this show's approach to its fake brand parodies, but to its credit, they have used the term twirting before, back in episode 4 of All Stars. And also, to be fair, twirting might be a dumb replacement for tweeting, but we've had worse fake names for Twitter. Like, you know, X.
We get a few more bits, none super important. But one I really liked was when Ella met up with Sugar holding a balloon she drew a face on so it would resemble the Underscore's album cover or something, and continues to be blissfully unaware that Sugar hates her.
Oh, Sugar, I just know we're going to be the best of friends. I heard something. Duck. Sugar? I've fallen into this poor bush.
It's the little things that keep you going.
One other bit that sort of floats my boat is when Dave runs into Sean completely covered in moss and mud to blend in with the tree perfectly. Apparently, Sean learned to do it because he used to decorate cakes at a bakery. It's not really that this scene is especially funny that I like it so much. I just kind of admire this show for setting aside 40 seconds of its runtime to make a joke about how absurdly good Peeta's camouflage was in the Hunger Games despite the conditions he was in, just because he used to work at a bakery.
I mentioned earlier how 2014 this season is, and I really can't overstate it. It is aggressively 2014.
Anyway, Sean uses a slingshot to hit Scarlett and Max, eliminating them from the game. We then see Rodney making his way through the forest thinking about how he should break up with Amy, and he overhears the twins arguing and Amy not concealing her inner BITC-ness at all. Rodney doesn't care and is still convinced Amy is the good one, though it's not like I like him enough in the first place to be disappointed in him. He makes his way over and asks Sammy to leave him alone.
Are you crying?
Amy, I don't know how to tell you this, so I'm just gonna say it. But true love, Gold Beast, Mountaintop. What I'm trying to say is, wad of cabbage, anthill.
Wow, good makeup job, dude. You look 20 years younger. It's like you're 30 again.
I am 30.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably gonna have to make a video about this at some point, because I can easily spend 15 minutes or more talking about this, but this show's timeline is a mess. Chris being 30 is somewhat believable if we're talking about how old he is during, like, Total Drama World Tour, but by this point you should be at least a couple years older than that, logically. Him being 30 is so beyond the pale that I always assume that the joke during the scene is that he's not 30 and is just lying about his age, but it seems to be pretty contentious among fans whether that's the case. A lot of people see this as an explicit confirmation. And if it is, that's fine, I guess. Obviously, the people who write and produce this show are pretty authoritative sources of the characters' canonical ages, but I still am pretty firm in my belief that there's never been a consistent, firmly applied timeline that the writers were made to align the show to, and that's why there are so many little things that don't fit together. Owen, Chris, Chef, and MacArthur looking exactly the same after 15 years is a good example. Anyway, Topher gets hit by Dave with a balloon full of spiders, which brings Chris a lot of joy. Also, credit to Dave, he's kinda kicking butt this episode. Ella and Sugar then get hit by Jasmine while Ella is singing, which leads Sugar to complain to Chris, but he says he doesn't care if Ella sings, as long as it causes her to get hurt. We cut back to Dave running through the forest, where he gets ambushed by Amy and Sammy. Amy throws her 2 balloons, but they miss, and then Sammy hits him, eliminating him from the game. Jasmine congratulates Sammy for her shot, which frustrates Amy since she's used to taking credit for anything her sister does. Jasmine tells Amy she can tell the two of them apart, and it was clear that Sammy is the one who eliminated Dave. It appears she's the only one in the cast who canonically can tell that Amy is a terrible person for some reason. Also, everyone else is just oblivious to the mole. To be fair, I think I'd probably be oblivious to the mole too. Jasmine tells them that they should stick together since they only have 1 balloon left between the 3 of them, and that she knows where Sean is hiding. In a bush. I guess the cake decorating skills weren't enough. They reach his hiding spot, where Jasmine tells Sammy to drop the balloon. Amy intervenes, insisting she'll mess it up, sparking a 3-way tug of war over the balloon, and I'm sure you've all seen enough TV shows to know how this ends. The balloon pops and eliminates all 3 of them, securing Team Musquash their first win. Amy blames Sammy before running off to lie to the others, claiming it was her fault. Sammy then notices while speaking out loud that Amy always tries to take things from her, and seemingly hatches a plan.
Give me that! You don't deserve to eat. And I've talked to the rest of the team about how you lost us the challenge. Enjoy being cannon fodder. See you at the elimination ceremony. Spare me! So funny. And you enjoy that manchineel fruit.
Wow, cool. She's getting back at her. It's like a Chekhov's gun with the manchineel fruit. I'm intrigued, but I have a problem. Why are they at the cave? They're on Team Gino Sewak. They live in the treehouse. It doesn't really affect the scene itself, but that's a pretty big oversight.
We transition to the elimination ceremony where everyone has gotten a marshmallow except for the two twins. Chris tells each of them why they might get voted out, and then Amy starts to cough and wheeze as the manchineel fruit at that very moment started to blister up at the inside of her mouth. Right at that exact moment. Despite the fact that she started eating it presumably a few minutes earlier and the fruit has been shown to blister human skin in a matter of seconds. Just in the nick of time.
Convenient.
Sammy tells the others that Amy, whom she calls Sammy, is actually fine and is just begging for attention, which alerts Amy that she has just been hustled. Quote unquote, Sammy gets voted off the island and shot out of the cannon, leaving the real Sammy still on the island.
She's had it coming for years. I guess twinning isn't everything.
He said it! It's definitely a bit coincidental that Amy only started having the reaction to the fruit while Chris was handing out the last marshmallow, but that doesn't take too much away from the fact that this is a pretty dope scene. We've never seen a mistaken identity elimination like this before, and seeing Amy lose so dramatically after apparently a lifetime of bullying her sister is pretty cathartic. I'm also happy to see this plan done by Sammy and Sammy alone. Jasmine had nothing to do with it. With all that being said, I don't know why they're doing this only 3 episodes in. It seems a little early to have such a dramatic downfall of a character, no? We're not even a third into this season. I genuinely think this character downfall would be able to bat in the same league as some of this show's greatest if it had more meat on its bones. Like, yeah, they've definitely established the conflict between these two and made it clear that Amy deserves a comeuppance, but they've only really done the minimum amount. I think they could have easily spread this whole arc over a few more episodes and would have made this scene hit so much harder, even if the amount of time devoted to them doesn't change much.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. Total Drama needs more than 13 episodes. People might rag on this show's earlier seasons for meandering here and there, but in my opinion, it makes the story points feel a lot more impactful, as opposed to fast-tracking everything within a handful of episodes.
I've seen an uptick in people online speaking more positively about what we call filler in TV shows and movies, and I think this is a good development. Stories like Total Dramas benefit from downtime, and I think without filler, we're expected to connect with just the bare essentials of a story, which leaves it feeling kind of stilted, at least to me. That being said, I feel bad always bringing up this point because the 13 episode limit is something outside of the control of FreshTV. They had to work with what they were given.
Anyway, I like this episode quite a bit more than the last 2. The characters, even the ones I didn't really like earlier on, feel a lot more tolerable to me here, in large part because they're more established. Now that we're pretty familiar with these characters and their silly little quirks, the show seems less heavy-handed with how they're written. Altogether, it's a bit more subtle. Just a little bit, though.
Episode 4 is called I Love You Nots, which is interesting to me, because so far 50% of our episodes have had the phrase I love you in their titles, which is a bit novel, I guess. I don't know. So, as we established at the end of the last episode, Sammy is now pretending to be Amy, which she accomplishes by using a blueberry as a fake mole and acting really catty, which is kind of confusing given that everyone seems to be completely oblivious to how mean Amy is to the extent where she can verbally abuse Sammy in front of them and no one cares, and they actually believe her whenever she tries to play the victim, but Sammy still has to be awful to the people around her to maintain the facade. It doesn't make much sense, but I'll get back to that later. Sammy and Jasmine go out foraging where they run into Sean and Dave. Jasmine asks if he wants to forage with them and he immediately runs away.
You know how dating works. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes your brain being eaten by a zombie baby that was hiding in your pillow.
Once again, I like him in spite of the zombie stuff, not because of it. These characters are way too defined by their gimmicks. Imagine if every single Owen confessional was like, wow, this challenge is gonna be hard as not eating food and holding in farts. Or, I'm so glad we won the challenge, it almost makes me feel as good as I do when I eat food and fart. That's basically what we get with Sean, and it bothers me. I feel like these writers can do a lot better.
Careful, raccoon poop. Your vacant stare suggests some manner of neurological arrest.
How'd Scarlett know I don't like stepping in poop? Of course, it means something. Love!
Hey, Rodney. Berries? If you don't like berries, we did find some nuts.
Amy says hey? I say hey! All the time! Love is an arrow you can't dodge, and I am pierced.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost. The comrades I've lost. Won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you?
I've got 3 girlfriends! Which of my true loves is my truest love?
You know, it's not just that this season is consistently unfunny. I mean, it is consistently unfunny. But it locks in to be unfunny. It is unfunny with its chest. It's like the fucking ludicrous of total drama seasons.
I fill her up. Balloons!
It's not just gonna make a joke that falls flat. It's going to make that joke with the most undeserved confidence you've ever seen. Like, yes, they're going to do this Rodney bit. Heart eyes, gibberish and all. You're not going to laugh, and it's gonna demand your full attention for like 30 seconds. Team Gino Sewak has breakfast together, and the hot topic of conversation is how literally no one seems to miss Sammy. They even postulate that Sammy is so darn ugly that the berries taste better when she isn't around, which obviously doesn't make any sense given Sammy is still there and is identical twins with Amy, but I'll admit that I think the fact that everyone seems to despise Sammy for literally no reason is kind of funny to me. The campers head to the main area for a challenge, where Ella offers Sugar a save seat at the end of the log. Sugar then accuses her of trying to make her sit on the edge to get less camera time, and she pushes Ella down. Chris then backs Sugar up and teases Ella for her obvious manipulative power play, which I also happen to find funny. I'm pretty bullish on Chris when he plays favorites. The challenge for this episode is basically just truth or dare. That's it. No bells and whistles, no stupid mud challenges, no mutants, nothing like that. Except a chicken named Clucky that is somehow able to tell when you lie. I think I would have complained about the chicken as a kid, saying it was too unrealistic, but honestly, that's a really good example of me criticizing Pahkitew for the sake of criticizing Pahkitew. This show has had incredibly personified animals from the start. This chicken isn't really breaking any conventions. Completing a dare, telling the truth nets your team a point, while failing to do it leads to the chicken administering an electric shock through a bunch of collars forcing the campers' necks. Wow, those are some pretty high stakes, but I guess it makes sense given we're on season 6. Amy is selected as the first up and she has to do a truth, which is obviously really problematic given that she's not actually Amy.
Are you kidding? I'm a walking lie! Ah! I should have known they had a polygraph chicken!
Chris asks the fake Amy who her least favorite person on the island is. She begrudgingly answers the question with the name Amy, and Clucky looks straight in her eyes to determine the truth of her statement. Clucky determines that she's being honest, but the fact that quote-unquote Amy said that she hated herself confuses the others.
Care to explain, Amy?
Well,
I'll explain it.
Jasmine, no, please!
The truth is that Sammy is not your fault, Amy. Don't hate yourself for your sister's shortcomings. You did what you could.
No one's blaming you for Sammy's weirdo-ness.
That girl was all bun, no hot dog.
Reeked of failure.
Okay, enough. I feel much better.
I'm taking what I can get. It's kind of funny. Rodney is up next, and he is asked to name the most attractive girl on the island, which leads him to ask Chris for another question because he has 3 girlfriends who are on the edge of their seats waiting for his answer. This joke is probably the only good thing that came out of Rodney's entire existence as a character for me. In order to not disappoint any of his girlfriends, Rodney names Sugar as the most attractive girl, which leads to the chicken shocking his team. Sugar claims the chicken is lying because she's obviously the most attractive girl on the team, and then the chicken shocks her team too. Ella, in order to try and cheer Sugar up, says that maybe Rodney thinks of her as the second most attractive, which only angers Sugar further, and Chris reprimands Ella for allegedly picking a fight.
Oh, this is giving me superhero id flashbacks. I like superhero id flashbacks.
Sky is up next, and her dare is to drink an entire jug of mineral water in 30 seconds. She starts off really slow and worries her teammates, so Sean takes it from her and shakes vigorously, and then launches the water at her in one go. I'm not a physicist or anything, but I don't think there's enough dissolved gas in mineral water for that to be physically possible. Sky and Sean win their team a point, although that was kinda generous of Chris. A lot of water splashed all over the place. Anyway, the amount of water Sky drank in one go gives her an upset stomach that's growling very, very loudly. The show makes a point of it. Max is up next and is asked what his biggest fear is. He obviously lies. Dave is up next with a dare, and he is asked to kiss someone next to him. Sean runs off, but not for the reason you're probably thinking. He doesn't bring up anything like his sexuality or potential attraction to Dave. He says he doesn't want to kiss him because it reminds him too much of being up close to zombies. Dave instead looks to Sky, who is actually willing to do it. They both play it off as just for the challenge, but it's clear they both want it. Their lips draw close, and then Sky randomly burps super loud. Great. Clucky shocks Team Muskwalk because Dave and Sky never actually kissed, and then Sky apologizes to the others, blaming it on the mineral water.
It had nothing to do with the mineral water. I belch when I'm nervous, during tests, or when I'm near a guy I really like. No. I don't like Dave. Well, not like. I don't dislike him. It was the water.
Sean is up next and gets dared to pick his nose and wipe it on Dave. Dave runs away, so he instead shoots out a snot projectile from his nose from a distance, covering Dave in boogers. Poo-poo pee-pee. Caca. Dookie. Chris doesn't give him the point, however, because he didn't actually wipe it on Dave. Wee-wee. Doo-doo. Stinky. Stinky poopies. Next up is Ella, who receives a truth challenge and is asked what she would change about herself if given the chance.
I would change whatever is stopping Sugar and I from becoming the best of friends. Aww. I firmly believe we were meant to be close.
She has single-handedly made this my favorite episode so far.
Because Ella used the term firmly believe, Sugar accuses Ella of using pageant talk to upstage her. Man, this show really is giving me blasts from the past. And the others have to hold her back in order to stop her from hurting Ella. Chris then shocks the whole team because they scared Clucky, and also he says Ella had to obviously be lying because no one would ever say something that nice. That's good. It's cinema, folks. Anyway, the episode then goes into montage mode, with the characters finally scoring points for their teams, and other teams in one case, because the animators accidentally gave Team Muskwalk a point when Scarlett went around.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
Rodney also gets picked a few times and keeps lying because he doesn't want to confuse his 3 girlfriends. I would complain, but this is just them setting up his elimination, so I don't really care. The teams, both at 3 points, get set into a sudden death head-to-head round for the win. Rodney gets picked for Team Gino Sewak, and upon finding out the round is a dare, taunts Clucky the chicken because he's confident he'll win, given he's truth challenged. He gets so riled up that he taunts the chicken by saying he eats 6 eggs a day, which pisses her off, but Chris stops her from attacking. Ella is then picked for Team Muskwalk. The challenge is to untie a tight knot and open a bag with a shock remote and shock the other team. Ella takes to it easily, but Rodney can't even get a grip because of his giant yowie hands. Ella, being Ella, offers Rodney help untying his bag.
She's really good when she isn't singing, and when Leonard isn't around. There's a good argument to be made that a majority of the early season's biggest problems for me can be attributed to Leonard existing as a character.
Ella takes the remote and struggles to press it, because she can't bear the thought of shocking the other team. Clucky, on the other hand, can, and she grabs the remote and presses it over and over to get back at Rodney for eating eggs. She gets wheeled away like Hannibal Lecter for it, and the show hints that Chef is gonna cook her. Team Gino Sewak heads to the campfire, and as I said earlier, Rodney is the one who gets eliminated. He's so obviously the one who gets eliminated, in fact, that the show makes a joke about how obvious it is that he will be eliminated.
Jasmine, Scarlett, Amy, please understand. This that you, I mean there's love and raccoon poop and hey, with all the shocking, yeah, because Chick and I love Girl Island 3. Uh-oh, yeah.
Hold that thought.
Wow, can you really believe Rodney is such an unpopular character? It just boggles the mind. Thankfully, we will never see him again. I get a rush of dopamine just saying those words.
Our next episode opens beneath a full moon with a mysterious swamp creature emerging from the lake with bright red eyes, not unlike the stupid meme eyes I use in this series' thumbnails. Different color, but still. It scares the local wildlife, and we immediately fade to Sean and Jasmine in the trees. Sean says in the confessional that he likes Jasmine a lot, but can't actually date her, because in the case of a zombie apocalypse, he would have to be responsible for the both of them. I'd personally argue that you're better off with companions in that situation, but who's to say? Sean then notices the bizarre creature walking through the forest and comes to the conclusion that it's a zombie. He freaks out and disappears, after heading to the confessional to let us all know his train of thought.
I think this scene would be a lot better if he made the decision that he couldn't date Jasmine after seeing what he thought was a zombie. It would make his blatant refusal to entertain the idea a lot more believable.
The following morning, we see Dave and Sky foraging for food together while Sky tells him about her dreams to become an Olympian. She also mentions that her older sister almost got into the Olympics in rhythmic gymnastics. Dave says in the confessional that he wants to tell Sky he has feelings for her, but is worried that he'll say some stupid crap because apparently he says stupid crap when he gets nervous around girls. Like how Sky burps when she gets nervous around guys. I might like this romance more if one of the running gags didn't involve characters burping in each other's faces, but this is Pahkitew Island. We're gonna have characters burping in each other's faces. Dave starts blabbing about how rhythmic gymnastics isn't a real sport because he says all the wrong things when he gets nervous, which obviously angers Sky. He tries to catch himself, and to his credit, he kinda does. He eventually spits it out. He likes her. And before we see where it goes, it cuts to Sky in the confessional bringing up how she doesn't see the logic in dating someone who will eventually be competition. Which makes sense. That can definitely throw a wrench in things. It makes for a heck of an alliance, though.
Sorry, that happens when I'm
nervous. I know. So, was that belch a yes or a no?
It was an I like you too burp, but...
Don't want to hear the but. Let's just see where things go, okay?
I sometimes talk about this show when reviewing it like I don't know where things are going, mostly for comedic effect. But there's a good chance that we're both aware of what's going to happen. We know how this story ends. And now's the point where it's like, oh shit, it's happening.
The teams head to the lake for this episode's challenge, and we see a little bit of banter unfold along the way. Ella wrote Sugar a poem about how much she loves her since Chris has been stopping her from singing, but obviously Sugar still hates Ella with a passion. For whatever reason, after seeing Ella get yelled at by Sugar, Sky tells her that Sugar is probably lacking in confidence and just needs to be encouraged, which lights Ella up once again. And that kind of confuses me. It's honestly really bad advice. Ella has been bar none the most gregarious person in the entire team, and all that seemed to do so far is make Sugar hate her more. I'm honestly partially convinced Sky had an ulterior motive saying this, but I don't really know what. The worst I can think of is that she thinks Sugar abusing Ella is good somehow, and the best is that she wants to cheer Ella up.
I mean, I guess we did see Sky sit by last episode when Sugar tried to attack Ella. She could have helped. Just saying.
Anyway, the conversations all come to a sudden halt when the campers notice Chris McClane's sexy new look. His stubble is gone, and he has the most delighted, wonderful-looking grin. It just won't go away. He's just always smiling. Topher quickly clocks that he recently got quote-unquote slow tox treatment done, which is an obvious parody of Botox.
If we get some McDaniels or a Burger Queen, let's have...
The challenge this episode is once again pretty straightforward. Players have to run across a dock to collect a dueling stick, which is canonically what they're called, and run back while trying to knock someone off from the other team. The first team to collect 6 dueling sticks wins immunity. It's around this time that Sky notices Sean is missing, because he's out in the forest covering himself in dead fish guts to lay low during the ongoing zombie apocalypse. Chris tells Chef to look for him, but makes a note that if Sean doesn't end up competing in the challenge, Team Musquawk will automatically forfeit and he will be eliminated along with another member of the team. Ironically, no one on Team Musquawk seems stressed out about it. The only person who seems visibly worried is Jasmine. The characters swim over to the docks, and the show actually goes out of its way to point out that none of them are wearing their swimsuits. They explain it away by bringing up that all their excess luggage was lost when the blimp got shot down, which is actually a pretty good in-canon explanation, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess FreshTV decided to just not give this cast alternate swimsuit rigs to save time. That's also probably why literally only one character wears pajamas. Topher volunteers to go first for Team Gino Sewak in the absence of Jasmine's leadership, and Dave offers to go first for Muskwak. The two of them run to get their sticks, and they both miss each other when running back. Chris is obviously unimpressed. Sammy and Sugar go up next, and they rile themselves up by pretending the other person is someone they hate. Sammy pretends Sugar is Amy, and Sugar pretends Sammy is Ella. Chris still finds the encounter boring enough to speak into his walkie-talkie to summon Scuba Bear, who is a bear dressed in scuba gear. I kinda like Scuba Bear. I'm kinda messing with Scuba Bear. Scarlett asks Max if he has any evil gadgets that can help their team win the challenge, and he says no because all he has is a copper wire. He's kinda selling himself short, to be honest. We literally saw him with the Necronomicon in a previous episode. The ever-resourceful Scarlett tells Max he can wrap it around his stick after securing it, making it a conductor. He hesitates, but ultimately goes through with the plan. Scarlett takes one of the sticks and uses it to fish out an electric eel that has no business being in a western Canadian lake, but neither do man-eating sharks in eastern Canadian lakes, and launches it across the dock while Max catches it with a Q-tip rubber. It electrifies the metal rod, and he uses it to shock Ella.
Wow, a lot of characters are getting electrocuted this season. Well, I guess it is Season 5B.
Pretty much all the characters are shocked, pun not intended, by this development, except for Sugar, who is loving it, and Scarlett, who seems to be hesitant to take credit for playing so dirty, but is proud of her idea still. Dave pulls Ella out of the water, and Sky heads to the dock with newfound moxie after seeing what Scarlett and Max did. Dave notices that Ella's shoe fell off in the water, and puts it back on her foot in classic Cinderella fashion.
That was a true fairy tale moment. I have found my prince!
Aww, that's so cute. She's in love! He's her Prince Charming. I think I'm so attached to Ella out of a lack of things I really care about in this season, but it's still so cute.
Sky lets her anger get the best of her, and she swings way harder than she needed to, which leads her to falling in the water. Scarlett, having expected this to happen, slides below to avoid getting hit. I find the joke in the confessional where Scarlett tries to explain her thought process with needlessly flowery terminology to be a bit so-so, but honestly it doesn't bother me enough to take away from how badass it was. It appears Scarlett is incredibly resourceful, both physically and mentally, but we still don't know what her endgame is, and that only makes her seem more fierce as a competitor, to be honest. Dave goes up next against Jasmine, and although she would usually be super tough competition, she's too preoccupied with Sean's absence to pay attention to the game, leaving Dave able to knock her off without even trying. We then cut back to Sean in the forest pretending to be a zombie where he notices a waterfall. He decides he'll go behind it and create a shelter, and then hopefully find Jasmine and ask her out. I suppose 6 hours of zombie apocalypse isolation had him reevaluating his emotional priorities. Chef finally finds him and picks him up, and Sean, noticing that Chef isn't a zombie, says they can hide in the waterfall he saw, but when he looks back, the waterfall isn't there anymore. But honestly, it probably wouldn't have been a good idea anyway, because it's not that likely that waterfalls have hidden caves behind them. That's just a video game thing. We cut back to the game, with both teams having gotten another point. Ella goes up to Dave and offers to go up next, and Dave obliges, but he probably shouldn't have, given that Team Gino Sewak has 5 out of 6 Q-tips, and Ella's track record in this competition has been pretty bad. Sky also notices how Ella touched Dave and called him a prince, and says in the confessional that she doesn't care, but it's pretty obvious that she's kinda jealous. Ella meets Max in the middle, and Max tries to taunt her but is interrupted by Scuba Bear, who picks him up and dunks him into the water. Scuba Bear then approaches Ella, which scares Dave and Sky but causes Sugar to cheer.
2 in a row? This is like winning a pie contest and then watching someone you hate get hurt!
Ella sings to the bear to calm it down, which works like a charm. Chris, out of frustration hearing her sing, throws his drink at Scuba Bear, which hits him right in the snout. Scuba Bear, not having appreciated that gesture, swims over to Chris and attacks, and Chris smiles through the whole thing because of the slow talks. Ella secures her team another point, and Chef pulls up with Sean in the passenger seat, which for some reason completely stops Scuba Bear from hurting Chris. Sean is thrown onto the docks, and he immediately checks the others for bite marks because he thinks they're all trying to avoid the zombies. I guess. Dave notices this, and tells him that Team Gino Sewak have already become zombies and he should hit them, for some reason. He falls for it hook, line, and sinker, which confuses me because he seemed to be able to tell Chef wasn't a zombie just by looking at him, but somehow isn't able to tell with Jasmine and the others, but I don't really care. Also, he might be more convinced because I don't think people try and validate his delusions super often. Jasmine goes up against Sean, because she knows she might be able to save him from getting eliminated by throwing the round and giving Muskwak a point. Meanwhile, Sean believes that Jasmine is trying to eat his brain, so he hits her with a life or death swing, much harder than he would have otherwise. Jasmine comes up furious, yells at Sean, and he figures out that there are in fact no zombies on the island, except maybe the one he saw the previous night. Awkward! With both teams now at 5 points, Sugar and Sammy go up for the final round.
Amy?
Woody?
Switchy?
Well, either Amy is back or Sammy never left. No, wait, that's not right.
Did Amy just call Sammy Amy, or was Amy calling Sammy? And what was Ella doing touching Dave's arm?
Sammy's been pretending to be Amy the whole time. I thought we all knew that.
Oh, so Scarlett has known all along. That's pretty cool. It lends to her seemingly aloof exterior, silent but deadly. But honestly, there's a really funny implication from this. If she had really known all along, she kept agreeing with everyone last episode when they talked about how lame and boring Sammy was as a person despite knowing that Sammy was mere feet away, and even went so far as to tell Ronnie that he might have had trouble eating around Sammy because of how ugly she was. It's kinda hilarious. Was she just doing that to be mean? If so, I'm pretty impressed.
Amy and Sammy wrestle and pull at each other's hair, which gives Sugar the opportunity to run past and win the game from Muskwalk without even having to push anyone over. Not like Sugar would have a problem with that, but, you know. The teams make their way back to their shelters after the game. Max thanks Scarlett for her contribution to his evil schemes very dismissively, which doesn't seem to bother her all that much until he calls her worthy of being his sidekick, which seems to strike a nerve. She gets furious in the confessional, way more angry than we've ever seen her. Sean runs up to Jasmine to apologize, but all he can muster is a few seconds of gibberish nonsense that is slightly more intelligible than your average Rodney sentence, and Jasmine picks him up and chews him out, telling him she was throwing the challenge and now because he hit her, she is most likely going to be eliminated.
She did that for me? Huh. This sounds crazy, but maybe there's more to life than preparing for the undead to take over. Maybe I should start thinking more with my heart.
How could I let my feelings for Sean distract me? He is obviously not into me, so it's time to get ruthless. No more thinking with my heart.
I'm not the biggest fan of this development. First of all, I don't really know what Jasmine wanted in this scenario. Obviously, Sean hit her pretty hard, but that's kind of the name of the game. Did she want him to hit her less hard? I don't know. I guess you could argue that she just regrets throwing around because she now thinks it will cost her the million, which is definitely a better reason for her change in priorities, but it doesn't have much to do with how hard or soft Sean hit her with the dueling stick. I do like the contrast they're obviously drawing. Sean started this episode doubtful of his ability to date because of his other priorities, while Jasmine started it willing to put her priorities aside for a guy she liked. But because of what each character went through this episode, they both changed their minds, leaving them just as out of sync as they were when it started, if not more. It's clever, and I like it conceptually. I like the concepts of this plan, but, and maybe this is a personal thing, I generally dislike when conflicts between two characters are drummed up to this extent over a misunderstanding. Jasmine so far has been shown to be a reasonable person, and Sean is, well, not as reasonable, but he seems to be conscious of how his actions can affect other people, which probably puts him ahead of over half this cast, so it's frustrating to see her so unwilling to even listen to him when he's clearly remorseful about something. I don't know. It's not a huge gripe I have, but I think for a plot line this paramount to Pahkitew Island, it's important enough to bring up. Chris gives the winning team their disgusting takeout food for the day, and tells Ella that if she sings again, she'll be immediately eliminated from the show. And I gotta give him props. I don't really like Ella's singing, so this just makes her more consistently funny.
I bet you could change his mind with a song.
Chris hands out the marshmallows to Max, Topher, and Scarlett, leaving the last marshmallow having to be between Jasmine, Amy, and Sammy. Although, Chris hasn't really explained yet what he's gonna do with the twins given the whole switcheroo thing. Jasmine believes she's been voted off, but Chris gives her the final marshmallow, much to Sean's relief, watching the elimination from afar. I don't know why he's doing that. Occasionally, we've had characters secretly watch the elimination ceremonies throughout this show's history, but there's literally no reason to. They were literally summoned to the campfire. The rest of Team Muskwalk is literally right there. Sammy, trying to be seen as Amy, quickly stands up and tells Chris that he should eliminate Sammy, and then Amy stands up in protest, saying that it's ridiculous that anyone ever thought someone as ugly as Sammy could be mistaken for Amy. It's kinda hard to summarize what's happening between the two of them in graceful sentences. Suffice to say, the two twins end up fighting on the ground again. Chris then tells them he's kicking them both off, which game rules wise is pretty unfair to Amy, but she kinda deserves it.
No! Why me? Why me? I'm the nice one. She cheated.
And to make it fair, maybe Sammy should come out first this time. So nice to see family traveling together.
Okay, that's kind of funny. But what was the point of this? Like, this entire arc? Seriously. Because this is such a trivializing way of ending it. I get that by this show's nature of having a progressively shrinking cast, you can't exactly lay down a red carpet for every single character, but after having so much focus on her over the last few episodes, this just seems so abrupt.
We start out this season highlighting a classic underdog story. Amy is terrible to Sammy and has been terrible to Sammy as long as they could remember, and most people seem oblivious to it somehow. But Sammy makes an unlikely friend in Jasmine who can see the dynamic and also relates to Sammy because Jasmine also has trouble socializing.
I haven't really brought it up yet, but there's a small plot point in this season about Jasmine having trouble making friends because she's so tall that people find her intimidating, but it's not brought up very often and feels a bit tacked on, so I haven't needed to talk about it much.
Jasmine ends up being the person who helps Sammy realize that she deserves to be treated better, and this leads Sammy to gather the confidence to stand up to her sister. It doesn't work super well at first, and Amy fake cries to turn the others against her, but Sammy gets the idea later on to weaponize both Amy's abuse against her and the ignorance of her teammates to kick Amy off the island and take her place. And as I said earlier, this is a very entertaining maneuver. A twin switcheroo like this has a lot of potential, and that's why it's so sad that it just gets swept aside so quickly. Following this elimination, we see Sammy try to pretend to be Amy. I cracked a few jokes with the logic of Sammy needing to pretend to be mean to blend in, but it's not actually a big deal to me. She almost spills the beans a couple of times, but manages to scrape by. She's living a big lie after all. And then Amy comes back right at the end of the next episode and they both get eliminated while whining. Meanwhile, Justin was getting eliminated at Total Drama Island because Heather gave Owen a piece of cake, and because Izzy wanted sole control of Owen, allegedly. The girls get shot out, and that's it. They never come back again. It's insane. In a season that, I'll be honest, so far has not had many opportunities to squander, it seems beyond the pale to squander an opportunity this hard. Jasmine doesn't even acknowledge Sammy being gone after this episode, which is insane, given how a majority of the episodes so far have had them forging together on their own in the opening minutes. Sammy is not a Leonard or a Rodney. She's had some of the most actual narrative focus so far. So all of her arc being relegated to less than half the 13-episode runtime is so bizarre to me. I think some people will argue that there was nothing left for Sammy to do, and I see where they're coming from, even if I don't agree. Pretty much the only thing that's defined Sammy so far is the fact that she lives in the shadow of her abusive sister. So much so that she wears the same clothes and everything. There's not much that sets them apart other than being nice or mean, and now that she's bested her mean sister, she doesn't have much else to do. That being said, I think they could have done a bit more with her. Just off the top of my head, I like the idea of Sammy playing a role in Jasmine's relationship with Sean. Jasmine is clearly conflicted about her emotions right now, and it would be satisfying to watch Sammy help Jasmine like Jasmine helped her. Otherwise, I think the fact that Sammy has to keep such a deadly secret could also be a treasure trove of opportunities. Imagine if a character like Sugar found out, and used it as blackmail to force her to throw challenges or try to tell Chris. That would be interesting. Maybe Sugar would feel like an actual antagonist. If nothing else, I wish they just stretched this arc out enough for her to make it to the merge. I mean, it's not like anything that's happening from now until then is crucial or interesting enough that I think it needs to stay in that order. Keeping her around, even if she isn't the center of attention, would at least make her feel a bit more important to the overall story of the season, which, admittedly, plays a bigger role to your average viewer than you might think.
Honestly, this is just another example of the show suffering from its short runtime. By necessity, the characters' personal journeys have to be faster paced, much more shallow, and much less interesting, especially when they're from an all-new cast. Some of these characters have fewer speaking lines than non-feral Ezekiel.
I also, straight up hate how the last we see of these characters is them just bickering. And although it might be strong, I know hate seems like an aggressive word, it's one that I try not to overuse, but this is such a bad habit the show developed that bothered me so much, it's a large part of why I started this series in the first place. At this point in the show's history, it had this awful disposition for abruptly ending its character arcs and sending them off in a way I can only describe as demeaning. Like, after all Sammy went through, how do we see her at the end? What did she learn? The answer is nothing, or she just learned to fight with her sister. Now, they just fight back and forth in a way that's meant to be seen as groveling and childish. They whine and complain to no avail, and Chris shoots them out of a cannon, never to be seen again. It's like they don't even want us to find these characters interesting. Spoiler alert, Pahkitew Island doesn't have the characters return in its finale, not even in fart balloons. This was Total Drama in 2014. It boggles my mind, especially with Sammy. because she seemed like one of the very few characters FreshTV would be intent on giving a happy ending, but nope, not even close. One might argue this is in large part due to Chris's Flanderization, but I get the impression from Total Drama Pahkitew Island that we as an audience are expected to see the members of this cast as nuisances more than anything. And to be fair, in Pahkitew's case, it's kinda true. But this habit goes back to Revenge, debatably World Tour, and it's so puzzling. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Total Drama fans actually like the characters in Total Drama. We like seeing them grow. We like seeing them learn. We like seeing how they change. Season 5 doesn't seem to believe us when we say that.
Anyway, that was episode 5. All in all, despite my rant, I like it a decent amount. Honestly, I've been enjoying these episodes more and more the further we've gotten into the season. Hopefully that trend continues.
Episode 6 opens up with Dave sitting on a blanket he set up for a romantic picnic with Sky. Unfortunately, the first person who comes across this setup is not Sky.
Didn't you say Sky was hesitant about getting into a relationship?
No. All she said was, I like you too, but... The but could be anything. Maybe it was, I like you too, but even more than you like me.
Uh-huh.
Sean tells Dave that Sky likely won't want to enter a relationship because a boyfriend in the game might complicate her chances at winning the million, which honestly is debatable. A significant other in the game is an instant alliance after all, but I said that already. Dave then says that he'd gladly lose $1 million for true love, and Sean is immediately stirred by the sheer intensity of his delusion. He says in the confessional he's going to tell Sky to meet Dave at the picnic and then tell Jasmine how he feels. Before we see that though, Sugar walks up to Sky and asks why she's looking so worried. Sky confides in her that she's worried about something going on between Dave and Ella. Sugar tells her she doesn't have anything to worry about, and weaves a little tale that Dave is a bit of a smooth operator who's chatting up all the girls, including her. Which seems like a bold-faced lie, but to be honest, he has the highest record for girls who are into him on the island so far. Other than Rodney, of course. Sugar then says in the confessional that she made it up to cause trouble with the upcoming merge. It turns out that Dave is not, in fact, sweet-talking all the ladies. He is not, in fact, loved in 7 languages. Nor is he moving in space with minimum waste and maximum joy. He's not coast-to-coast LA to Chicago. Chicago isn't even on the coast. Or maybe he is. Sean runs through the forest and comes across Ella, who asks where Dave is, and he tells her that Dave has set up a picnic for his quote-unquote true love. And Ella gets the wrong idea.
Ella?
Yes, Prince David.
Dave is fine. I kinda set out this romantic picnic 'cause,
I'm listening.
It's for someone very special.
Oh, David, I'm so...
And she's gonna be here any minute, so would you mind going away? Like, before Sky shows up?
Oh no! Oh no!
This is for Sky? Of course it is! I'll just, Ella, you know...
Shoot!
No, he was her Prince Charming! He was her very special someone! I hate admitting it, but these stupid-ass romantic comedy setups are so entertaining to me. This scene hurts so good.
Sean tries to let Sky know about Dave's romantic picnic, but Chris calls everyone to the challenge before he gets the chance. At the meeting area, Jasmine tells Chris that there's something wrong with the island. She notes that certain objects are in different places from where they used to be, and Chris and Sugar make fun of her, implying that she's losing it. Sean shows up to Jasmine with a bunch of flowers saying he needs to tell her how he feels, but before he says anything, she slaps them out of his hand and tells him to stay away from her.
I'm done with Zombie Boy's mixed messages. First he's all sweet, then he hits me with a dueling stick, then he brings me flowers. If this is how Canadian boys flirt, I'd hate to see how they propose.
Yeah, he's so weird. Why on earth would a person bring another person flowers after doing something the other person takes offense to? What kind of reason would someone have for doing something like that? It's so weird. It's so random.
Once again, I think it's a little on the nose that Jasmine is so adamant about not hearing Sean out under any circumstances, especially given her reasoning. I know I brought up the possibility last episode that she might just be hesitant because a relationship could throw her off her game, but that's not what she says her problem is here. Her problem is apparently that he hit her in a game where they were supposed to hit each other, and then he brought her flowers. She's been shown to be too reasonable of a person in general for me to believe she'd be this stubborn.
Ella, what happened? Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's just that my heart is filled with sorrow. That was about something else.
I'm noticing how Scarlett enjoyed watching Jasmine yell at Sean, but didn't enjoy Sugar laughing at Ella. I don't know how intentional that is, but it's interesting. I'm cornflating so hard right now. I'm like an Aztec farmer who just hit up the Chinampa. Ella tells Sky that although she thought Dave was into her, he was in fact only into Sky, and Sky immediately lights up at the knowledge and has to apologize for getting all giddy. Dang, maybe Dave isn't as delusional as I thought. Also, I might get some flack for this, but Ella did not have to tell Sky this information. She could have kept it all to herself, and honestly, that would have been fair game in my book. She did not have to Cody the two of them, especially moments after being turned down. But she did. I guess she's just that nice. The challenge today, like a lot of other Pahkitew challenges, is super straightforward. Each team has to retrieve a gold coin from a monkey somewhere in the forest and use it as a vending machine to get a snack. Dang, they're charging a gold coin for one bag of Chef Hatchett's Total Drama Yum Yum Happy Go Time Candy Fishtails? Inflation's hitting us pretty hard. The two teams run off to find their monkeys. Team Muskwalk moves as a group, slightly hindered by Ella's heartbroken straggle of crushed dreams. Team Ginosewak has even less luck, as when Jasmine tries to get everyone moving, Topher tells her he's gonna head off for some, and I quote, errands, and then Max tells her that he's tired of taking her orders and tries to spark an uprising. So Jasmine hangs him up a tree and opts to do it herself. Scarlett sees what happens and gives Max some advice. Because Max is true evil, or well, let's just assume that's the case for the sake of argument, he should be willing to punish his own teammates for treating him badly. He gets the idea to create a trap on the way back from the forest that Jasmine and Topher will get caught in, which seems a little bit vanilla after he built a mind control device and acquired Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead, but who am I to judge? After getting caught, he will only let them down and they agree to bow down to him as the team's supreme leader. It's a foolproof plan, honestly. Or, well, it has to be, given that someone as smart as Scarlett is behind it 100%. Unless, of course, she's lying when she says she thinks it's a good plan. But why would she do that? Both teams end up finding their respective monkeys pretty easily, but catching them is a whole different story. Team Muskwalk's initial plan was to lure their monkey with a banana, because Dave had a banana, but Sugar ate the banana, so they couldn't use it. Sugar tries to tackle it and fails, and then the monkey runs off and eats the gold coin. The team chases it for a while until they reach a small rock formation. Dave and Sky try to get it, but then the monkey gets eaten by a bear.
Are you kidding me? Spit him out!
If that's how it ends for Team Muskwalk, I don't think I could bear it.
Meanwhile, Jasmine is able to chase the Ginosewak monkey pretty far into the forest, but she runs into a major problem. The monkey took off its collar and is now chilling out with its identical friends. Double, meanwhile, Topher runs through the forest and accidentally, in quotes, runs into Chris and knocks him onto the ground. He immediately apologizes and lies that he was chasing the monkey and runs off. And once he's gone, Chris says outright that he should start hating Topher. I get it. Cheap imitators can be fun, but they eventually wear you out. I would know. We then see Topher in the confessional saying he stole Chris's cell phone, which is weird because after conducting a frame-by-frame analysis with special attention on the position of Topher's arms, it seems implausible that Topher could have swiped it, but I'm just nitpicking, it's not a big deal. And we see him make a call to the executive producer of Total Drama.
Hello? Is this the executive producer of Total Drama? Excellent. I'm Scribbs Hackley, calling from a major newspaper you've definitely heard of. Question, how old is your host, Chris McLean? 60 or 65? Really? Guess those were hard years. Have you ever considered a younger host with amazing hair? I'll call you back, I gotta run. The seed of doubt is planted.
This scene is one of the big reasons why the topic of Chris's canon age is so puzzling to me. Topher doesn't seem to believe that Chris is 30 here, or, well, he's at least pretending not to give the producers the idea that someone may perceive Chris as older than he actually is, but he also seems genuinely surprised when he hears the producer's answer. If he knew Chris's age, why would he be surprised? All I'm saying is, I'm struggling to believe the 30 figure. I think Chris and FreshTV might be lying to us. Scarlett and Max catch up with Jasmine after setting up their trap and get clued in on the whole identical monkey debacle. Max tries to intimidate the monkeys, but because he's a grumbly little gnome child, the monkeys throw a mysterious brown substance at him. He initially thinks it's mud, but the others let him know that it's not mud, and is in fact a thing that monkeys are more well known for throwing. It's poop from a butt. But the show doesn't state it outright, which makes me kind of curious why. They also do this a few episodes back where Ella and Sugar get covered in mustard, relish, and a brown substance that Sugar tastes and says she can't identify. I assume that is also supposed to be feces, but the show seems reluctant to state it outright, and I'm kind of curious if that's because of certain network guidelines. Like, they might not be allowed to outright confirm that an object is poop.
I know it's kind of a vulgar topic, but this is kind of interesting subject matter to me. I've talked before in this series about the show's various types of adult jokes and potty humor and what does and doesn't get censored, because I think trying to figure out the specific rules, if there are any, is super interesting. I might have to do a video about that down the line.
Speaking of poop jokes, Team Muskwalk is seen back where they initially ran into the monkey trying to think of a way to get the bear to spit it out. Sugar says they should just give it some bad cabbage and a bran muffin, but they don't go for it. Sky comes up with the bright idea to just bring Chris the bear.
Yes! Sky's plan to bring the bear to Chris is terrible and will get us all killed. But I want to show her I'd be a good boyfriend, so... This is an awesome, awesome plan! I am not terrified! Let's do it!
Dave tries to lure the bear like it's a little puppy, and it works pretty well, surprisingly. The bear pulls Dave close and starts licking him affectionately. Dave, holding back a lot of his germophobic screaming with the slobber and the dirt and the bear armpit smells, insists to Sky that her plan is still really good and is going great. The others realize that they need to save Dave from the bear before he gets crushed to death of mice and men style. Sugar, in her infinite wisdom, comes up with a plan to have Ella sing to the bear and lure it back to the campsite. Ella says that she can't because Chris banned her from doing so, but Sugar promises that no one on the team will rat on her, and after a bit of time, Ella caves in and serenades the bear almost immediately. All this for a guy who just rejected her on TV. She really is pure of heart. They start walking back to the main area with the bear behind them.
Our best chance to find which monkey has the coin is by conducting a neuroscientific experiment. I mean, it's no secret that there's hyperactivity in the mirror neurons in primates, right?
In English, Four Eyes?
We play monkey see, monkey do? Great idea! Use little words.
The team gets the monkeys to mimic a couple of actions like waving their hands and pointing with both of their fingers. Max, apparently, has a lot of trouble striking two poses. I find that pretty funny. The third action the team gets the monkey to do is pull a coin out of their pocket and flick it in the air. Obviously, the only monkey who has a coin is the one who does it, and Jasmine grabs the coin and they make their way back to the meeting area. Except Max, he straggles a little bit. He catches up with the team, and Scarlett asks him where he marked the trap, and right as he answers that he didn't need to, the four of them step on the leaves and get caught.
The plan was for Max to be the only one not in the trap, so that the team would know he built it and vote him off. Now I need to find a clever way to make him admit it. This won't be easy.
Ah! I bet Sky made this trap.
Wrong, fool! It was me!
Much easier than I thought.
Wow, so she was trying to throw the challenge just so she could get Max out, presumably because he called her his sidekick. Up until that point, she seemed to find him mildly annoying but worth hanging around, but that seems to have struck a chord.
Team Muskwalk walk onto their trapped adversaries and make their way to Chris with the bear. Chris is curious why the bear is so happy and joyful, because he sees things like happiness as unnatural, bizarre deviations from the norm, and Sugar tries to fess up to get Ella eliminated, but Sky stops her and claims she hypnotized it. Chris still doubts the bear eat monkey eat coin story, so Sugar takes matters into her own hands and starts thrusting the bear to get it to spit out stuff it has eaten recently, including a license plate and one of Cody's shoes. It spits out the monkey, who happens to be alive and well, just a bit wet. No digestion, nothing. If only Bunny was that lucky. She sticks her arm straight down the monkey's mouth, pretty deep, I might add, and the others beg her to stop, but they immediately beg her to continue when Team Gino Sewak starts making their way over after having escaped Max's trap. Sugar pulls the coin out of the monkey and tries to hand it to Chris, but Chris reminds her that she needs to put it in the vending machine to beat Jasmine, who's now running towards it. So, Sugar just flicks the coin really far and it lands right in the vending machine input with no issue whatsoever. I guess she can just do that. Sugar has some mad skills. Chris summons both teams to the elimination ceremony this episode, and he doesn't even try to pretend the voting is a mystery. Max is clearly the person voted out. However, he is not the one being sent home this episode, because someone else broke a very important rule.
It has come to my attention that a certain singer has sung her swan song. Sorry, Ella, I received an anonymous note about it. Actually, it was an ugh-nominous note. But, whatever, you're going home.
We here at Twitchy Productions formally disavow Sugar for snitching on Ella. Also for the surface level hillbilly jokes. They're not that good. I don't even know why Sugar has that accent in the first place, given she's from Canada. It doesn't make that much sense. Ella, now having been eliminated from the show, realizes she can sing again and performs her swan song before heading to the cannon. And once again, it's... I think my main issue with Ella's singing bits is that they're just kind of bland. The lyrics feel a bit too predictable and juvenile for my taste. I came on Total Drama and survived just fine with only minor damage to the base of my spine. It's just... Also, the instrumentals don't do much for me. I know what they were going for, but I just find them a bit overly scattered. I should make it crystal clear, though, that although I found Ella pretty annoying during the first episode, she got a lot better, and at least for the last 2 or 3 episodes is pretty cleanly my favorite character. This kind of comes down to 2 main reasons, and honestly, you can see a similar glow up with characters like Sean and Max. I think Ella slotted into Team Muskwalk properly once Leonard and Biro were gone, because she was able to be the team's resident oddball without much competition. Not to say Sugar and Sean aren't weird, but, you know, it's all relative. I really enjoyed the team dynamic last episode, and I think it's a valuable example of how the existence of these bizarre head-in-the-cloud characters isn't necessarily a bad thing for me, it's more so that it just needs to be done in moderation. Characters like Ella need more down-to-earth teammates to be balanced out in my opinion. I don't think this show is playing to its strengths otherwise. It's also worth noting that the character writing has gotten a lot more nuanced as we furthered into the competition. One of the things that drove me nuts about the first episode was how so many of these characters are compressed down to one main joke, which leaves the writing feeling repetitive and obnoxious. Ella definitely suffered from that. Sean also suffered from that. But now that the characters' quirks are more established, the writers seem less convinced that Ella spontaneously breaking into song or Sean randomly comparing something to a zombie apocalypse is that funny. Which I like, because I never found it funny in the first place. Instead, the cast feels a bit more refined, and a few members are blossoming into, like, actual characters instead of walking 2-minute SNL skits. I don't even think Sean brought zombies up once this entire episode. Even Max, who I'll be honest, hasn't really been that pleasant to me so far, tickled my fancy quite a bit. So yeah, once again, this is a pretty decent episode. I liked the challenge, and I liked what happened outside of the challenge. I'll miss Ella, but I think we'll be alright. Well, I hope we'll be alright. Alright, episode 7. In the words of Big Time Rush, oh, we're halfway there. Oh, whoa, living on a prayer. At least in terms of episode count. I don't know how much or how little I'll have to say about the latter half of this season. The episode opens up with some morning Kino Sewak antics, with Jasmine accidentally waking up the others when she jumps down from the tree she was sleeping on. This leads to a small argument with Max, which gets swept aside when it's revealed that his bed got infested with red ants. He demands Scarlett, whom he calls his sidekick, to clean his bed for him, which annoys her. A lot. She hates him at this point. Like, hates. She says in the confessional that she wishes everyone would realize how stupid he is so they would realize that she's the one who built all his gadgets, but that line kind of confuses me. Sure, she made the popping balloons and the electrified Q-tip plans, but those hardly count as gadgets, at least not in the typical evil genius sense of the word. The only gadget I can really think of that's been used so far is the mind control device, which Max is said to have built. Scarlett even asks him what it does. Of course, she's the one who notices it wasn't plugged in properly, but she didn't build it in the first place. The best I could give her is a Lennon-McCartney style credit, but I don't think that's what she wants.
Sky, will you be my jungle queen?
What?
I said, want some berries? They're clean.
Oh, thanks.
It wasn't even Dave's fantasy. It was Sky's fantasy.
Okay, I kind of flirt with Dave sometimes. And I dreamt about him. And my tummy fills with butterflies when he's around, but that doesn't mean I have a crush on him. I can't. I'm not looking for romance. He gets it.
Despite her insistence on not wanting a relationship, it appears that Dave's masculine charms are too much for her to handle. She keeps insisting that they're just friends, but she'll microdose his sexy chivalry as far as she can reasonably go. He's turning her upside down, inside out, round and round. He's giving love instinctively. Sugar makes note of their mutual crush and tells Sean that they should form an alliance in order to keep themselves safe from being ganged up on. He doesn't want to. Because of that, she opts to ruin any intimacy between the two of them she sees, and given Everything about her, she's pretty darn good at it. Chris calls everyone over to the meeting area for the challenge. Race around the island in giant metal balls. It's like that one bowling episode of Phineas and Ferb. The campers all get into their team's ball, with the one exception of Jasmine, who is freaking out. It appears she has a small case of claustrophobia.
Ho, ho, ho! Stop it, Patrick, you're scaring him!
Okay, so I might be claustrophobic.
It's sad when a person lets a single irrational fear control their whole lives.
Okay, that's a good one.
Chris kneels down and tries to sympathize with Jasmine so her guard lowers, and then tells Chef to throw her into the ball real quick. The two of them seal the balls up and push them forward, only for them to fall down a giant ravine that suddenly showed up. It's like, really deep. Dave and Sky dizzily fall out of the ball. Apparently dizzily is a word according to the Cambridge English Dictionary, and they end up falling in perfect accidental romantic kiss position. Unfortunately for Dave, Sugar sours the moment by barfing all the blueberries she ate that morning on him, which makes him scream in panic. It's revealed that Chris was lying about the whole pinball race challenge. The actual challenge the campers face is finding their way out of a gigantic underground cave system that, according to Cree legend, no one has ever found their way out of alive. I'm definitely not the first person to say this, but this reminds me quite a bit of the spy episode in Total Drama Action, at least the first part of it. The teams are each given a bunch of supplies, some more useful than others. Max gets a bunch of climbing gear and night vision goggles, while Sky gets Bero's posthumous beatbox album. Rest in peace. Chris blows his air horn to commence the challenge officially starting, which causes a few rocks to begin falling down. Scarlett notes that they should try and get out as fast as possible because the cave system seems to be structurally unsound, so Jasmine continues her claustrophobic panicking, which only makes things worse. Sean tells her she should probably stop, and then Sugar screams that there's a cave-in happening, which is pretty much the exact opposite of what you should do when there's a threat of a cave-in.
Total Drama characters have always been bad at not causing cave-ins and avalanches, but they've only been getting worse.
The panic of the cave-in causes the cast to split up a bit. Team Gino Sewak splits off into two groups, those being Jasmine and Topher and Scarlett and Max, and Team Muskwalk stays together. Fortunately, no one on either team gets crushed to death by falling rubble. After the cave system stabilizes, Sky and Dave get their bearings and check up on each other. Once again, they get the perfect opportunity for a TV couple kiss, until Sugar metaphorically swoops in and burps in their faces. The noise then triggers a bunch of bats to literally swoop in, flying past their faces, except for one bat which stays to kiss Dave. You know, if he doesn't get a rabies shot, like, today, there's a good chance he's gonna die. Sean seems to not get why Dave is running about and screaming, but he of all people should get it.
Honestly, Sugar didn't even need to do that. As we established a few episodes back, Sky burps when she gets nervous around guys. Someone was gonna burp either way.
Topher and Jasmine put on their night vision goggles, and Jasmine tells Topher they need to win the challenge so Max and Scarlett don't vote one of them off. Topher doesn't seem so concerned with the whole trapped underground thing, and he keeps checking the phone he stole. He keeps saying he has no bars down there, but he literally does. Those are bars. Max and Scarlett make their way through their part of the cave, and Scarlett notes that the stalactites in the cave shouldn't be there because there's no water anywhere on the floor. Chris comes up on a monitor and tells them that if they make too much noise in the area, the stalactites could fall down and potentially kill them. He also unleashes a crocodile to make the situation even more dangerous.
This is my chance to get rid of Max. If he doesn't make it back, we lose, and he gets voted off.
Or, well, he might die. He might not necessarily be cannon food. He might be croc food. You could very well be sending Max to the great Playa de Losers in the sky. But you wouldn't want that. Would you, Scarlett?
Scarlett tells Max he should try and tame the croc to be his evil minion so she could lose him, and he falls for it because he's an idiot. Max tries to tame the croc, but it obviously doesn't work, and the crocodile ends up biting his butt. He screams, and this causes the stalactites to start falling. The show then cuts to its commercial break to keep us on the edge of our seats. Unless you're not at the edge of your seat. Max and Scarlett end up fine, but I can't say the same for the crocodile. We don't see any blood or gore, though, because this episode of Total Drama Pahkitew Island was loaded with a TF2 console command where you replace all the blood from dead characters with gears and other mechanical bits.
It was mechanical? Hey, I bet everything down here is. And it's all controlled by remote. If I can piece together a transmitter to send out signals, who knows what we could find? I bet they're all using neighboring frequencies.
Okay, how is she doing that? That doesn't make any sense.
Nice. I just installed Instagram.
Max yells at Scarlett to stop babbling, although I think other than the touchscreen PCB, the technobabble here is pretty fair game, and commands her to suck the venom from the crocodile out of his butt.
Honestly, Max is growing on me. I'll admit it.
We check in on Topher and Jasmine, with Topher trying to narrate what's going on to show us how good of a host he is, and they come across a giant ledge they can't see the bottom of. Chris tells them they have to hope for the best and jump because they can't go back the way they came. Jasmine has another claustrophobic panic attack, causing her to grab Topher and squeeze him as long as she can until he passes out and she freaks out even more so when they fall down the ledge. Fortunately, the drop ends up being really small. It's definitely safe enough that they don't get injured, but you could absolutely still torture Owen from that height. Team Muskwalk finds their way into a crystal cave, and Chris tells them that all they have to do to cross it safely is walk through without stealing anything, because the cave is guarded by the mysterious Bling Bear. However, Bling Bear immediately attacks them, and he seems to just be Scuba Bear with some jewelry and golden teeth. This is kind of a weird running gag, but I sort of mess with it. It seems like he collects weird shticks to stand out and find an identity. He's like Starburns. It's revealed that Sean stole one of the crystals when no one was looking, although we never actually see it happen on screen. It's not a big deal, but I would have preferred them to actually show it, even if it's subtle or hidden away. It would have been fun to look out for when rewatching. The team runs away until they make it to a small pool of water, which they jump into to avoid Bling Bear, who for some reason decides not to chase them further despite having the means of doing so. Dave and Sky have a little bit of banter, and Sugar tells them that she found a string that likely leads to the surface. They climb up and see the way out, and then they realize where they were coming from. The infamous outhouse confessional. The cave water was not just normal cave water, it was sewage. Although, once again, the characters stop themselves before they outright say that they're covered in human feces. I think that's another clear smoking gun for believers in the total drama poop theory. Scarlett finishes her wireless transmitter and tries sending out a signal, which ends up opening a hidden door to an elevator. Once again, major action spy challenge vibes.
You still think this cave is normal?
Of course! It's just an ancient Cree secret passage.
With carpeting and muzak?
Clearly the Cree had taste. And you no longer need this useless thing.
Wow, I knew he was bad at being a villain, but I didn't expect him to be that bad. He's so bad at being bad, he risks becoming a good guy on account of how often he fails to do bad things.
Topher and Jasmine find an uphill passageway in the cave, and Jasmine refuses to check it out on account of her phobia. He then notices that his phone has more bars when he points it in the direction, which leads them to believe it's a way out. They make their way up, and come to find out that the tunnel they're going through is in fact a gopher tunnel, and these gophers do not welcome guests. Topher tries to retreat, but Jasmine suddenly gains the courage to pull through. She grabs Topher and uses him as a battering ram to escape, and they bust out of the ground right below Chris and Chef. The old Minecraft method. Team Muskwalk and the evil duo show up soon after, and despite the fact that everyone made it out safely, Chris is furious because no one actually made it to the specific finish line of the challenge, so no one actually technically won or lost. This makes everyone except for Scarlett cheer, because they assume this means there's no elimination. But Chris contests and says there will be one. He was lying though. Basically, all that happens is he asks Chef to torch the meal that was prepared for the winning team. That's it. That's the elimination. Also, has anyone else noticed that Chef has basically said nothing this season? He's talked like 2 times. People complained a lot about how swept aside Chef gets in Revenge and All-Stars, but I think it's worse here. He's sort of turned into a glorified intern.
Now, I have a serious matter to discuss. It's become obvious that a certain couple is well on their way to Smooch City. I think we all know who I'm talking about. This kind of lip-locked alliance is unfair to the other team members. It's also kind of awkward. So, I've decided to split them up.
I really like Dave as a friend, but this is for the best, and I know Dave agrees.
No! So without further ado, I'm breaking up Max and Scarlett.
We? Him? Me? No, but... Oh, no, we're not...
That was close.
Okay, that's really funny. That's like really, really funny. I said this already, but the comedic writing has gotten a lot more enjoyable for me since the first couple of episodes. That is like a world tour tier joke. Chris makes Max join Team Muskwalk, and although Dave initially thinks he's safe, Chris has Sky take Max's place on Team Gino Sewak.
It's not like we're on different islands. There's still a shot, right?
I'll miss Dave, but at least now he knows there's no shot.
But, like, why, though? You were literally down to kiss him earlier this episode. Like, both of you would have done it if Sugar hadn't burped in your faces. I know you said that you didn't want to date potential competition, and that makes sense, but that doesn't adequately explain your behavior for basically this entire episode.
Okay, well, to be fair, I think it could be argued that Sky was just really tempted by Dave. And now that she won't be seeing him as much, there won't be as many challenges to her self-restraint. That would be a good reason, especially since we've seen her fantasies. But I think the show would have benefited from making that point outright. Instead, it's all glossed over and it comes off as inconsistent on an initial viewing.
It actually kind of reminds me of how wishy-washy the show was about Gwen and Trent back in Island. And that's kind of funny, because despite all the shit I fling at the later seasons, that's one thing I think they got noticeably better at.
I'll admit that I don't actually know how the show was made behind the curtain, but I get the impression that after season 2, the writing team maintained a clearer vision of how they wanted the characters to change and grow as the episodes went on. And there was a dramatic drop in character arcs that kept waffling back and forth due to a lack of season-wide direction.
None of this is the end of the world, though. If maintaining a clear and intuitive narrative structure at all times was that important to me, Total Drama Island wouldn't be my favorite season of this show. Altogether, this was an alright episode. I don't like it as much as the last couple, but it doesn't really get on my nerves, and frankly at this point, things not getting on my nerves is a treat.
The next episode begins with Sky waking up in her new team's abode, only to notice that Scarlett is taking notes on her sleeping habits for some reason. Jasmine tells Sky that Scarlett is a bit weird but otherwise harmless and offers her breakfast, and Sky accepts it but immediately gets sad. Jasmine asks why, and she starts talking about how she really misses Dave, even though they were just friends. They were just friends, guys. Really. I really mean it. No romantic interest whatsoever. The platonic feelings are off the charts. It's on a level the likes of which we've never seen before. They keep saying, please stop it, Sky and Dave. It's too platonic. Your friendship is too amicable. You're too happy with what you have. But they have to keep going. They have to keep enjoying each other's company without desiring anything more intimate.
I got used to having breakfast with Dave every morning. We were just friends, but I'm still gonna miss him.
No. You can't have feelings for the enemy. I used to have a thing for Sean, but...
Sean?
Yes?
Okay.
Jasmine tells Sky that she needs to put her feelings for Dave aside and prioritize the game, as feelings for the enemy only hurt her decision making, and Sky agrees. It's like the whole bros before the H-word pact. Girls before... burls. Honestly, it's cool to see Jasmine and Sky get along. They have cute chemistry, especially since they're two of the few relatively normal characters in this cast. One piece of chemistry I don't like, however, is Sugar and Max. Sugar is just convinced that Max is a hilarious evil genius and laughs hard enough to fall over. And it's giving me flashbacks. They're not good flashbacks.
That Max is funnier than a June bug caught in my granny's wig. Evil!
Sugar takes note of Dave's moping and subtly, or not so subtly, rubs it in that his odds at getting with Sky are low now. She even makes a Taylor Swift Red reference. Sean randomly jumps in and scares the heck out of Dave. I don't know from where, given that the entrance is in the other direction, and they talk for a bit about their relationship woes. Sean notes that he saw Jasmine and Sky talking in the treehouse, and he thinks that with all the girls talk going on, they'll eventually get over the issues and reciprocate the burls' feelings. This gives Dave some newfound hope. His heart is ready to be crushed all over again. Chris rallies the teams for the challenge, a 3-part race where players have to navigate deadly environments while being as quiet as possible. A den of sleeping lions who are all male for some reason and also rattlesnakes, an open field guarded by a blindfolded chef with his pasta blasta, I still find it funny how Canadians apparently pronounce pasta, and then a snow-capped mountain that apparently exists which is at risk of avalanches.
Uh-oh, the oven's going off. Sounds like someone's reheating their nachos!
Honestly, I'm not super big on this one. We had a similar situation with the stalactites and cave-ins in the previous episode, and the show can't help but make a lot of the same jokes. Also, I hate the spaghetti cannon. I hate it. In general, I think multi-part obstacle course is pretty consistently the least interesting type of challenge at this point in the show. I think FreshTV was well aware that this challenge wasn't exactly cutting edge, and because of that they had one extra trick up their sleeve. The campers will have to do everything while also carrying newborn babies that are dropped on them from a hot air balloon. Initially he tries to act like he only added the babies to the challenge because Topher was undermining him, but I think he always had the babies up his sleeve, unless he managed to kidnap a bunch of children, hoist them up on a hot air balloon, and prepare them to be dropped in a matter of seconds. This is definitely a goofy gimmick, but I don't feel really strong about it one way or the other. I've seen people say it's really uncomfortable and creepy, which I think I can understand, although I definitely don't feel that. The danger in this show doesn't usually get on my nerves unless there's some permanence to it. On the other hand, some people think this bit is hilarious, and I absolutely don't feel that. One of the big jokes throughout the episode is that Max really likes kids. Not in a creepy way, but in a nurturing, responsible way. And it does nothing for me. It doesn't annoy me, but yeah. There are jokes with Max that make me roll my eyes, like when he practices his evil laugh, but this one, I'm pretty indifferent to it. I guess it makes sense because it's revealed in his audition tape that he does a lot of babysitting. The challenge starts when the campers first try to navigate the lion's den. Sky gets pulled aside into the bushes by Jasmine, and Team Gino Sewak hatches a plan to get the lead on Muskwalk and wake up the lions to slow them down. Sky is reluctant as she doesn't feel completely comfortable unleashing a pride of lions on Dave, but Jasmine tells her that they're the enemy and she needs to keep her head in the game or lose. Meanwhile, Topher is literally on his phone not paying attention to anything. He's a walking boomer kids these days comic. Jasmine doesn't care though, and focuses most of her ire on Sky. I actually like this detail because it demonstrates how hung up Jasmine is on the fact that she threw a challenge for a guy she was into, that it's the primary thing that she recognizes as a potential source of trouble in her teammates. And to be fair, she was right to be concerned, because right as the team breaks and a tree literally disappears for some reason, tisk foreshadowing, Sky runs back to help Dave with a rattlesnake on his butt. She feels conflicted about it in the confessional though. Right before Team Gino Sewak makes it out of the first zone, Topher's phone goes off and wakes a lion. He hopes that it was the network getting back to him about replacing Chris as a host, but it was in fact just Chris's mom sending him cat photos. The lion approaches the team, and Scarlett throws her baby at Sky to catch like a dodgeball, whoa, and jumps on Jasmine's shoulders and starts yelling and waving her arms, which scares the lion away. It's actually kinda cool.
Panthera Leo are apex predators, not unlike Ursus Arctos horribilis. So their instinctive predator-prey response is, don't run from lions or bears, show them you're the boss.
Wow guys, I am Scarlett. I am a smart cartoon character because I refer to animals by scientific terminology used for the purposes of taxonomy instead of their more well-known common language names. I am so smart.
Whoa, look at this! It's a Canis lupus familiaris! Whoa, is that a Felix catus? I love Felix catuses, more commonly referred to as the house cat. I am hungry. I am going to get some food and put some sodium chloride on it. Team Gino Sewak makes their way to the next zone, but Team Muskwalk eventually catches up. Initially, the prospect of safely crossing the area without making enough noise to alert Chef seems pretty high, but the campers soon learn that there are a bunch of booby traps scattered around which will get you hit with a spaghetti cannon, and the smell of spaghetti will summon Pasta Bear, who happens to just be Bling Bear with a blindfold on. I don't know how Scarlett recognizes it given she didn't see it last episode, but whatever. The Gino Sewak girls step on a giant spring trap and get launched all the way to the back of the zone. As they make their way back, they approach Dave, who waves at Sky, irritating Jasmine. He alerts Sky of an air horn on the floor, and Jasmine reprimands her, telling her she needs to either be a team player or be seen as a traitor. So Sky picks up the air horn and throws it at Dave, which alerts Chef of his presence, gets him shot, and sends Pasta Bear in his direction.
You know, Jasmine has the reputation of being kind of a nice character in this season, but she's kind of a cutthroat competitor.
Sky, how could you do that?
I feel horrible. But Jasmine's right. I'm here to win, not to date. Dave understands that.
I don't understand. Sky!
Oh yeah, are you guys excited? Are you guys at the edge of your seat waiting for what's next? Just chomping at the bit for the hottest developments in Total Drama's newest Will They Won't They power couple? I know I am!
Team Gino Sewak make it to the final zone with Team Muskwalk straggling behind. As the teams arrive, Chris lets them know that he needs to take back the babies, after the lawyers called and told him that it's probably illegal to kidnap children and force them to participate in deadly reality TV challenges. Most people are relieved to give up the kids, but Max is really unhappy about the whole thing.
Okay, seriously, why haven't I seen this part of the island before? It's like it just popped into existence.
Nope, always been here. Maybe you aren't as observant as you think.
Sean arrives while carrying Dave and throws him on the ground, kind of violently. Dave asks Sean to let him quit, but then Sean tells him that if he wants any chance to win Sky over, he should stand up and try his best to complete the challenge. Surprisingly, Dave is won over pretty easily, but still can't move because he's literally paralyzed by the snake bites from earlier, so he still needs to be carried. This episode is making me like Dave less and less, but it's making me like Sean more and more. He's honestly a champ. Sugar and Sean team up to carry Dave, but they're still well behind the other team. Topher gets a call on the cell phone, and he assumes it's from the producers of the show.
You got the Toph, man.
We've been watching you, kid, and we like what we see.
Whoa, thank
Thank you for noticing.
It's time we put Chris out to pasture. You interested in taking over the show?
Yes! I'm gonna rip you and you!
Ow! Okay then? Team Muskwalk rides on Dave like he's Owen in Season 3, Episode 7 and makes it to the finish line, and Dave immediately stands up and celebrates, despite being completely numb from the snake venom. I wanted to complain about that, but honestly I can totally believe he was just faking it so he didn't have to do the rest of the challenge. Also, Max is asked to return the baby because he lied about giving it back to the intern. Team Gino Sewak makes it to the elimination, and it's clear Topher is the one going home. Scarlett even blows a raspberry at him.
I'm ecstatic to announce that
you're eliminated, Chris! Ha!
Who, me? Whatever do you mean?
Newsflash! Chris is going home, and I'm taking over the show! I got the phone call from the producers during the challenge. That's why I cheered, and that's why I don't care that we lost, because I am now in charge! Ha! Yes!
Oh, Topher, sorry to say, but there's been a change of plans.
Huh? You? No, it can't be.
Here's a lesson. When it comes to showbiz, never play a player. I knew he had my phone all along.
How'd you know you was calling the producers?
It's what I would have done.
But why the sunglasses and mustache? You couldn't even see you.
Dude, it's called getting into character.
Okay, that part's funny.
Topher gets sent home, not even with a helmet. Although so far, only a few characters have actually worn the helmets for whatever reason. As for what I think about this development, yeah, I don't know. I remember liking Topher more as a kid, but honestly, he doesn't do much for me anymore. He's honestly one of the few characters in this cast who's had my opinion of them worsen while working on this video. I remember thinking the whole idea of Topher was really cool as a kid, at least a lot cooler than a fake wizard in a Honey Boo Boo parody in 2014, and because of that, I considered him to be one of the characters I liked more out of the bunch. But ever since then, the whole concept has worn off and all the cracks have begun to show, like the crow's feet on Chris's face without a slow talks treatment. I usually try not to say stuff like this, but I kinda wish he got eliminated a few episodes sooner, so Ella could have stayed longer. Perhaps Ella could have been banned for singing to the lions or Pasta Bear here? You know? Maybe Topher could have stolen the phone earlier? Maybe? I wouldn't say I outright hate Topher, but I'm mostly just unimpressed, especially with the way he goes out. Once again, it's a novel or out-of-the-ordinary character whose story suddenly grinds to a halt. It's not like I expected Topher to actually replace Chris in the show, but it's just a bit much to have him get a call from the alleged producer, and 2 minutes later he's in the canon, especially since it's revealed that Chris knew about it all along. I think it's also exacerbated by the fact that Topher as a whole is so self-contained. I joked about how a lot of the time it feels like he's not even competing in the game, but it really is true in some episodes. I don't think Topher has a single narratively important interaction with another contestant. Off the top of my head, the only thing I can think of is how much he angers Scarlett earlier on in the episode. Otherwise, his entire story arc has to do with Chris, and it just kinda ends. I don't know. Perhaps the nuances of Total Drama Pahkitew Island just elude me. I guess you could argue that Topher sorta got his way.
But I've neglected to mention the biggest problem with all of this. Topher said his phone had all 4 bars in this episode when we saw that it maxes out at 5 last episode. Literally unwatchable.
Unlike most other episodes of the show, episode 9 opens up at night. The campers are sleeping at night. Chris summons them to their next challenge at night. Jasmine still sleeps in the same tree as Sean for some reason at night. The campers make it to the meeting area where they all find out that the teams have finally merged. Episode 9 feels a bit late for a merge, but I much prefer it here than like episode 6 in the reboot. The campers express frustration at being called all the way over just for news of a merge, but Chris then tells them that they're also invited to a celebratory merge dinner. The campers are skeptical, and they have every right to be given that it's not actually a celebratory merge dinner, it's the next challenge. Chris tells them that the show's lawyers gave them a call and said that feeding the winning team takeout food every few days would count as starvation, so he had to feed them or risk getting sued. But apparently the lawyers didn't specify that it had to be safe to eat, because the entree for the dinner is a bunch of juggy chunks, which is a fictional blend drink of horse meat, mayonnaise, and eggs. Ugh. Apparently back in 2022, a YouTube channel owned by the Fine Bros made a video where people try replications of the most disgusting meals from Total Drama, and juggy chunks were one of them. I've never heard of this YouTube channel with 12 million subscribers until today. It's crazy how much bigger YouTube is compared to when I was a kid. Anyway, everyone is horrified at the idea of eating these juggy chunks except for Sugar. Chris and Chef serve the campers their juggy chunks, and Chris tells the campers that the first to finish will be safe from elimination and given a special role in the second part of the challenge. Chef also whispers that the juggy chunks expired in 1974, but Chris doesn't care. Jasmine is repulsed at the sight and smell, so Sean tries to tell her that she can do it, and she yells at him. I can't say I blame her though. What kind of sicko would do something as wretched as hitting someone with a large stick in a hit someone with a large stick challenge? Ugh. As you might expect, pretty much everyone struggles to eat the juggy chunks except for Sugar, because I don't think she actually has a real human stomach. Honestly, if it were me at the table, I'd just not have any of it at all and hope I don't get voted out. It seems like a better option.
Hey, I just remembered the Juggy Chunks jingle. What's made up parchment smells like skunk? Comes in a jug, it's Juggy Jugs. How's your dinner? Mine's just fine, cause I love the taste of brine. Juggy Chunks is perfect meal for any celebration. Please ignore the warning from the Food and Drug Administration. Yummy!
It could use a little tightening up in Melodyne.
Sugar obviously finishes first and wins immunity, and everyone else is allowed to stop drinking their juggy chunks, but Sky and Dave continue drinking because Sky has her head so in the game she's not paying attention to the others, and Dave wants to finish it to prove to her he's not a quitter.
To eat that entire cup and not win? Ugh! I have never been this angry before!
Didn't win immunity, but I did beat Sky. This is the perfect time to rub it in a little. Oh yeah, she's gonna fall in love with me right now. Second place to me. Boom! Totally did better than you! How sexy am I now? Bet you wish I was still your boyfriend.
Do you guys remember Trent and Gwen in action? I miss Trent and Gwen in action. I would kill for Dave to count to 9 right now.
You were never my boyfriend, and you will never be my boyfriend, and you have no shot of beating or dating me. Got it?
Look at his face!
Wow, this is very annoying. I am annoyed by this very much.
Chris interrupts the addictive, nail-biting, relatable teen drama that I'm sure we're all thrilled about to announce the next challenge, hide and seek. The campers will be given a head start to hide somewhere on the island while Sugar looks for them. If she finds them before dawn, they have to help her find the others. If not, they get immunity. If Season 1's hide and seek challenge is anything to go off of, this is a good sign.
Dave? You okay?
Yes?
I'm glad you're okay. I thought maybe hearing Sky say you had no chance, none, like zero, never gonna happen, would have depressed you. Nope. Cause that kind of rejection can...
Chris, stop it!
I mean, she was all you cared about.
Please!
To have her stomp on your heart and toss it in the toilet like that, with all of us here, watching it happen. Wow, gotta hurt.
Chris has definitely been on the decline in terms of likability these past few seasons, but I gotta hand it to them. He's more fun with competitors here than he was in All-Stars. I like when he singles them out just to push their buttons.
That's not to say I agree with his sentiment, though. I think Sky was pretty justified in turning Dave down given how he was acting, but I am a bit frustrated with the show for how wishy-washy they've been on Sky's feelings for Dave. I can understand that she might not be as into him as she was when she was dreaming about his muscles 2 episodes ago given his recent behavior, but as I said then, I think the show would have benefited from using some confessional time to keep us in the loop as the audience, especially with how punctual they are about letting us know about every single thing Dave is feeling in every single moment. I feel like I know him well enough to pilot a Jaeger with him. Not that I would want to. I know some people will argue that one of Sky's characteristics is that she's not honest with herself about her feelings, and she consequently isn't going to state her reasoning super clearly. And I think people are a bit too harsh on this scene because they ignore the signs the show gives that she still has some repressed feelings for him, but I think the show overall suffers by not making this more clear. We are talking about one of the most pan-character relationships in the show's history, after all. The campers run to hide, and Dave tries to get Sky's attention, but she ignores him. He runs after her, swearing to win her back.
I don't care what Chris says. Sky says she liked me, and I know she still does. I just need to find out why she's denying it. Denying us!
We cut to Jasmine running through the forest, and she gets stopped by Sean. And she makes some, warrior stance against him and chuffs like a horse. Just pure vitriol here. Sean tells her he found a really good hiding spot and offers it to her to make things right after the whole dock incident, and she accuses him of trying to sabotage her by getting caught and riding her out to Sugar. She just won't cut this poor guy some slack. Also, shout out to Sean for not talking about zombies much these past few episodes. I've actually been enjoying his time on screen as a result.
What? How did I lose her? Sky? Sky! Sky!
Shh! You're gonna get us both caught! Go hide somewhere else!
Well, excuse me for wanting to be near you. I'm very sorry. I'm also sorry that I believed you when you said you liked me.
This whole psycho nice guy Dave thing really has me wondering what the hell FreshTV was smoking when coming up with this whole character arc. I can't help but imagine some producers-like scenario where they're trying to make the worst total drama season ever, but then they realize halfway through that they accidentally made it decently enjoyable. You can imagine Tom and Jen in the bar scene. So as a last-ditch panicked effort to make the season as unlikable as possible, they decide to go all in on trying to make Dave the most contemptible character in the show's history. Or maybe they just thought it was funny. That's also a possibility.
Hey, I said I liked you but you didn't want to hear the but. But that's not my fault!
Please let me be your boyfriend.
I need you to hear this. No.
But
no more buts. Just no. Bye, Dave.
It's pretty insane that despite all of this, she's still kind of into him. He really has that Giga Chad swag where he can literally be the most deranged, freakish guy ever, but just a few seconds looking into his eyes will make any woman swoon. Apparently.
Wait for... Sky? Sky? Great! Well, I don't need you either! I'm a lone wolf! Ow! Ow!
We finally get a break for the Dave and Sky drama, with Max and Scarlett looking for a hiding place in the forest. Despite the fact that she hates him with every fiber of her being, she chooses to move with him because if Sugar finds both of them, he'll be the easier target. She still has to deal with all the things she doesn't like about Max, though, like his juvenile whining, which is exacerbated by the fact that his stomach is upset from 4-year-old expired meat and eggs.
It's always something with you. Like, boo-hoo, you have life-threatening food poisoning. Get over it.
Dave's shoe ends up hitting Max right in the head, which is honestly pretty respectable. I didn't say it earlier, but that kind of distance for someone like Dave is nuts. He's really got good arms. Max picks up the shoe and throws it back where it came from before following Scarlett back. It's probably not a good idea to move in the direction the shoe came from, though. The shoe hits Sugar right in the head. I guess Max has good arms too. And Dave asks her to throw it back to him from below. She does, knocking him over, and she tags him, but he doesn't care much as he's completely black-pilled. Scarlett and Max continue walking through the forest, with their skin now tinged green due to the food poisoning. Max demands they sit and take another break, and Scarlett is more overtly hostile to him than she's ever been before. But Max's vision begins to fade, and he falls backwards to rest, causing a good, 14 square feet of tree bark to fall down and hit him on the head, revealing what looks like a giant circuit board behind. Scarlett tries to figure out how it works, but she has a lot more trouble than usual and is confused at her lack of comprehension. She then has the genius epiphany that the food she ate earlier may have given her food poisoning. Wow, a deduction worthy of an Agatha Christie novel.
Wait a second. My tummy hurts, and my head hurts, and I ate something yucky earlier. Could it be? Precisely! I got sick!
We have food poisoning.
Explains my wee so tummy wonky.
This is real, Scarlett. The island is being controlled by a main computer. You need to find it and gain control of the island. Focus.
She doesn't end up focusing that well. Dave follows Sugar around the forest looking for the others, and he notices a couple of literal lovebirds chilling out with each other. He starts shouting at the male one, or that's what I assume, the tenets of the newfound black pill incel ideology and the Alvin and the Chipmunks hypothesis, which gives Sugar the idea on how to motivate him. She tells him that he should get back at Sky for turning him down by finding her hiding spot and taking her chance at immunity, which riles him up and he remembers where he last saw her. He leads Sugar back to the bushes where he threw his shoe at Howled, and Sky walks away slowly but is quickly tackled and eliminated. That ends up being the last burst of energy Sugar can muster as she and Dave start to grow ill from the Juggy Chunks. We cut back to Scarlett trying to download Instagram on the tree or something when Max projectile vomits all over the panel, causing it to short circuit. I imagine if she weren't so sick she'd be furious, but the only thing she can feel is exhaustion. It starts to rain, and Scarlett and Max run into Sugar and the others, with everyone now covered in mud. And given that we haven't seen Sean in a while, I think we can all see where this joke is going. Jasmine is seen hiding in a cave, somehow not completely green yet, and Sugar and the others start chasing her. Sean is seen on top of a tree, hoping to wait out the last few minutes before sunrise without getting caught. However, he notices Jasmine running below him being pursued by the not zombies and immediately swoops in to rescue her. He tries to lift her up but fails to do so given she's like 7 feet tall, and she tells him she doesn't have the energy to keep running. He tells her she can still climb, which is kind of confusing because climbing is much more physically intensive than running, but whatever. The two of them begin to climb the tree, and the show makes it crystal clear that Jasmine's feelings for Sean have been rekindled. The not zombies follow them up the tree, which is really nuts given that the only reason they have to catch Jasmine and Sean is to increase the amount of other candidates for elimination. It's a decent reason, but climbing a tree with life-threatening food poisoning is a big ask. Jasmine and Sean make it to the top with nowhere else to go. So Sean tells Jasmine he believes she can beat the zombies and makes the ultimate sacrifice. He jumps down and knocks everyone off the tree with him, leaving Jasmine as the only camper who hasn't been caught. Chris immediately declares the challenge over, despite the sun not coming out yet, and Jasmine wins immunity alongside Sugar. He also tells the campers that they're all going to have their stomachs pumped, which, not for nothing, is kind of nice of him. Medical attention is not something Total Drama contestants get much these days. We cut to the elimination, which I assume took place the following evening, and the last marshmallow is due to go to either Dave or Sky. Sky is surprised by this development, and Chris tells that it was likely because of how hard she rejected Dave, which I kind of doubt because it's not like anyone looked that disturbed.
If I have no chance with Sky, I don't want to be here. I campaigned to get myself voted into the canon. I even made buttons.
Finally, a cause I can get behind.
Dave ends up being eliminated by 1 vote, only because he voted for himself. Interestingly, this is the only post-merge challenge where there's an actual standard voting elimination. Fun fact, I'm really glad he's gone. I like Dave a good amount for the early episodes, especially as a kid, given he seemed to be the only character who was annoyed by whom I found to be the most annoying characters in the show's history. Seriously, I didn't know anyone who was a big Total Drama fan when this show came out. If they had played characters like Beardo, Ella, and Leonard totally straight without acknowledging how out of place they were in the Total Drama world as we knew it, I think the lack of external validation would have driven me crazy. However, this back and forth with Sky is pretty irksome to me, and to be honest, I feel like I'm not as bothered by it as other people. Honestly, while making this video, I found a few things that I kind of like about it, even in this episode. I'm not super keen on his bragging to Sky, but there were a few moments of his patheticness that were kind of fun, but there also were several that weren't. I jokingly compare this to Gwen and Trent in action, but honestly there are some key differences. I definitely don't think Dave is out of character in how desperate and pathetic he gets. From the start of the season, they made it pretty clear that despite trying to be relatively normal, he was overly fixated on Sky and had a lot of deep-seated neuroses.
OMG, is there anyone normal here?
Hi, I'm normal.
Oh cool, can I fuck you?
That's not normal.
Dave's crash out isn't a complete swing in temperament like what you had with Trent. I also don't think Dave's pathetic attempt at making Sky want him is somehow a betrayal of his previous character traits. He doesn't exactly have a track record of passing his speech checks. There's like one moment in the entirety of his time on screen where he said something even remotely charismatic.
I think I'll go it alone. It's nothing personal, Dave. It's just easier to be silent when you're by yourself.
Are you saying you find talking to me just too tempting?
Ooh, damn, that even made me blush. Otherwise, he's awful at talking to her. So much so that I think it's easy for people watching this show for the first time to forget that she's actually supposed to still have feelings for him even after the Juggy Chunks incident. Suffice to say, he's going off looks and looks alone. There's also a big sting when you think about the fact that this is like one of the biggest arcs FreshTV cooked up for us. I honestly could see this arc being a lot more digestible if it was something on the side as opposed to one of the two most pivotal stories here. But because Dave has so much narrative focus, the final few episodes of Pahkitew Island feel really hollow without him. There's like nothing for Sky to do now, other than be mildly friendly with Sean and Jasmine.
And that's probably why they bring him back, because Dave is coming back. Yippee!
Anyway, regarding the other Pahkitew power couple, after Dave walks off, Jasmine thanks Sean for saving her and tells him that she was wrong about him. She even kisses him on the cheek. It's kinda cute. I definitely have more good feelings about it than bad, but I still think the conflict and relationship between these two leaves a bit to be desired writing-wise, especially with how much they try and milk out of one situation. Obviously, I don't condone hitting people, and he probably hit her harder than he would have otherwise, but I think the show has had better reasons for creating friction between two characters. I've also historically disliked how hostile Jasmine suddenly gets about the whole thing, but that's in large part because I always assumed her attitude is meant to be seen as righteous indignation. Nowadays, I interpret it more as her having trust issues due to her backstory of struggling to make friends, along with a newfound fear of letting emotions get in the way of $1 million. And although you can argue it's a bit headcanon-y, when it's seen through that lens, I find it considerably more palatable.
That being said, and I know I'm singing the same tune, I dislike how bare bones the relationship writing is in these 13 episode seasons. You can pretty accurately summarize the entire arc between these two in like 3 sentences. A guy and a girl bond and develop feelings for each other over a mutual interest in the outdoors. The girl gets mad at the guy after he hits her too hard in a competition they were in. The guy makes it up to her by throwing a challenge in her name later on. And that's it. You're all caught up. It makes you wonder how these videos end up being so long.
Anyway, Chris delivers the episode's outro like usual, but then we see the tree circuitry from earlier on in the episode catch on fire. Suddenly, it starts snowing and the island landscape starts changing, which freaks everybody out. The episode then ends. We don't usually get cliffhangers like that. Interesting. I'm hyping this up way more than I should. Episode 10 starts seemingly minutes after episode 9, with the island now going haywire. The final 6, fearing for their lives, demand to know what's going on, and although Chris tries to deny anything happening at first, he quickly relents. He reveals a piece of information that they've been building up for a while now. We've seen it hinted at with objects seeming to move of their own accord, bizarre hidden passageways strewn around the island, and flora and fauna that shouldn't be anywhere near Western Canada, but it's finally revealed here. The island is being controlled by the dog from Silent Hill 2. Chris ensures the campers that it's all under control and it should be fixed soon. And that, of course, leads to an unfortunately timed monitor to pop out of the ground announcing the island's self-destruct sequence has been activated. Mira is taking us down with her.
Happy birthday, Samus! Self-destruct activated.
Chris shows a map of the island on his banana pad. Doesn't have the same ring as pear pad, to be honest, and quickly comes up with the challenge. Split into teams of 2 and infiltrate the island's underground control room to cancel the self-destruct sequence. Scarlett gasps and asks to borrow the banana pad. Surprisingly, Chris lets her.
The fool! He just handed me the key to the island! It's all mine!
Oh shit, we forgot to find a proper antagonist this season. Well, look around, there's gotta be a villain somewhere. How about Scarlett? Wait, what?
The campers are terrified, understandably, about their present situation and bombard Chris with questions on why an artificial island needs a self-destruct button and why they don't try to escape, but he ignores them and gets into his helicopter, which apparently launched and made its way to him in like 4 canon minutes.
Don't mistake my lack of commentary on Chris leaving the campers for dead as saying it doesn't bother me. It bothers me, but I'll get to it later.
Sean and Jasmine and Scarlett and Max dart off to their entrances, I guess, leaving Sugar and Sky behind. They kinda gloss over how every camper is somehow supposed to find their respective entrance into the underground, but it's not a big deal. Sean and Jasmine head over the pond, and we see them hurtle through a variety of the island's newfound dangers. It's definitely cute seeing them work together like this, especially after they've been dangled in our faces for the past 9 episodes. Right before they jump into the pond, they find out that it is inhabited by sharks. Sean is intimidated, but Jasmine tells him that they're not actually that dangerous, and if one gets too close, you just bop it on the nose. She learned that in Muskrat Boys. It vanquishes all foes. Well, actually it doesn't, because a shark makes its way to them and Jasmine punches it, but all it does is rile it up even further. Fortunately, Sean gets so scared he pees his pants, and the smell of the pee grosses the shark out and it leaves them alone. Jasmine doesn't care though. The pee in her face doesn't seem to bother her. They open a hatch and find themselves in a metal corridor. Meanwhile, the other teams head off to find their own ways into the control area, although it's definitely less flashy. Sugar and Sky make their way through one of the retracting tree openings, and Scarlett and Max find an entrance literally under a rock. They make a joke where Max asks which rock the entrance is under, and Scarlett sarcastically tells him to ask them. So he does. Swing and a miss for me. Anyway, I think it's a good time now to really talk about the fact that this entire island seems to be some robotic sci-fi aperture science hellscape. From my experience, it's a split opinion among fans, and I can see why. Although they've been hinting at it throughout the season, it's a gutsy decision that I imagine wasn't made totally lightly. Actually, never mind. It probably was made pretty lightly. I get the impression a lot of the decisions in this season were made pretty lightly. It's still gutsy though, especially because they had the daring idea to keep it hidden for as long as they have.
So you might be wondering where I stand in this debate. Are my feelings positive? Are they negative? Honestly, I'm leaning pretty positive on it.
I mentioned earlier in the video that there are a lot of things I would complain about in Pahkitew Island as a kid that I basically only complain about because I like trashing on Pahkitew Island. And the island being artificial is a perfect example of that. I would daydream about ranting about all the things that made me furious about Pahkitew that still bother me to this day, but I'd also tack on the whole, by the way, the artificial island? What were these writers thinking? Aside for a little flavor. Just for a little spice. If you had asked my younger self why he disliked the artificial island idea so much, he probably would have brought up how unrealistic it is in the world of total drama. What started as a relatively down-to-earth animated comedy about teenagers now has its characters navigating an underground facility equipped with traps and killer robots to stop it from blowing up. It's definitely a change in setting.
Even nowadays, I'm not the biggest fan of sci-fi or fantasy elements in total drama. But, you know, this kind of stuff has been baked into the total drama cake since 2007.
Obviously, going backwards, we have all the toxic waste stuff in Revenge, which, frankly to me, is a lot more egregious than the robots. But we had aliens confirmed before in World Tour. Aliens that could clone Cody. They even put the aliens on late night TV. But what about Total Drama Island in action? Surely those seasons are more grounded. Well, yes, kind of. But they still have things like Sasquatch, and it's at least very much hinted that the Total Drama producers somehow have access to dinosaurs. Like, pterodactyls. Somehow.
You know, I've clowned on Sean for all of his zombie conspiracy theories, but honestly, a zombie apocalypse doesn't seem too far-fetched for the total drama world.
Another criticism I've seen is that the whole artificial island concept runs in opposition to the whole all-natural tribal Cree vibe they also went for here. And that's one I kinda see, but also not really. Chris had a whole monologue about how this was a wild, untamed island in episode 1, but all that actually meant was that the teams were in charge of finding their own shelters and food. I like that, but that's as novel as this season gets with a great outdoor shtick. They certainly weren't making challenges to fit that theme. Everything we've gotten so far is pretty meat and potatoes total drama. Chris did make the point that the wildlife of the island is more dangerous than it was on Wawanakwa, but all that really materialized out of that was a moose stampede. The wildlife hasn't been shown to be that much more vicious, at least before now, since we've now come to know that at least a good amount of the animals are robots that can breathe fire and stuff. Besides that, it's not markedly different from Wawanakwa outside of the small visual change of a different kind of forest, which, I'll concede, looks pretty nice. I like the natural beauty of Pahkitew Island, fake as it may be. It's like the Scottish Highlands. It's only pretty because of human development. As for the Cree stuff, I don't think it was ever much of a guiding principle for the direction FreshTV meant to take with this season. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't mean to turn this into a discussion about how representation should or shouldn't be done, but the Cree influence on the show only manifests in like 3 proper nouns, a Cree character, and a few jokes about the underground caves being a subject of Cree folklore when they obviously weren't. None of this is to say that I wouldn't have liked a more Survivor-esque set of challenges for Pahkitew Island. Honestly, I think that would have been pretty awesome. But since the show never really takes that concept very far to begin with, I don't think the artificial island gimmick actually gets in the way of anything in practice. Though, I guess, that's my opinion and stuff.
The point is, I liked the idea of this whole artificial island. The way they built it up was fascinating, especially for a show that historically, I've not found to be very good at subverting expectations.
It makes me really curious if and how the modularity of the island has affected the challenges up to this point. For example, I wanted to tease the show earlier during the cave episode because Team Musquash conveniently was the only team to not get any night vision goggles, but also happened to get natural lighting in the segments of the cave that they discovered. It seems a little too lucky. But if you imagine that Chris can swap the caverns around like the area blocks in the Johto Remake Safari Zone, it makes it seem pretty plausible. Anyway, the survivalist soulmates head through the corridors and Chris pops up from a monitor complaining about the broken cappuccino machine on his helicopter. He tells the two of them that in order to make it further into the facility, they'll have to make it through a laser beam detection system. So Sean and Jasmine tap in, with some Mission Impossible style music playing in the background. However, they lock eyes at one moment and can't help but kiss each other, which gets them detected. Fortunately, it's the sound and alarm laser system and not the death ray laser system. Getting caught alerts the security system, which takes control of Pahkitew Island and attacks the city, leaving the mayor to give Squidward community service for the damage he caused. It also summons a bunch of robotic animals that chase them down the hall. Jasmine almost loses her hat in the process, which reveals her really flat head, but fortunately she gets it back. Sugar and Sky end up in a similar predicament when they make their way underground, as they get chased through a gear chamber by a fire-breathing kitten robot.
Whoa, the cute little kitten is actually a robot that breathes fire? That's crazy, dude. I didn't see that coming at all.
Chris also states here that originally the show used real animals, but because of the pressure from animal rights activists, he opted to use robots instead. I'm not sure if all animals on the island are meant to be animatronic though. I'm gonna guess no, just because Sugar stuck her hand really deep down that monkey a few episodes ago. Suffice to say, she would know if its internals are just a bunch of nuts and bolts, though she's also a comedically stupid character, so they could explain that away if they wanted to. Max and Scarlett fall into the facility from a giant tube, and Chris comes up on the monitor to tell them they are exactly outside of the control room, which is thought-provoking. I don't know why he didn't tell them all to enter through the rocks if it was literally this easy to make it there. Either he doesn't know how his island actually works, which wouldn't make a lot of sense, or he's just making things more difficult for the players even when they're at risk of dying, which I think is more likely the canon explanation. He literally says in this episode that he intends to use the footage of their infiltration for the show regardless if they die or not.
Step aside, sidekick. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Nope. How about 3, 2, 1?
This one's gonna be for fun. There's a lot of shocks in Season 6.
Scarlett encourages Max to keep guessing the passcode because the lock should eventually short out or kill him. And it does. Short out, I mean. Max is still alive.
Welcome, Chris McLean.
The island is mine! Mine!
Enough nonsense, sidekick. Step away.
I am not your sidekick!
Oh. Okay.
This is the real me, the Scarlett that I've kept hidden until now. Biding my time, waiting to strike. I am evil!
Apparently Evil dresses up like an old librarian. Seriously, like, this is a cool idea for a twist and all, but Scarlett looks goofy like this. Honestly, I know it wouldn't make much sense, but I would have really liked her to have some sort of wardrobe change here somehow. Honestly, the Pahkitew Island cast is full of weird character designs, especially the color choice. The characters' clothes are oddly washed out in comparison to the first 2 gens. It's not really a big deal though, I've just been waiting to bring up that very minor criticism for 11 years. The hair is also kind of weird, but I like the idea of it. And it's really funny to me that the whole twist about what Scarlett's hair looks like when she lets it down is identical to the villain from Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. In order to chase Max out of the room, Scarlett presses a button and summons Scuba Bear, who quickly rips off his external covering, revealing he is also an animatronic, and he chases Max so he could hopefully stuff him in a mascot suit. Chris comes up on the monitor to talk to Scarlett, and he tells her that she can win the challenge by disarming the self-destruct, but she tells him she'll only do it if he hands her the million. Chris tells her he thinks she's bluffing, and also that she'd blow up with the rest of the island, but she notes that there's an escape pod, apparently, and launches a bunch of tree missiles at him. It's pretty respectable that she knows how all of this works, given she entered the control room a minute ago.
Chef! We've got an emergency! The foamy thing on the coffee machine won't work at all now! Also, Scarlett's gone rogue and is gonna blow up the island. We gotta warn the others. As soon as the foamy thing is working properly again.
Sugar and Sky run into Jasmine and Sean after falling into a pipe or something off screen, and the four of them catch up before finding out they have only 10 minutes before the island explodes. Scarlett pops in through a monitor but conceals her face, and tells them that Chris lied about the self-destruct being deactivated in the control room, and provides them a map to the real deactivation room. The gang makes its way to the room, and they do not find a means of stopping the explosion. Instead, they find a whole bunch of Chris robots who activate and attack them.
Drama!
Sure, why not?
The three girls huddle up in fear, and Jasmine compares the robots to a bunch of zombies, which awakens Sean's hidden perk, or not so hidden perk, and he solo kills all the Chris bots in a phobia-fueled frenzy.
Guys, you're not gonna believe this. Hey, what did you do to my promo bots?
Promo bots?
How do you think I did the promotion tours for the show? You think I went to all those malls myself?
Kind of violent for promo bots.
They gotta defend themselves. Do you have any idea what the average Total Drama fan is like? Do you?
The campers argue with Chris due to his lack of help throughout this whole situation, and Max shows up being chased by the animatronic formerly known as Scuba Bear. Sean literally just kills it in one blow by throwing one of the robot arms at it.
Friends, family, everyone, I would like to thank you all for joining us here today. I believe that a ceremony like this should not be a mourning of death, but instead a celebration of life. Scuba Bear died peacefully in his sleep, surrounded by his family and several mistresses.
Chris informs the campers that Scarlett is refusing to stop the island from exploding unless he gives the $1 million, which he refuses to do, so the five of them run to the actual control room, presumably with Max's direction, and they knock on Scarlett's door to try and reason with her.
Attention, vermin! Either Chris brings me the $1 million, or everyone gets eliminated permanently!
Chris, she won't budge!
You're right. Chef, move us to a safe distance. She's gonna blow.
What? You can't just let us die!
Yeah. You all signed a release. $1 million is a lot of cash.
And it's not a signature!
Zip it! Just wanted to do that one last time. Later, guys.
No, Chris, don't fall off! Don't fall off! No!
I don't like this. I really don't like this. I miss the old Chris. He used to be a lot more dynamic of a character, and this gradual shift since World Tour and him becoming more and more sociopathic is such a downer to watch.
I'm not gonna pretend that they haven't occasionally hit with some of the comedy regarding his utter disregard for human life. I kinda like the whole joke earlier where he panics about the broken coffee machine, but the constant lines about how much Chris hates the competitors and likes seeing them get hurt got really annoying really fast. In general, I think Chris McClane was a much more fun character when he seemed to somewhat care about the contestants in his own messed up way. Everyone points to the scenes like when he genuinely starts freaking out at Gwen facing the real serial killer, or when the teams nearly drown in the fake submarines, and I'm gonna point at those too. I love those scenes. Chris's portrayal in Hook, Line, and Screamer is probably one of my favorites in the whole series. His occasional moments of camaraderie with the campers, especially in that episode, made him so much more fun and likable than he is now, where his only prevailing character trait is sadism. Even the other traits that are bad about him, like his vanity, have been diluted by the constant, I wanna see the campers get hurt shtick. I've always loved the scene where he and the eliminated contestants are all gathered up watching Duncan face Chef on the monitor. he felt a lot more human back then. It's not like he still wasn't a total pompous schmuck, but he had a certain dimension to him that gave him some extra zing. Seriously, I think my life is measurably better because I have seen the "Gwen, he's the real escaped psycho killer with a chainsaw and a hook" unison line. It was always a lovely change of pace when even he got freaked out by stuff going on, and it overall made him more enjoyable as a character. Also, I'm totally double dipping at the Chinampa. This isn't really a big deal, but I loved how in season 1 especially, Chris would often just have this really stupid smile on by default. I genuinely think that made such an impression on me as a little kid that I would get kind of confused when the campers were mad at him. I was just smitten by his ersatz charm. Credit where it's due, other than the whole leaving the cast for dead thing, I enjoy Chris more in Pahkitew than I did All-Stars. Honestly, even with the leaving the characters for dead, I probably still like him a bit more this season just because he interacts with the campers in more unique ways with more unique one-liners, which kinda goes against the prevailing criticism of him getting worse each season.
In case you don't know, I'm not the only person who dislikes how Chris McClain changed over time. It's probably one of the show's biggest criticisms among dedicated fans, especially fans who are a bit more sensitive to this kind of thing, which is valid. I've said before that permanent damage to characters like Ezekiel becoming feral or Dakota becoming a mutant was a bit uncomfortable for me as a kid, so I'm sympathetic to people who say Chris here made their stomach churn.
I was never made uncomfortable about this scene. I think by this point of me watching the show, I was kind of too over it to care, but a lot of people were. Add on to that, the fact that incessant cruelty for humor in cartoons was a trope that people were sick of at this time, at least on the DeviantArt American corners of the internet I was a part of, and you really have a recipe for disaster. The scene may have not made me viscerally uncomfortable, but it still got on my nerves, just because it was another reminder of how much the show had changed in a way that wasn't to my taste. And I still feel that way now, although less so. But as I said, I still probably like Chris here more than I do in All-Stars. He felt like he was written on autopilot there. Blah, 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 you're gonna die, blah, 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 paycheck. Whatever.
Aha! I have an idea! Quick! Someone think of something!
That's your idea?
Shh! No, he's right! What can we do? Chris isn't coming. No Chris means... That's it! I'll be right back!
Right here! Now!
So, you finally came to your senses.
I'm total dead!
It was just a matter of time before I knew you'd decide to pay up.
Ha! I tricked you! Now who's more evil?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? After all of this setting up, all of this tension, all of this foreshadowing, Max takes credit for Sky's idea? Sky was the only one who thought of it! Scarlett walks up to Max, hissing like a snake for some reason, but Sugar quickly goes full important character mode and beats the crap out of her.
Nice job, Sugar!
Self-destruct in 10, 9, 8.
What do I do? Control, delete?
4, 3, 2, 1.
So that was Total Drama Pahkitew Island. A bit of a rocky start, but it got pretty hectic towards the end. It's a shame it was so short, but, you know, that's life, I guess.
No, I'm just kidding. The whole Control-Alt-Delete thing doesn't make that much sense, but it still stops the island from exploding. Scarlett's plan was foiled. Honestly, she was really down for it. She literally smiled when the island was about to explode. She was ready to get rich or die trying. Chris comes on the monitor to say goodbye to all the campers before they die, but he finds out that they actually managed to defeat Scarlett, because I guess somehow, despite being a super genius, a broken robot mumbling nonsense is a dead ringer to her. The campers chastise Chris for abandoning them, and Max gets shocked by the Chris head he used, which causes him to throw it at the screen and break the monitor in the control room. I don't know how that causes the computer in the helicopter to fry, but whatever. The damage causes the island to go on the fritz again, leaving it looking like Shoto from My Hero Academia. If you flip him.
I know I normally hand these out to those who are not being eliminated, but today I feel a special ceremony is called for. You are so eliminated. You're more eliminated than anyone's ever been eliminated. Even that beatbox guy. The whole island's a freak show!
You're gonna speak ill of the dead like that? Really low, Chris.
Max, overjoyed at the fall of his usurping sidekick, cheers at her dismissal, but Chris says that he's sick of all the evil mumbo-jumbo after what just occurred and kicks him off the island too. They're shot out of the cannon, never to be seen again.
And I gotta say, I'm definitely not the biggest fan of how the episode ends.
Scarlett immediately losing to such a simple diversion, the same diversion that Chef used to get the campers to ruin Mount Chrismore, is very silly. Actually, a key difference is that at least Chef tried the sentence-mixing Isaac Hayes method. The Robo-Chris just said nonsense. She's supposed to be brilliant, especially compared to the rest of this cast, most of whom probably don't even know their times tables. It's approaching button-tier levels of goofy conflict resolution. That's not even mentioning that Scarlett's plan is really stupid in the first place. It should go without saying that even if she does get the $1 million, she would obviously go to prison and the money would be confiscated. Honestly, she has much better odds just winning this challenge, getting immunity, and making it to the finale. I'm curious why she even tried to get on the show, but frankly, and I say this with love, I don't think anyone involved thought about it that much. And to be fair, I don't think her plan really needed to be that good. Honestly, if Scarlett was a real-life evil genius, she would just run crypto scams or leave Canada and price hike pharmaceuticals or something. The worst she'd get is a slap on the wrist, as opposed to life in prison.
Jokes aside, it's just a bit of a shame seeing another big plot thread of this season ending so abruptly with basically no payoff whatsoever. Especially because, as I said, they worked their way toward the whole evil Scarlett reveal super well. I said this already, but in a season where you can read all the characters like they're the very hungry caterpillar, having a character whose motivations were drip-fed over time was such a breath of fresh air. Even 7th grade Switchy saw this episode when it first came out and was like, okay, FreshTV, okay, you got me. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Honestly, if it were up to me, I would have made it so that Scarlett is able to actually trigger the self-destruct sequence, but it's revealed that the sequence is fake, and Chris literally just made the whole challenge up to capitalize on the technical difficulties that the island was having. You still would have had the life or death stakes, and although the ending would still be kinda anticlimactic, I would definitely prefer it over the Chris robot plan. The jokes that could be made there are also a lot more fun to me personally. I would have loved Chris to have made a joke at Scarlett's expense about how dumb the whole plan was because she obviously would have gotten caught, and $1 million isn't enough money to justify killing 5 people on camera. If they wanted to play into the whole Bond villain stupidity thing with Scarlett, I would have liked that more than just, oh cool, Chris McClane made his way underground for some reason. He also isn't speaking to me in complete sentences. I guess I should unlock the door. It also would have made Chris seem less cutthroat than he does otherwise, as he always knew the island would never actually explode.
Regardless, I still think this is one of the better episodes, and even with the climax being kind of a dud, Scarlett's arc throughout this season is by far the most interesting to me. I genuinely respect the effort put in, and Scarlett is one of my favorite characters here. Even Max did more good than harm, I think. I didn't like him that much at first, but I think he gets in his groove towards the middle few episodes. And honestly, although I find a lot of the evil stuff to be kind of derivative and second rate, they at least have a lot of fun with it. So, all that remains is one question. Why is Sugar still here? What kind of goofy Final Four is this? Are you serious?
Well, I guess it's not that bad. Sean, Jasmine, and Sky are all really competent players, and Sugar kinda has stupid idiot powers. But I'll be honest, I was not expecting Sugar to make it this far into the game on my first viewing. I also was not hoping Sugar would make it this far into the game on my first viewing. I think I'm gonna start cutting Sugar out of my diet after finishing this video. Anyway, episode 11 starts with the interns cleaning up the island after last episode's Shiver Burn Galaxy debacle, and Sky wakes up to the sound of Sugar eating a cabbage. Sugar lives in the treehouse now, by the way. Sky asks Sugar why she's eating a whole cabbage, and she says that she's constipated and trying to host her own elimination ceremony. It's kind of a running joke this episode. I'm not exactly thrilled by it, but whatever. Sky obviously doesn't like Sugar that much, but she asks Sugar if they could form an alliance given that Sean and Jasmine are dating again will obviously work together. Sugar agrees, but only if Sky is willing to play dirty and cheat. Sky likes to play fair though, she's brought that up a few times, so Sugar agrees to not be underhanded during the challenge. But she was lying! It was a lie to ally with someone during the competition, because Sugar is apparently the closest thing we have to a traditional total drama villain this season. Like seriously, she and Scarlett are the only characters in this cast who actually try to deceive others.
Wow, did you think of this all on your own?
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's like really subtle but really funny. He got the idea from Dave. I'll happily deposit a coin in the piggy bank for that.
Over their romantic morning picnic, Jasmine brings up to Sean that she trusts him right now as a potential ally, but recognizes that there's a good chance the two of them may be facing off against each other in the finale. She's right, honestly. We've had 2 couple finales at this point. She proposes the idea that if it comes to that, they'll both try their best and split the winnings 50-50. Or at least that's what I assume they meant, because she uses the term play for keeps, which I feel like is the exact opposite of playing to split the money. I don't know. Sean reluctantly says yes and offers her a pomegranate to lower her HP EV, but he immediately teleports to the confessional to say that he doesn't want to split the money, as he needs the entire $1 million to build his dream zombie-proof bunker. The final 4 are summoned to Mount McLean for the next challenge, Mount Everfast. It's just a race up a mountain. It's pretty simple. The camper who makes last place gets immediately eliminated, meaning that there will be no vote tonight. I assume they did that because any sensible vote tonight would result in a tiebreaker with the 2-on-2 alliance, but to be fair, I've never been a big fan of voting in the final 4. It makes a bit more sense for it to be a sudden death challenge.
Fun fact, or kinda not so fun fact, this episode's title is Skyfall, another big 2014 reminder, but it was originally going to be called Breakback Mountain, an obvious pun on Brokeback Mountain. I think they decided against it because they thought it would be controversial or something due to the adult themes of the film, but I don't know for sure.
Sean and Jasmine immediately take the lead in the challenge owing to their athletic prowess, with Sky close behind. Her desire to pair it with Sugar is immediately tested because Sugar is way in last place, and with this episode having a low elimination, Sky has a pretty good reason to call it off and just get as far as she can. But I suppose being in the final 3 with Sean and Jasmine wouldn't be that much more advantageous. In the confessional, Sky tells us her ideal use of the prize money. If she wins, she'll invest it in rigorous Olympic training. It's a fun detail in this episode. Each of the final 4 will eventually reveal their plans for the prize money. I'll bring up the other plans when they come up. Sugar continues to literally hold Sky down until Chris unleashes a swarm of crocodiles to chase them. The pair scrambles up some rock formations, then leaps onto a monitor to gain some distance. Fortunately, a goat appears just in time, distracting the crocs and leading them away. Wow guys, it's like if Brady was chasing Azrael. Right guys? That's funny, right? It's not funny. That's the only goat that shows up this entire season. That's the best I could think of. The combined weight of Sky and Sugar eventually breaks the monitor, and the 2 fall down. Sky is mostly fine, but Sugar ends up landing on her face.
My nose has bled like this since I tried cow tipping at Uncle Elliot's farm.
Was that a cutaway gag?
So, what are you gonna do with the $1 million if you win?
It's always been my dream to have my own business, a flower shop and cage fighting school called Roses Are Red, Roses Are Blue.
Could she have a worse plan for the money? Most businesses fail in their first year, and the name she's chosen is the 2nd worst name ever.
Wow, Sean is surprisingly small business negative, though, yeah, Jasmine's idea sucks. The 2 of them show up to the first major obstacle, a bunch of hoodoos with a steep drop, and also lava. Everyone please mark lava on your Total Drama Challenge bingo card. Both Sean and Jasmine are reluctant about jumping from hoodoo to hoodoo, but Chris alerts them that the crocodiles are well on their track. Sean reveals in the confessional that he's terrified of crocodiles because they're green and carnivorous like zombies are. I assume he's afraid of frogs too. Jasmine isn't as afraid of crocodiles though.
I'm really not scared of crocs. They're pretty much Australia's version of the domestic house cat, only with somewhat bigger teeth. And some say a slightly more lethal death roll. But they haven't met my whiskers. Whiskers, time for your bath. Okay, another time then.
No, it's fine. I just didn't think there'd be 2 cutaway gags is all.
The stress of the situation scares Sean so much that he literally freezes in fear. I guess. Jasmine tries to wake him up and struggles, but she gets the idea to kiss him and that immediately brings him back. Admittedly, I'm kind of a sucker for magic kiss jokes. Jasmine tells him she believes in him and that he can make it across if he really tries. I mean, the guy has been shown to be able to climb trees like a monster. If anyone can do it, it's him. He jumps at the first hoodoo and starts slipping because it's covered in grease actually, and he eventually loses his balance and falls right on the kiwis. Nutshots and total drama. You don't see that as much anymore. He almost falls down, but fortunately Jasmine catches him in the nick of time, saving his life. He says in the confessional that he really feels indebted to her, but still is conflicted about splitting the money. I mean, I would be too. They like each other, but they met, like, less than 2 weeks ago. The couple makes it to the final hoodoo and dodges a swinging log. However, Jasmine gets hit right in the back of the head, causing her to fall forward and plummet to the bottom of the mountain were it not for Sean being there. She's still really hurt though, and Sean has to carry her over his back. The crocodiles refuse to cross the gap until Chris presses a button that reveals that they're robots with a wall climbing mode, which is kinda interesting because they literally ate the goat from earlier. Chris created fake robot crocodiles, but also made them capable of eating small animals. That's like deranged. Eventually, Sean loses the energy to carry Jasmine, but luckily she's feeling a lot better, good enough to climb the steep cliff right in front of them. Sugar and Sky reach the hoodoos, and Sugar walks over all of them completely oblivious to her peril since she's focused on her nose, and Sky lassos her way over. I like gags like that. Sky comes across a cave and suggests to Sugar that they go inside, on the off chance that it's a shortcut. It's a gamble, but they're already way behind and don't have much to lose, so they decide to go in, and the good news is that it actually is a shortcut. The bad news is that the final area is filled with killer robot bears. Dun dun dun. Sugar says she doesn't plan to die here, and she 4D slips into the total drama confessional pocket dimension to say that she wants to use the money to go to college and study veterinary medicine and cosmetology to hopefully get a job doing makeup for animals on TV. I actually like that. Obviously it's still a bit silly, but it's funny to me that she's the only one in the group who wants to use her money to pursue education. She hatches a plan to get out, and that plan is to kill all the robots with her stinky cabbage farts, which are so stinky that it burns the outer mascot suits of the bears, leaving only their endoskeletons. Poo-poo pee-pee, doo-doo, caca. Honestly, for what it's worth, it's not like this type of humor wasn't present in some of my favorite episodes of the show. We cut back to Sean and Jasmine climbing up the cliff with Jasmine bringing up how unbeatable they are, but she notices Sean's lack of enthusiasm over the idea of them splitting the $1 million. Before Sean gets the chance to have that awkward conversation, Jasmine accidentally picks a loose portion of rock which causes her to fall over and get caught in a branch. That's one swole-ass branch being able to carry a 7-foot-tall giant. Sean starts climbing down to get her, but she tells him to go ahead to the finish line and she'll find a way back. Ooh, episode 5 Jasmine is not gonna like that. Sean agrees, and Jasmine soon falls from the branch, but not because of the branch. It's because of her backpack strap. That branch is as swole as Dave is. Jasmine lands right on Sugar and Sky, leaving them all equidistant from the finish line. Sean arrives at the peak of the mountain, but he's greeted by the robot crocodiles, who literally have jetpack legs. They are also equipped with My Tunes and speakers, and they play Justin's music for a joke. Honestly, it's kinda cool to hear that song again. Sean faces his fear head on and dodges 3 out of the 4 crocs. He grabs the flag, only to realize he's literally standing in the mouth of the final one and he gets vored. Chris thinks he's dead, but the croc goes haywire and explodes because, I don't know, Sean gave it an upset stomach or something. Chris tells the girls that Sean won immunity, which literally makes no sense because there isn't even a vote for him to be immune from. I don't know why this show says stuff like that. It's like the bike race episode all over again. Jasmine sprints ahead as Sky tries to honor her deal with Sugar by pushing her forward. Sugar immediately takes advantage of this and steps aside. Sky falls down, and Jasmine turns around in fear for Sky's safety. For some reason, that makes me feel something. I think it's because seeing a character express genuine concern for the safety of a competitor is such a rare sight at this point in the show. It's like once in a blue harvest moon.
How fortuitous.
It seems like it's game over for Sky, but in an almost Zoe-esque level of plot convenience, Sky happens to land on a robo-crocodile and rides her way to the top of the mountain. Jasmine and Sugar race for last place, and Sugar quickly realizes she's at a disadvantage given how athletic Jasmine is. She begins having her dramatic downfall while leaning on a tree, but she accidentally tips it over and it lands on Jasmine. Sugar says she meant to do that, but I think it actually was unintentional, given her face when the tree tipped over was one of surprise. Anyway, Sugar gets the lead, but Jasmine musters the strength to pick up the tree and press forward. Honestly, I don't know why she insists on carrying the tree. That doesn't make that much sense. Either way, Sugar makes it to the finish line, meaning Jasmine is eliminated from the show. Sugar, Sky, and Sean, we can call them S for short, get their marshmallows, and Sean wins a bunch of beef testicles as a takeout meal. I guess they are still doing that gag. Takeout food isn't immunity though, I'm still bothered by that. Sean apologizes to Jasmine for not helping out, but she says it's okay since it was her idea and she hopes he wins the game. They also kiss before she's launched off. Altogether, it's a cute way of wrapping it up. Jasmine is pretty uncontested as my favorite character in the cast. She has the most chemistry with others in this season, although, to be candid, that's not a huge accomplishment given how many characters are just doing their own thing. I had some issues with her hostility to Sean, but you know, they ended it well, and I'm definitely an all's well that ends well kind of total drama fan. You can get away with a lot from me if you clean it up, I think. Jasmine gets shot out of the cannon, and then Sugar just farts all over the others with no shame whatsoever. Which actually doesn't make sense because it was established in the first episode that Sugar finds farting embarrassing and says it's unfitting of a pageant queen. What happened to that, Sugar? This is basically character assassination. Another mark against season 6! Episode 12, the semi-finals. Why is Sugar still here? I'm still not over that. I think I'm just gonna cut out all carbs when I'm done with this video. The episode opens up with Sky waking to the sight of someone about to hit her with a club. She braces herself, but the mysterious sugar-shaped figure disappears, so Sky thinks it was a dream. It wasn't. Sugar was planning to hit her. They're being a bit ham-fisted about puffing Sugar up as the season antagonist, I'll be honest. I feel like they're making up for all the time spent not building her up that way, because suddenly she's way more aggressive about competing and way more passionate about lying and cheating to victory. She talks about it like it's some brilliant strategy. It's like Edgeworth in Prosecutor's Path talking about his brilliant method of using logic and reasoning to come to conclusions about stuff. Honestly, Sugar's status as an antagonist is kind of a hot debate among fans of the show, because she really doesn't do much. Most of the time, she's kind of like a mean Owen comic relief character, with a lot less comic relief, whose skills are often accidentally useful even though she's not actually trying that hard. She did cause Ella's elimination though, I guess, but that seemed to be more like a personal vendetta. She also tried to put distance between Sky and Dave, which I guess is pretty manipulative, especially with their little campaign to convince Sky that Dave was a bit of a Casanova. Even still, I think Sugar is the closest thing we have to a traditional antagonist here, especially with how far she's made it. Furthermore, her behavior in the last 2 episodes feels like a conscious effort to push her over the line. The challenge for the semi-finals, and I know I've said this for basically every episode except for the Robot Island supervillain one, is pretty simple. Each of the contestants is given 1 minute to come up with a challenge all 3 of them will have to do, and the lowest performing competitor throughout all 3 rounds will be eliminated. It's an interesting proposition, as everyone gets the opportunity to create a challenge that either plays to their strengths or exploits the other's weaknesses. Sky's challenge gets selected first, which prompts Sugar to accuse Chris of playing favorites, which he swiftly denies as the order was selected randomly when he threw darts at the interns while blindfolded, which I'll commend as something I think is kind of funny. Chris has been flanderized, but sometimes it's funny. Sky's challenge is a hurdling race, which is good for her given the whole athlete thing. It's also good for Sean because apparently he dabbles in hurdling because it's good practice for the zombie apocalypse. I'm happy about it too, because it reminds me of the Hurdle Challenge World Tour, and I need to keep the good memories close to stay sane for the next episode. The challenge rankings end up pretty much how you'd expect, with Sky placing first, Sean second, and Sugar third, but they all end up having a bit of trouble with the booby traps Chris added. Also, Sugar for some reason thinks that she's supposed to collect the hurdles, so she thought she won but didn't. Let's see. Sugardum evil zombies. Sugardum evil zombies. Sugardum evil zombies. Sugardum evil zombies. Ugh, you only got 3 jokes in this season! Sean's challenge, like Sky's, was chosen to take advantage of his skills, in this case his adept tree climbing. The 3 campers have to cross 100 meters or so without touching the ground, and if they fall down they have to start over. It's a cool idea for a challenge, honestly. And unlike the hurdles, it ends up being more of a mix-up who wins. Obviously Sean takes the initial lead, but Sky is quick on his tail. Sean misses a risky jump but fortunately lands on a branch. Once again, the branches in this season are swole as hell, and is faced by a monkey with a chainsaw trying to chop him off.
You spend your whole life preparing for zombies, then a monkey with a saw throws all that work out the window.
The monkey cuts off the branch and sends Sean plummeting, but he grabs onto another one with his knees. Sky then makes a huge jump that scares the monkey, which leads it to jump down and knocks Sean down to the ground, which means he has to start over. The chainsaw-wielding monkey jumps on Sean, sending him into total panic. He throws it toward a tree, which causes it to short circuit and reveals that it's actually a robot. So, I guess we're leaning towards the Sugar doesn't know what the inside of an animal feels like theory today. While all of this is happening, Sugar is still on the first tree trying to climb as high as she can because she doesn't understand what the challenge is, but fortunately in a classic moment of total drama serendipitous stupidity, the tree starts wobbling back and forth, unable to support Sugar's body weight so high up, and it ends up hurtling her all the way towards the finish line, where she knocks off the branch Sky was standing on. She ends up in first place, and Sean gets second a few seconds later. With this, all 3 of them are tied, so whoever loses Sugar's challenge is the one going home. which is apparently good for Sugar because she picked a talent contest, and Sugar is talented, apparently. Actually, no, to be fair, she's made some impressive feats this season. I'll give her credit. Sky, Sean, and Sugar all get 2 minutes to prepare, which doesn't make any sense given the amount of things that need to be done. Total Drama is doing the pointlessly short time frame thing again. The talent show will be judged by Chris McLean, Anthony Fantano, we're not doing the Mario Kart bit, but we're bringing this back because I know you all love it so much, and the newly rebuilt Scuba Bear.
Ugh, great. Another fake-out character death. What is this, Invincible?
Sky goes up first, and her talent is apparently burping so loud and so powerfully that she can literally break cardboard cowboy standees. She says in the confessional that she can burp really powerfully because of all her Olympic training. This isn't really a complaint, but it's weird that they've only brought up the Olympic training thing in like 3 episodes, including this one. Though, I guess it's a breath of fresh air not having a character shove their main gimmick down our throats every chance they get. I'm not exactly a fan of the whole burping thing, but to its credit, the banter Sky has with Chris throughout is pretty funny to me.
Bravo! Let's see the judges' scores.
Light to decent 9.
6.5?
Bad guy costumes were cliche. Black hats, yawn.
Next up is Sean, and his challenge is pretty much in the same spirit as Sky's. He performs an armpit serenade, which basically means he plays a classical piece with the fart sounds from his armpit.
Can you believe I've been making these videos for 6 years now?
He decides on the most well-known part of Rossini's Barber of Seville.
Love this record. Great record. Fantastic record. Feeling a decent to strong 9 on this album.
The judges love it so much that Sean ends up taking the lead and guaranteeing himself a spot in the finale, meaning that Sky's only hope at making it to the final 2 is Sugar somehow bombing her talent show appearance, which she thinks is unlikely because Sugar is allegedly talented. Allegedly.
Dear fans, you know me as Sugar, but my farmies on the farm call me Sugar Silo, the only artist to ever combine rap and country. I call it Craptree.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
Sugar Silo, I'm wicked sweet. I tap it when I rap it with a tasty beat. Flow like milk from a Jersey cow. I'm the queen of Craptree, all should bow. Sugar holla! Sugar Silo, go! Do-si-do! Sugar Silo, here to win the dough! Sugar holla! Like a talking horse, the truth I speak. I'll take out Miss Olympic and the zone be free. Am I tripping? Don't wait, this be for real. I'm gonna win this $1 million deal. Sugar holla! That's how it's done.
So you know how I said earlier in this video that Pahkitew Island has a habit of being unfunny with its chest?
Balloons!
Yeah. This is grating. It's painfully unfunny. It so dramatically misses the mark that I remember being visibly angry about it as a kid. I hadn't gotten this angry since episode 1.
I've tried not to say this too much throughout the video because I think it's not the most productive criticism. I want to relay information about the story this season tells without constantly bringing up my preference to the older material. But I think it's important to state how much it stung to see Total Drama become this as a kid. Oh, okay. The Honey Boo Boo character is rapping out of time now. Courtney got booted because she drew a list in crayon. All the characters died floating into the sun. Rodney! It's definitely strong, and I think it might come off as a bit much to get this bent out of shape over what is mostly just a really grown-worthy skit, but I don't know. It's just another clear example that this show had changed.
Obviously, if you find this funny, that's fine. Humor's subjective, but I don't. Not even a little bit. And it's crazy, because honestly, this show, up until this point, had a pretty good track record of musical comedy to me. I love the music in World Tour. Even the Jeopardy song. You can argue this is supposed to be unpleasant to listen to, and you'd have a point, but I think a lot of the same issues can be seen in Ella's songs throughout the season. The performances feel really out of whack, which is weird because honestly the voice actors for these characters are pretty damn good at speaking. This is just speculation, but I'm convinced the voice actors who had to sing in this season were asked to do it without listening to the instrumental or a click track or anything, and that would all be taken care of afterwards. It would definitely explain why Ella seems to change tempo every 5 seconds in her final goodbye song. I also just think the lyrics in this season are really force-fitted. You get better bars from the Tomodachi Life muse. They play it up for comedy, but I would have preferred they take a bit more time to make it more graceful, especially because I think there still was a good amount of chilling on the weekend as usual, watching SpongeBob and Scooby-Dooby-Doo type lyricism in World Tour, but not nearly to the same extent.
Anyway, I don't want to get too in the weeds about this joke. This show has always had jokes that fall flat. I've always had jokes that fall flat. It's really not that big of a deal. It just stings to see them overcommit to it so hard, especially as a kid.
Obviously, Sugar gets the canon of shame, and the silver lining to this scene I dislike so passionately is that the immediate cut to her crying in the canon with flowers and a tiara is funny. But yeah, Sugar's gone, and there's a part of me that's pretty darn glad, but candidly, she's grown on me a good amount over the years, especially with this most recent rewatch. If you had asked me my least favorite character of the show even 3 or 4 years ago, I probably would have said her. If not, I definitely would have named her in my bottom 3. However, that's not the case anymore. She's not even my bottom 3 of this cast.
I think a lot of my past hostility to Sugar was a holdover from how maddening I found her as a kid. She was just everything I disliked about Pahkitew bundled up into one character. And because of that, I think it was really easy for my hatred of her to compound upon itself. And frankly, she didn't make a good first impression.
Even as a kid in middle school, the whole Honey Boo Boo thing felt totally behind the curve. I think people may have forgotten because the cultural difference between 2012 and 2014 nowadays doesn't seem as stark, but in the moment, the show dedicating an entire character to making fun of toddlers and tiaras and rural American South culture was annoyingly behind the curve to me. It was like Advice Animals in 2015, or Wojaks in 2022. Old meme archive might be gone, but I still have it in me, guys. It just seemed like we were past this. Honey Boo Boo had been a social pariah for years at that point, and we were not in for any new perspectives on the subject matter. The show basically does over 12 episodes what South Park did in like 90 seconds 2 years before. Over the years though, I think there are some things about Sugar that I've grown to appreciate. There were definitely more bits of humor I like than I remember. Obvious shout out to her relationship with Ella, but a less obvious shout out to the pigeon joke from episode 6. That one's a standout to me. There are still a lot of jokes that totally bomb on me, but I think over the years watching this season over and over again, they don't annoy or frustrate me in the same way as they used to. I just don't find them funny and move on, which actually is probably a good thing. That's probably healthy. I feel super zen saying that. This is a general pattern I've had with a lot of my least favorite elements of the show. After so many rewatches, I've gotten less and less bothered by the things I find annoying or grating, and have grown to appreciate the bits and pieces that actually entertain me.
But yeah, that's the semi-final episode. It was, Other than the Sugar rap scene, which I'd say is probably the least funny minute in this entire show's history, it was surprisingly mundane. And this is becoming a bit of a pattern. I said basically the exact same thing with the All-Star semifinals. Nevertheless, we're here. Finale time, I guess. Sorry, I'm not gonna pretend I'm excited. This is an exciting finale.
Alright, episode 13 opens on the night before the last challenge, to get a glimpse at how our finalists are handling the fact that they've made it so far. And honestly, like All-Stars, they don't seem that fazed about making it as far as they have. Sure, Sky is having trouble sleeping, but that's about it. I really can't even make a joke about them not being surprised because they were obviously going to make the final two, because they really weren't. Well, one of them wasn't. I think Sky is one of the most obvious finalist characters in the show's history. She literally has important total drama female physiognomy. The moment I saw her, I was like, boom, Final Four, boom, Final Four. And that's not because I'm particularly good at predicting this kind of thing. You see, Pahkitew Island is a lot like Revenge of the Island, with the key difference being that instead of having one Stacy, there's like 9 of them. So it's not exactly brain science or rocket surgery to narrow it down.
On the other hand, Sean's making it to the finale took me by surprise. Honestly, he was way more important to this season's story than I initially thought. I remember seeing Sean in episode 1 and thinking that he was going to be a really early gimmick boot. What? The guy who literally only talks about zombies all the time? Yeah, he's going to be out fast. And then immediately in the next episode, they show him to be really resourceful and then set up a romance arc, and I'm like, huh? What? That guy's important? He's an actual character? Okay.
Chris wakes up the contestants and summons them over to the meeting area. He does the whole tired, "Oh, you're gonna die, guys. This is the most dangerous challenge ever" spiel that we all know and love, and tells the campers that they both get 1 helper for the challenge. Because, in case you forgot when I said this earlier in the video, the eliminated contestants don't return to act as the peanut gallery this season.
But whatever, who cares, right? Who cares about the eliminated contestants? Who cares about the aftermaths? I certainly don't. I like that the total drama world feels smaller than ever. I like how the campers barely feel like they have lives in the outside world anymore. I like how Chef maxes out at like 2 lines an episode. I'm completely thrilled. I love this. I love season 6!
So each finalist will select their helper by playing a slot machine-like game. Whoever they land on is selected as their helper, but they're allowed to try again once if they don't like the first person they land on. The player who picks first is selected by a coin toss, which means that Chris flicks a coin and it hits Sean.
It's always a little frustrating to me as a critic when a show immediately makes a clever joke right when I'm trying to criticize a lot of its big picture decisions.
Sean picks first, and he lands on Jasmine on his first try. He decides to stick with her because, yeah. Sky goes up second and lands on Dave. Because of his erratic behavior and the fact that she let him down so harshly, I guess, Sky chooses to re-roll, but once again lands on Dave, much to her chagrin. A helicopter arrives literally seconds later with Jasmine and Dave ready to go, which means either that all the contestants were in there but weren't allowed to watch the challenge from the sidelines, or that Chris rigged the game so that it would land on these 2. Take your pick. Personally, the second one doesn't annoy me as much.
There was a flippy screen, landed on you and was like, BAM! Yes! Totally!
Totally!
Did you land on me right away, too?
Oh, Dave. Funny story.
Chris, please don't.
Sky landed on you, took another spin, landed on you again, and then whined. Kinda like this. Are you kidding me?
Sorry you got stuck with me. I'll try not to get in your way.
You know, Chris's impression wasn't even that good.
Me against Sean was fine, but Sean and Jasmine? To have any shot of winning, I need Dave to be at his best. I gotta do something.
You kissed me!
I passed on you because I wanted to focus on the challenge. That's hard when you're teamed up with someone you want to go on a date with.
You want to go on a date with me?
Can you help me win this challenge?
You bet I can!
Wow. People are pretty hard on Dave, me included, but, Sky is no angel either. It's pretty dirty to lie to his face like that.
Chris interrupts Saskatchewan's hottest new celebrity TV couple with information about the new challenge. He describes it as a no-holds-barred race around the island, focusing on the many crazy sights now visible because of Scarlett's tampering. It seems pretty promising, actually. Like, the first leg of the challenge is racing down a 2,000-foot snow-capped mountain. Then, it's gonna get heated. The campers are gonna, trudge through mud. And then they'll race 2 miles.
Okay, I'm being mean. I don't really mind the challenge that much. The final challenges have been kind of plateauing in terms of how over the top they are since season 3 or 4, but that's not really an issue given that one of my favorite finales in this entire show is a talk show episode. I think I'm mostly just interested in how this show had such radical spectacle creep for a while and then just stopped.
But anyway, the gang gets airlifted up to the mountain and the race begins. The teams are given the option to try and build a sled to ride down, but Jasmine convinces Sean to just ski it, and Dave and Sky follow suit. It's probably the right call, although Sky is skeptical of it given that Dave probably isn't as good at skiing as Jasmine. So both teams make their way down the mountain. After some time passes, Jasmine looks back to see how far their lead has gotten, and because of that she accidentally hits a giant clump of snow that they call a mogul. And that perplexes me because they don't look like moguls to me. It blinds Jasmine, which only makes it more difficult to make it down unscathed. This gives Sky hope for their chances, and she tells Dave that they can catch up as long as they avoid the moguls. Sick. For some reason though, Dave insists on running right into the moguls because that's what Jasmine did, and he and Sky are launched into the air on account of their lower combined weight.
So, why is Dave stupid now? Like, did they have to make him stupid?
Jasmine's a bit more solid than me, but I plan to start bulking up when I get back home. You know, work out, eat more carbs. Look, this story's gonna have a happy ending. The boy gets the girl gets the money. That sounds wrong.
You know, I don't like this episode, I don't like this finale, and I don't like Dave and Sky's relationship arc. But they snuck some cute jokes into the script.
Dave and Sky keep getting launched around as they hit the clumps of snow while Jasmine and Sean make it to the bottom of the mountain. It's a really short sequence, to be honest. This all happened in like 2 minutes. Sky and Dave are close behind, now rolled up into a huge snowball. Sky is frustrated at their current position, and Dave starts apologizing profusely like the little toad he is, and Sky takes a surprising amount of pity. She then tells him there's something she needs to apologize for. Ooh, we got a new plot twist? A new obstacle to overcome? Huh? Another turn in our protagonist's adventure? Huh? FreshTV? Will it be newfound love, FreshTV? Happily ever after? FreshTV? Before Sky gets the chance to tell Dave what she's sorry for, Dave notices the fire-breathing cat bot from episode 10. Sky hatches an idea and begins insulting the cat to provoke it. The cat gets peeved off and blasts a bunch of fire in their direction, which melts the snow, but burns Dave's hair off. I'm really tired of these bald jokes. Heather was good, Sierra was okay, Stacy was concerning, and Dakota sealed it as a problem. And now Dave. Check me into the hospital, folks, because I'm sick of it. The show almost seems sick of it too, because it's not even acknowledged afterwards by any other character. All that happens is Chris pauses and says the challenge is getting wacky and crazy, but he doesn't even mention that Dave had his hair scorched off, like, at all. In fact, there's not a single line in this episode where any character comments on it. Honestly, I'm kind of curious now if Dave going bald wasn't even in the script and was something they added while animating. I can't prove that though. After the commercial break, Sean and Jasmine arrive first to the giant mud lake, and Chris tells them that the next leg of the challenge involves one camper piggybacking on the other while they trudge through. The one on the bottom also has to breathe through a garden hose so they don't, drown. Jasmine tells Sean it's safer for them both if he stands on the top, and Sean is grateful but asks if she's okay with that given she's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting so far. She says it's fine because, well, there appears to be a bit of a misunderstanding between these two. Apparently, Jasmine still thinks that they're gonna split the money, even though they didn't both make it to the finals. Sean, who thought that the deal was off since she got eliminated, was not under that impression. And now that Sean's performance in the finals is reliant on her cooperation, he's kind of forced to pretend that he's totally fine with giving her half his winnings.
Worst helper choice ever? Oh, it's not selfish. I'm doing this for her too. My goal of us not being eaten by zombies outweighs her stupid idea for the money. I'll try to word that better.
I actually like this conflict, surprised as I am to say. Especially compared to the kind of couple conflicts we, usually get.
I guess my only gripe, and it's really not even a gripe, it's just something that's kind of funny to me, is that the reasons they want the money are a little bit silly, given what's at stake is a stupid zombie-proof bunker and an even stupider small business. Some people argue that it feels a bit silly for the characters to be so committed to each other when we've only had like 4 episodes where they've actually gotten along. But honestly, given how little screen time FreshTV had to work with, I'd rather they rush relationships at this pace than not include them at all for the sake of realism. Anyway, Jasmine and Sean jump in. While Dave starts freaking out at the prospect of being covered in mud, given the last time he was in mud, it was actually a mysterious brown substance the show chose not to name, but Sky jumps in and he's forced to deal with it. Jasmine starts freaking out covered in mud, which is ascribed to her claustrophobia, but I think most people would freak out if they were walking through mud breathing through a hose, and she turns around and loses her sense of direction. The duos bump into each other, which initiates a classic wimp fight between Dave and Sean. With the challenge now at a standstill, Chris launches a third scuba bear into the mud, which literally just ejects them, launching them straight to the exact same place at the finish line. Man, with all those fake deaths, he really is like Starburns.
I love how none of that mattered. Like, it's a tie game. Okay, then.
Despite the fact that Jasmine kind of messed things up for Sean, Sean goes to the confessional to bring up that she has done most of the hard work, and honestly, he probably should split the money with her. So, I guess that arc's done. Sean's recovering from his irrational fear and is now making responsible, high-time preference decisions, like promising $500,000 to a girl he met like 2 weeks ago.
Wow, it took me a total of 11 sentences to be a complete hypocrite with my complaints about the show. YouTube critic brain rot is real, guys.
Chris pauses the race, which makes me curious if he wouldn't have paused it if Sean and Sky hadn't been tied, and he invites the final two and their helpers to sit down as he brings out a monitor and also Dave has his hair again. He plays a few of Sean's confessionals, where he talks about how he doesn't want to share the money with Jasmine and thinks her flower shop / MMA school idea is stupid. And she is furious. Sky taunts that she's grateful that she hasn't blabbed too much in the confessionals, which means Chris can't use footage against her, which... you're just setting yourself up, Sky. And Chris then shows Dave a clip from her audition tape.
Hi, I'm Sky. My audition tape? Why would he?
Let's get to the good part.
That if I do get on the show, I'll really miss my boyfriend, Keith. Oh no!
Alright, so how much time do we have left before we never see these characters again and have to wait 9 years for any new total drama season? 6 minutes? Okay. This isn't going to be explored very thoughtfully. This isn't going to be satisfying.
My boyfriend was in the room when I made that audition tape. I had to say that. Truth is, I was going to dump him before I left, but ran out of time, and I really like Dave. I messed this up big time.
You really don't need to say that. We really don't need these details at the bottom of the 9th. I don't care if Sky was ethically cheating on her boyfriend or not.
I am so, confused about what is going on with Dave and Sky. I mean, did you, hear that?
It's not that funny, Chris.
Maybe he missed it.
I'll really miss my boyfriend, Keith. It's my boyfriend, Keith. It's my boyfriend, Keith.
I'm looking for a boyfriend. I see that. My boyfriend, Keith.
Dave, I can explain.
That was the butt? But I have a boyfriend? A boyfriend!
Jasmine, I changed my mind. I will split the money. I want to. You have to believe me.
I will never believe you again!
Anyway, amidst all the riveting character drama that's happening, I mean that half sarcastically because at this point I'll take what I can get with Jasmine and Sean. It's not super cutting edge, but they are dunk tier when they're right next to Sky and Dave, as they say that there's no such thing as two good total drama couples together. Chris blows the "we need to stop the character dialogue so we can do Cartoon Network approved slapstick comedy" air horn and tells the helpers that they will now act as hinderers for the last portion of the challenge. He gives them small game controllers that can create obstacles for the final two during the final dash to the finish line. He also gives them the incentive that if they keep Sky and Sean from finishing in the next 10 minutes, the two of them get to split the million. I don't know why, but this helpers can get the million thing has always bothered me ever since they started doing it in All Stars.
I could still open my cage fighting school / flower shop?
Your what? That is the coolest idea I have ever heard! Horrible idea. Who gets into a fight with flowers? I've never had a plan for the money, but now I do. I'm gonna light it on fire in front of Sky. Does that seem too bitter?
Remember Cameron and Sierra? I miss Cameron and Sierra. Actually, never mind. I think I prefer Dave and Sky over Cameron and Sierra.
Now, to be clear, I don't like where this whole thing has gone, and I think Dave's descent into madness got old fast, but I think sometimes people in the community have a habit of evaluating Dave and Sky by the standards they set for other relationships in the show. Relationships that, believe it or not, are supposed to be taken seriously. I don't think Dave and Sky are supposed to be taken seriously, though that doesn't necessarily make them entertaining or fun to watch. One thing I will actually back up Dave and Sky's story for is that I think a lot of people argue that this whole thing is less coherent than it actually is. I kind of forgot how cut and dry the details actually are about where Sky and Dave are emotion-wise. I don't think the logic of their back and forth, by total drama standards, is actually that egregious, even though a lot of people would argue it is. It's not like Gwen and Trent's breakup where they were just making shit up. Oh man, Trent is so obsessed with me. And I hate that blue foam hat he's wearing. You know, that hat is the same color as your hair. I think he's wearing it because of you. What? Trent, I don't like how obsessed with me you've gotten since you started wearing that foam hat. What are you talking about, babe? It's that hat. I don't like it. Why did you start wearing it out of nowhere? You don't understand, Gwen. I've always worn this hat. In fact, it's one of my defining character traits. I'm like Starburns. What? My grandma gave me this hat when I was 8, right before she died. What are you talking about? I was wearing the hat when you kissed me. No you weren't. I was wearing the hat when I said goodbye. I don't remember. I wore that hat while carrying the rock. This is a key part of my character, actually. A lot of people act like the fact that she apparently is into Dave now, despite the fact that she seemed to be frustrated by him at the start of the episode, to be contradictory. But I don't think it is. I think it's possible to like someone but not want to see them because they're mad at you. Calling him the one here feels a little bit over the top, but considering that she was willing to kiss him just to get him on board for the competition, it makes sense that she'd exaggerate her attraction to him to calm him down. It might not be the most morally upright move, but it's exactly the kind of thing I could see a teenager doing, especially with $1 million on the line. I think people also have a hard time even believing Sky is supposed to have feelings for Dave at this point, given she has a habit of saying she doesn't have feelings for him, and not in the super child-proof, obvious lying way this show usually employs. But at the same time, there are so many bits and pieces that imply that despite everything, he still means something to her, even if she doesn't want to acknowledge him. But also at the same time, I think a lot of people see him in episode 9 and have a hard time buying that there is any possible scenario in which Sky would even care about him after the way he acted, but she does. I think she has a thing for really pathetic guys, particularly the bald and short ones, kind of like Marissa Tomei.
None of this is to say that we shouldn't call a doctor, because we definitely do have a case of love bipolar, but I don't think it's really because the writers can't make up their minds like a lot of fans say. I think it's because Sky, in canon, can't make up her mind. Nevertheless, as I said earlier, I think the show would have benefited from making her train of thought a bit more clear, especially since we're not getting a happy ending to this. We're watching something crash and burn.
Honestly though, whether Dave and Sky are meant to be taken seriously or not, they aren't, but for the sake of the hypothetical, I'm not a fan of where their story arc goes. All they really do is remind me of how much more I enjoyed this show when it was willing to wear its influences on its sleeves with its friendships and romances. I think that's why, despite Trent being called kind of generic, his relationship with Gwen feels so much more impactful to me than anything we're served here. At this point, the characters don't even feel like people we're supposed to attach any emotions to. Remember when Chris made fun of Duncan for carving a heart in the wooden Courtney head, and Lashana freaking decked him for it? Where did that energy go?
I think the whole Keith thing is just too out of nowhere, by the way. I guess they wanted something to reignite Dave's very funny and very enjoyable jealousy, but I don't know. Saving that key detail for a big reveal this late is a bit much. Especially because they're kind of trying to tell us at the same time that, yeah, they were dating, but she didn't like him anymore and only said that to make him happy, and she actually does want to make things right with Dave, and it's a bit late for all of this. Especially because we're minutes away from never seeing these characters again.
Anyway, I know I just talked about this scene far longer than the actual length of the scene itself, but the following scene is pretty simple. The final two begin the last leg of the race, hindered by the most extreme conditions that the artificial island can create. Honestly, it's a little sad that this is relegated to such a short portion of the episode. I would have liked the artificial island stuff to be used a bit more liberally here. Sky and Sean remain neck and neck at first, but Sean gets hit by a tree trunk that jutted out of the ground. Sky notices this and closes her eyes to cheer at her sudden advantage, but consequently slips and falls seconds later, because making characters celebrate small victories and then unknowingly make things worse for themselves is the total drama writer's favorite thing to do. It's addicting to them. While controlling the island, Jasmine starts to have second thoughts about endangering Sean the way she is, given she's mad at him but doesn't want to see him get super hurt. Dave has no such inhibition. He's speedrunning having the worst crash out in total drama history. As a last-ditch effort to stop Sky or Sean from winning, Dave creates a giant rock formation that raises them about 96 feet into the air. I did the math. And at that point, it seems impossible for either of the finalists to win, even though they were mere feet from the finish line. Sean gives up and silently cheers that Jasmine will be able to open the worst small business ever, and Sky starts having a tantrum. Not a bad tantrum, though. It's a pretty understandable tantrum. She starts stomping her feet and then jumps, and that somehow destroys the entire formation. Sean and Sky fall down with the avalanche. There are a lot of avalanches this season, and it comes to an end right when time runs out, giving Dave and Jasmine the impression that they won this time.
Game over! Oh, yeah!
Is Sean okay?
Who cares? We won! Congratulations! Revenge is sweetest. Whoa, what have we here?
Once again, Switchy sweeps the competition! That's $2 million in one season for Switchy! Because All-Stars and Pahkitew are technically the same season. We call that the Switchy difference, ladies and gentlemen! Go to hell, Sean and Sky! Go to hell, Dave! You're alright, Jasmine, but you have not defeated the undisputed Total Drama World Champ! Ah! Okay, I'm done. This isn't actually exciting. I hate this finale. Now, although we all know the season has a canon ending where Switchy wins the million, it's always fun to speculate which of the two other endings was written first, and which one was probably made after the fact by switching details around. Sometimes it feels pretty obvious like in World Tour, other times it's a bit more tricky like in All-Stars, but here, I have basically no doubts which of the two endings was written first. I'm Team Sean. I'm going all in on Sean. I'm betting the house on Sean. In Sean's ending, he juts his arm out of the snow holding a flower for Jasmine, which causes her to immediately rush over to him, push Chef out of the way, and help him out of the snow. In a weird amount of time, she seems to run the whole field, which Chris said was 2 miles, in a matter of seconds. After being picked up, Sean tells Jasmine that he's willing to split the money with her and they kiss. We also don't see Sky until it fades to all of them in the helicopter leaving the island. Well, most of them in the helicopter. Sky's ending, on the other hand, has Sky sticking her arm up past the finish line. Chef picks her up and wheels her away on a stretcher, and Jasmine arrives after running 2 miles and picks up Sean. Sean asks her if she's still mad at him, and she says yes, but kisses him. I guess she's still grateful to see him okay. That's nice.
My standards have been lowered a bit.
If the fact that Sean and Jasmine get screen time in both endings regardless of who wins doesn't make you believe my theory that Sean's ending was made first, I think the weird sequencing of shots in Sky's ending is the smoking gun. See, in Sean's ending, we see Sean stick his hand out and it immediately pans to Jasmine gasping and running towards him. In Sky's ending, on the other hand, literally, she sticks out her hand and Jasmine gasps and runs anyway, which is just a little bit confusing. Obviously, it's still handsomely reasonable to run towards an important person to you after seeing them potentially die in an avalanche, regardless if they show any signs of survival, but the visceral sequence of events is kind of weird here. It's a little bit bizarre to show Sky's arm reach out of the snow and then pan to Jasmine gasping. It's slightly disjointed, which makes me think that they kind of slotted in Sky without thinking about it too much to save time. And they were definitely trying to save time with this ending, let me tell ya. Usually the finales have a lot more bells and whistles, or at least a more stretched out goodbye, but that is long gone. After Sean and Jasmine kiss, we just fade to black and find ourselves in the helicopter with Chris doing a small little monologue, with no words from the competitors. Also, Chris asks the others if they're forgetting anyone, and assuming that Chef is in the cockpit piloting, they are. They're forgetting Dave. They forgot Dave, and we cut to him moping about missing out on the million and going crazy on TV. Honestly, I'm envious. I wish I was lucky enough to forget Dave. He finds solace in the fact that it can't get any worse, seemingly unaware of the fact that he's on a TV show and that's the last thing you want to say if you don't want something to get worse, and we immediately discover that he's accompanied by Scuba Bear, and the show fades to black. The last bit of mainline total drama we would get for 9 years.
Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya.
One thing that's really funny to me is that I remember people hypothesizing that Dave canonically died after the camera faded away, just because they made a joke about him getting mauled by Scuba Bear, which, frankly, is something we've seen to be very survivable in this universe. We were traumatized by Ezekiel and the fart balloons.
You know, it's almost admirable how much Pahkitew Island seemed to just hear all the fan criticism that the show had been getting for the past 3 years and just doubled down on all of them. Because, listen, it's not like the folks at FreshTV couldn't hear us. If there's one thing Total Drama fans are good at, it's complaining very, very, very loudly.
That's not what fucking Alejandro would say! What the fuck?
I believe they heard our complaints loud and clear. And the fact that they heard us and went, yeah, let's do a wizard character, well, it's bold. If there's one good thing that I will say about this finale compared to a lot of the previous ones, it's that the writers didn't have the same kind of appetite for destruction they started having in World Tour. There's no BS about the island being destroyed, they're not implying these characters are gonna have to spend the rest of their lives in physical therapy, and they didn't destroy the money. It's actually kind of funny that my 2 favorite seasons of the show are the only ones where the winner doesn't get their money. At the very least, with all the annoying BS this episode leaves us with, at least a couple characters get a happy ending and it's treated like a happy ending. That's definitely an important thing to me. As I said during episode 11, I have a bit of an all's well that ends well mentality with this show, so even with the issues I have with Sean and Jasmine, the fact that they ended on good terms fixes it up for the most part. That's also probably why Dave and Sky leave such a sour taste in my mouth. If they had somehow patched it up, or at the very least let Dave calm down and get over it, I think I would like him a lot more, and I'd wager that would be the case with a lot of other fans.
Straight up, that's one of the most understated criticisms of Pahkitew for me. There's like literally one plot line in this entire season that ends satisfyingly. Everything else gets cut off seemingly out of nowhere.
Jasmine and Sean are straight up the only characters that feel like they've learned something or benefited as people from the competition. Everyone else feels exactly the same or worse, especially Sammy, who has an actual arc set up only to be pushed aside like she's a fly on the show's metaphorical shoulder.
It genuinely seems to me that they were going out of their way to avoid standard writing conventions about having characters grow and change over time. Thoughtful character development? Nah, they're good. Meaningful resolutions? No thanks. And it's weird because they've had thoughtful character arcs in the past with this show. They've excelled at it. A couple times. Honestly, as much as I hate to admit it, they really started stumbling in season 2. But it only got worse and worse as time went on for me.
I think this is a big part of why no one coming back for the finales irritates me so much. The fact that we stopped getting episodes like Haute Couture, the specials, and the aftermaths already stung. Like, that still puts me down. But that they can't even be bothered to bring back the eliminated contestants in both halves of season 5 leaves me just depressed, honestly. Admittedly, at least in the case of Pahkitew Island, it's not like I'm in love with this cast, but it's more about the principle, about having the eliminated contestants return being a good thing to do for the show. You can argue that they can't all come back because Scarlett and Duncan are presumably in jail, but a joke about them being forced to participate on a banana tablet would write itself. I would love that. To FreshTV's credit, they did go back to bringing back the peanut galleries in future Total Drama and Total Drama adjacent seasons, and that was a big relief. But in the year following Total Drama Pahkitew Island, the fact that the final episode literally only has 5 speaking parts made me hopelessly pessimistic about the future of the show.
That's a major gripe I have with Pahkitew that I think has been stated less and less over the past decade, and I am absolutely going to talk about this more when we get to the conclusion. A lot of people, especially newer fans, and excuse me for going all back in my day right now, often seem confused at why people look at this season that in many ways is just kind of bland and try-hard with such vitriol. And I think it has a lot to do with how it felt to watch when it came out. When it was the newest season of Total Drama, fans like me naturally looked at it and saw it as a sign of what direction the show would want to take in the future. And what did we see? A good amount of us, as always opinions may vary and that's okay, let's be nice to each other in the comments, saw 13 episodes of gimmicky humor, half-baked ideas, a flanderized host, and a cast that seemingly had so little earnest emotional investment behind them that even the writers didn't think of them as worth coming back for the finale. And I think that's a big reason of why I hated this season so passionately when it came out.
It's funny, because I think in retrospect, I've been decently amicable with this season up until these last couple of episodes. Honestly, when I think about the middle of this season, I think about it with a good amount of favor. I haven't shied away from admitting when someone is annoying me, and I've tried to be conscious of my own emotions, but something about this episode, man, it just sinks my soul like a battleship. I mean, there were a couple cute jokes at the start, and it's nice that Sean and Jasmine ended up okay, but everything else is just blah. I honestly don't know whether I dislike it more than the All-Stars finale. I guess it reminds me of the old All-Stars and Pahkitew are unlikable for very different reasons adage. Although All-Stars has no shortage of things to critique, especially with some of the controversial discussion about how Mike's dissociative identity disorder is represented, Pahkitew's finale feels so empty. The show feels like a husk. It's so devoid of anything emotional to me that it has me missing the Mike alters marching up the tower, especially with the show's really irritating attempts at this no hugging, no learning stuff. I understand that it's a style of humor that works well for certain shows, but I still have failed to see Total Drama pull it off. I really prefer the sappy teen comedy Total Drama to them trying to parody themselves with Dave and Sky. Sorry. It seems like they had been trying to get less and less emotional ever since season 2, but the show getting this dejected was a first, especially for how so much of the humor falls as flat as it does, at least for me. For all the insults I fling at Revenge for its gimmicky slapstick and Pokemon anime tier oversimplified dialogue, they knew how to step the hell up when it came to giving us emotional beats when they wanted to.
I don't know, man. Total Drama, as much as I love it, feels like a show that never got to reach its true potential. It got close, super close in fact, but at a certain point it felt like what I would have wanted as a fan and what either FreshTV or Cartoon Network or some other figure in the puzzle wanted became mutually exclusive. And maybe it was short-sighted, but the first and last episode of this season remind me so vividly of how betrayed I felt as a fan of the show when this season came out. I'm hesitant to use the word betrayed because it suggests that my personal tastes hold some objective authority over the show when they don't. I also don't think it's fair to act as if we, the viewers, are entitled to something from the creators. Even still, I felt turned back on when I first saw this episode. And it was probably overdramatic and kind of a selfish mindset, but I was a kid and that's what I felt. So make of that what you will. Total Drama doomerism has a history, my friends. This is not the first time Dark Switchy has made an appearance. So, that was Total Drama Pahkitew Island. A bit of a rocky start, but it got pretty hectic towards the end. It's a shame it was so short, but, you know, that's life, I guess.
Okay, we poisoned these teens and got them eaten by crocs. What else can we do to fuck them up? I know, let's expose their darkest secrets and break up the ship so if they somehow get back together, they'll have trust issues for the rest of their lives. That's it. You're going back to prison and we're gonna make a spin-off without you. And what are you gonna do? Run a daycare or something?
So, Total Drama Pahkitew Island. You might think that, honestly, it's kinda hard to think of the best way to approach my closing thoughts about this season. I kinda didn't expect to be this sad. I thought I'd be long over being sad about Total Drama Pahkitew Island by the time I'm done with the video about it, but here I am. Sad. Huh. You know, I originally made the island video as a one-off, but I was keenly aware that I'd be willing to do more, if it performed well. And it did. Way better than I thought it would. So, for years now, I've had the idea of eventually making a Pahkitew Island video in the back of my mind, but the way I envisioned it changed a lot as I changed as a YouTuber.
Earlier on in this series, I was a lot more broad with my critique, and despite talking about some of my favorite episodes of the show, I was often a bit more hyperbolic and cutthroat for comedic effect. Back then, I imagined the inevitable Pahkitew video as me embracing my inner AVGN Switchy, and spending an hour yelling and screaming and cursing about all the things I disliked about the show. Later on, I think my style of reviewing became a lot more detail-oriented, and on the whole, considerably more glass half full, and consequently, I imagine the Pahkitew video as probably being 2.5 to 3 hours of me trying to find the good that exists here, while poking fun at some of the annoying humor, that, in many ways, isn't actually a big deal. Some sort of odd couple sitcom dynamic where the general conclusion is that Pahkitew Island isn't that bad, despite some corny humor here and there. Total drama Pahkitew Island. Did you make a pointless zombie joke again? Sorry.
Honestly, when I bunkered down and started working on this video that took a long time to make, that's pretty much what I was expecting. It's also why I predicted, incorrectly, that this video would be less than 3 hours. But I was wrong, and it kinda sucks. I sorta wish Pahkitew Island wouldn't have been as heavy of a topic as All Stars, but approaching this season and trying to capture how I feel about everything I see has made me realize how complicated it really gets. So, this is kinda weird. I think the notes I wrote when planning this video aren't going to be super helpful. I guess, let me tell you guys a story. It's probably gonna be a little long and drawn out, but I think it's valuable to talk about this after 6 videos in this series, so bear with me.
As many of you may know, I've been making YouTube videos for a long time. I picked it up as a hobby when I was 6 years old, and it's been pretty much the most important thing in my life to me ever since. The reason I tell you this is that while Total Drama Pahkitew Island was coming out, I was making videos. Heck, you could say the same for all the previous seasons too. But in between the release times of Total Drama All-Stars and Total Drama Pahkitew Island, I made a big switch in my YouTube content focus, moving away from what were colloquially called Club Penguin comedies to a mix of countdowns and reviews of TV, movies, and video games. I think the kids these days call it media. It was fun, I had fun, though I wouldn't really recommend you guys seek those videos out.
God, I hate this episode. That is so cliche. I think it sucks. I am honestly offended by this moral in so many ways.
Let me set the scene. It's the summer of 2014, a previously established valley in pop culture history. I am now officially a countdown maker on YouTube, and I have a lot of very strong opinions about the state of animation that I stole from the mysterious Mr. Enter. Out comes the new installment in the Total Drama series, and as we've all come to know, I hated it a lot. It was pretty much everything I had come to dislike about Total Drama's recent seasons cranked up to 11, and it got me so angry that I started writing a video about it. I was planning to make a Total Drama video in 2014. Sadly, I never finished it. I kinda wish I had, because a video of a prepubescent Switchy fuming about how much he hated Pahkitew Island would be delightful to look back at right now. I think I would have given Dylan Rance a good run for his money.
What I envisioned back then was a long video, a monstrous 20 to 30 minutes, where I would give a brief rundown on each season what I think went wrong with the show, until it eventually climaxes with me going ham on Pahkitew. I had a lot of choice words for Pahkitew, and my mind kept coming up with more. One thing that happens when I get an idea is I start aggressively daydreaming about it. My brain brews up a storm of key points and jokes whenever I'm really pumped to make a video. I'm sure this isn't unique to me, but I remember fantasizing about this particular video much more vividly than others, and there's a big reason why.
See, as I said, Pahkitew Island was aired around the summer of 2014, mid-July in the United States specifically, and interestingly, that was a big month for me outside of the whole Total Drama thing. Just a few days after the finale aired, I went on a really fun family trip to the United Kingdom and France. I was kinda scared at first since I'd never left the country before, but that fear quickly transformed into awe. I got to see Versailles, I got to see Big Ben, I got to see Stonehenge. I even remember the stupid little things I did in my free time, like watching the mysterious Mr. Enter's Teen Titans Go Waffle episode review as it came out. I was a big fan.
The reason I'm telling you this is that on the last day of that trip, we did a lot of sightseeing in Paris, but the entire time, I was livid about Total Drama Pahkitew Island. I was just fuming the whole day, arms crossed and all. I walked down the Champs-Elysees with Sugar's stupid country rap clouding my mind. I looked at Monet's water lilies while thinking about how much I hated another character going bald for no reason. This season didn't just make me mad, it ignited the underage wannabe cartoon critic in me, and I was bloodthirsty. I was ready to go home and stand on business about Pahkitew Island, but then I flew back the next day and instead made a terrible video of my least favorite MLP episodes.
I am honestly offended by this moral in so many ways.
It's funny. I think the reason I never made the video is because I didn't think Total Drama was popular enough to talk about, and a part of me was embarrassed that I liked it so much. I know it's weird for a preteen to be more embarrassed about Total Drama than My Little Pony, but I had enough YouTube complainers validating my enjoyment of the latter show. I wimped out, and it's a shame because analytics-wise, I probably should have made the TD video. There's a good chance it would have done decently, especially because there were so few YouTubers making videos about the show back then. I can't think of many notable ones other than Super Flipper 76. The reason I'm telling you guys this is, well, it's a charming visual to me, but I also want to stress that in a weird way, this video feels like it's over a decade in the making. Ever since that fateful day in France, I've had a narrative in my mind. I wanted to tell a story, a tragic story in fact, about how a show I loved sacrificed its heartfelt, down-to-earth ethos and characters as it progressively became more insipid, facile, annoying, and unfunny. I probably wouldn't have worded it that way, but yeah, that's the gist. And it's weird, because to a certain extent, it feels like every pot shot I've taken, joke I've made, and cardboard cutout I've tortured in this series up until this point has been building up to this very moment. The story I've wanted to tell for over 11 years is ending here.
Before you guys get the wrong idea, I think I should poke some holes in the narrative I had as a kid. First of all, my vision for this series has changed a lot since the initial Island video, as I said. The video I would have made back then would have been a lot more bitter than the ones I made as an adult. I was a furious little toddler who took pride in his own card-carrying NJHS cynicism back then. It's also worth noting that despite my previous intentions, a huge element of this series is actually challenging my previously held notions about what I think and feel about Total Drama. Especially the Revenge video, which was mostly about looking past the growing pains of a new cast and appreciating the season for what it actually is. But the main reason that I don't really believe in that initial story anymore is that just over a year after Pahkitew Island came out, we got the Redonkulous Race spinoff. And that season, frankly, disproved all the inflammatory shit furious little toddler Switchy was itching to say about how hard the show fell off. Spoiler alert, despite the fact that the Redonkulous Race is canonically a whole different show and competition from Total Drama, it is a refreshing return to form for me. If Pahkitew Island was the salt being applied to the open wound left by All-Stars, the Redonkulous Race was the soothing ointment applied afterwards. Even though it still struggled with the lack of sass and zing in its dialogue that we'd lost after World Tour, it gave me hope. It brought me joy, even with Leonard being a character. Then the show went quiet for 3 years and it came back with a baby show spinoff. The decision to pivot to Dramarama definitely wasn't suited to my taste, but even still, I think the Redonkulous Race proved to me that the show didn't have to be doomed forever. It gave me newfound optimism that FreshTV hadn't lost sight of what had made their show so special, at least so special to me, and Total Drama did have the potential to find its footing in the future.
And, all things considered, I think I was right. With Redonkulous Race in the reboot, Total Drama's history feels to me a lot less like a significant linear decline, and more like a show that kinda lost a little bit of luster after the first couple of seasons and had a pretty significant dip at one point, but otherwise stayed pretty good. As a result, it's become easier for fans, or at least me, but I would wager I'm not alone, to look at these much less beloved moments in the show's history without the same amount of contempt that comes with the Total Drama has fallen mindset we used to have, which I guess is a good thing. And with that being said, here's the key question. Is Total Drama Pahkitew Island as bad as I thought it was when it first came out? No. Do I like it though? No. Not really.
I've spent this video talking about a lot of things like the wonky pacing, underutilized setting, lack of meaningful conflict resolution, and more. And it's been fun and enjoyable to get into the weeds about all this, but let's call a spade a spade. Or in this case, my biggest problem with Pahkitew Island, my biggest problem with Pahkitew Island. It's the cast. Everything that I dislike about this season is inextricably linked with the fact that this is the cast that was decided on. These are the lovable bunch of misfits that we have the privilege of watching compete for the million. Honestly, although I've gotten used to saying that over the last decade, there's still a small part of me that retches at the thought that this is what we were given for the follow-up to All Stars. It feels like a sick joke.
It really kinda stinks chalking it up to the cast alone, because I feel like there's so much more that can be said about this season past the generic, Leonard is stupid and Dave is whiny. But at its core, that's what it all comes down to. The fact that these are the characters who serve as the basis for this character-driven show is nothing but a ball and chain on this season, and any idea it might have, no matter how good it is bogged down, save for a handful of scattered jokes.
You know, it's not just that the show decided to make gimmick characters. Weirdos, oddballs, misfits, and mavericks can be a lot of fun and provide a lot of contrast to the more quote-unquote normal characters more fit to be audience surrogates. And as I said, they'd had a good track record with these kinds of characters up to this point, at least in my opinion. I know I've been pretty hard on a lot of these characters conceptually, but for what it's worth, I think a good few of them, in isolation, had decent potential. Some of them actually do get pretty fun at points. With a more complementary cast and a completely different comedic writing style, I think a good few of the Airhead characters would be noticeably more enjoyable, definitely a lot less annoying.
Here's the thing though, and I know we all know this, but it bears repeating. We don't get that. Characters like Leonard, Max, and Ella are not weird deviations from the norm. They are the norm, and I think that's kind of a problem.
Call me syndrome all you want, guys, but if everyone's a kooky, one-dimensional weirdo, then nobody is. Having these weird stereotype characters only bounce off of one another as opposed to, like, characters who actually have internal monologues and the ability to visualize how they would feel if they hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch doesn't do the show any good. The lack of serious personalities tied up with the narrow rigidity of so many characters' aggressively pigeonholed niches creates, in my opinion, both the most annoying and the most surface-level character dynamics Total Drama has ever seen. And trust me, it's not like there's a lot to choose from either. The vast majority of characters only have one or two meaningful dynamics, and a couple of them literally have none. Topher's kind of a big example. He just doesn't do anything of note with any other contestant despite making it 8 episodes in. Even Leonard is a part of richer character dynamics than Topher, as much as I don't like them.
One counter to this point though that I feel like kinda needs to be addressed is that occasionally I've heard people say that there's no real issue with the Pahkitew cast because Total Drama has always had gimmicky stereotype characters. I think for a lot of you, hearing that might make you be like, no, but there is kind of a similarity. It's like the similarity between a butter knife and a chainsaw, but it is a similarity.
Since 2007, the show has always had cute little taglines to describe its characters. You know, Bridget is the surfer girl, Harold is the dweeb, Lashana is the sister with Tude. Moving on. There is a point to be made here, but when people act like this is the end-all be-all refutation of the criticism of Pahkitew, I just can't take it seriously. To put it semi-bluntly, Surfer Girl is a much more flexible character foundation to build off of when it comes to writing a story than guy who aggressively falls in love with every single female he interacts with in a cartoony infatuation scene. I think you can fit Surfer Girl into more situations naturally. It also helps that the Surfer Girl was able to evolve into a character separated from just her hobby. It's not like she prattles on about her paddling technique every time we see her. The majority of the Gen 3 cast members, conversely, hardly ever break out of their weird gimmicks, which is a huge detriment to how much enjoyment I can get out of the show. As a matter of fact, a lot of my favorite moments in Pahkitew come from either jokes being made about the characters with little to do with their basic concepts, or characters turning into actual characters as they distance themselves from their blueprint.
At this point in time, I think this show really undervalued the importance of including characters that could be seen as reasonable audience surrogates. This season has very few, to the point that they make a joke out of it with the quote-unquote normal Dave being driven nuts by his loony bin entourage and eventually becoming just as crazy, if not crazier, than the others.
Audience surrogates are so important for shows like this to have, and it was a huge blunder, I think, for Pahkitew to have so few of them. Just as an example, I think the fact that Damien is so popular among fans of the reboot despite constantly being sidelined is a good reminder of how useful these characters are. In a fictional world where so few people both understand and respect the most basic social conventions and also have even the slightest consideration for personal hygiene, being a slightly nerdy normal guy feels like a fucking superpower. I've seen a lot of people tell me that Pahkitew Island is a season that gets better as you get further in, and I think in a very general sense, I kind of agree. The first episode is unmistakably one of my least favorites in the show's history, and I don't think there's been any other total drama episode that made me lose my temper the way it did when I was a kid. Not even Sunday Muddy Sunday. Something about those first 30 seconds or so still gives me flashbacks of like, seeing these overly kooky characters for the first time and having my heart plummet at the thought of, this is total drama now. The unbridled despair I felt from that initial viewing still echoes in my mind, and for what it's worth, I don't have the same reaction to the later episodes. Mostly.
Where I find myself disagreeing with the better towards the end opinion is that I think that although the season does become more likable after the first few episodes, around episode 9 or so, ooh, it drops hard. It dropped like Jenga sales did in 2002.
See, for me, once the show trims the fat in its cast and a lot of the super generic lowbrow humor is lessened, the writers have more time to actually establish these characters and get a bit more crafty with how they progress. Even figures who really wore my patience thin in the first couple of episodes start to get more likable, although as I said earlier in the video, that's also probably just me adjusting my amount of patience for the show. Regardless, it's around this time the show actually starts getting, dare I say, fun to watch. But it all comes tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Once the show is forced to like, write conclusions to the stories it tries to tell. Even past the torturous Dave and Sky fiasco, they just don't seem to land on their feet with anything other than Jasmine and Sean, at least in my opinion. The best we can really hope for is an interesting arc that runs out of steam, like what we got with Scarlett or the twins. I guess some people would argue that abrupt conclusions are kind of baked into the format of total drama, and to an extent I agree. I've made that very argument before, in fact. But it's really been taken to a new extreme these past couple seasons. The show genuinely seems to think we get some kind of catharsis out of seeing characters get sent away through these baby's first cartoon slapstick exit methods. So much so that they started fast-tracking the elimination ceremonies just to get to it as soon as possible. And they play it off as a joke because Chris hates the campers so much and finds them so annoying. I sympathize with him in this case, but I certainly did not in All-Stars or Revenge. It's not fun to think about, but Katie having a more sincere elimination than basically any total drama character after 2010 is stomach-churning. Because of this, for me, Pahkitew is a mid-loaded season. It starts hitting a stride when the worst of Team Muskwalk are cut out of the picture and Ella starts being entertaining, but then she gets eliminated and all the plotlines either peter out or crash and burn. Especially the final couple of episodes. After Max and Scarlett are gone, the show feels like it's tired of existing. The finale is just pitiful to me.
Anyway, I've been complaining for a long time now, so I think it's time to try and find a positive spin. Just find one, somewhere. Something to say that doesn't make me look like a total wet blanket.
Well, first of all, this is probably the first season that benefited from being restricted to 13 episodes. I know I complained about it earlier because it still leads to a bevy of pacing issues, but I think this season works better only being a few hours instead of several, which makes it quite unlike Revenge and All-Stars, which I think would have been much more interesting given more time. I know it's harsh, but I don't see enough potential in anything Pahkitew tries to do for it to benefit from that treatment. With all other things being equal, I can only imagine a 26-episode Pahkitew Island as being some sort of terrifying Lovecraftian behemoth. 13 episodes isn't good, but it's definitely a small enough commitment that I can rewatch this season whenever I go through the whole show again without too much turmoil. Another thing I will say about this season is that I think at its best, it's a bit funnier than All-Stars. The character gimmicks that are put on display, as I said, do a lot of damage, but there are a few points where I think the writers show off a bit more wit than usual and actually write some dialogue that feels clever. It's appreciated. I also think the artificial island plot twist is pretty good altogether. There are still some total drama isms about it, and I think they probably could have done a little bit more with it, but it's fun to see this show actually try and play with your expectations. We don't get that very often. Also, as I've said a million times, Jasmine and Sean stumble a bit, but end on pretty good terms, and a reminder to me of how fun this show can be when it dares to show a little bit of heart.
In general, the season has become more and more palatable to me over the years as I've gotten older. As a kid, I had a hard time seeing any light or value in this season, just because everything about it felt so rotten to the core. It was a very reactionary opinion, I'll be totally honest. I think nowadays, it's a lot easier to just enjoy the things you can with the season. Especially since we have enough hindsight now to see how FreshTV took the feedback they got in Season 5 and applied it in the future. At least when they got the chance to. They kinda got sidetracked with the baby show for half a decade.
I've speculated about the show taking the criticism it got over All-Stars and Pahkitew in the past, but I'm happy to announce that I was right. Or at least in the case of one person, I was right. Terry McGurran has brought up how he thinks he went too over the top with the Gen 3 cast and lost sight of the important role played by more earnest characters. And I sort of have mixed feelings about him saying that, because on one hand, it's vindicating to see people who worked on the show acknowledge and actually apply criticisms that I've lodged, but on the other hand, it makes me feel bad for complaining about this all video. I mean, they've learned their lesson, but I'm not a professional cartoon complainer because people want me. I'm a professional cartoon complainer because people need me.
That reminds me of something. You know, as a kid, I think I really overestimated how oblivious the people who worked on this show were. Here I was fantasizing about making a scathing YouTube video where I castigate FreshTV for their careless decision making with the most obnoxious, I haven't hit puberty yet, but I know how your show should be run way better than you do attitude about the whole thing. And I had it in my head that if I told them that Pahkitew Island had too gimmicky of a cast, it would be like news to them. Rewatching this season several times has taught me that that is not the case.
I think they knew all too well the benefits and drawbacks of what they had gotten themselves into. Suffice to say, the fact that they made a bonus clip where Chris and Chef talk about how rigorous their audition process would be for the new season, only to accidentally destroy all the tapes save for 14, leads me to believe they knew this cast was gonna garner different impressions than usual. They're literally telling us that at least in canon, the 14 contestants chosen for Pahkitew Island were chosen by complete random chance, entirely divorced from any meaningful discretion on behalf of Chris, Chef, or the producers. If nothing else, they were definitely aware that they were going in a new direction with these characters.
It's honestly a huge shame that All-Stars and Pahkitew Island were made around the same time. I imagine that if FreshTV had the time to consider the abundance of criticism they got in All-Stars, they would have nipped a lot of habits in the bud as they recoup before the next season. And I can't help but wonder what would have been different about the show if that were the case, especially with the improvement I think it made in Redonkulous Race.
I doubt it would have been totally different, to be fair. We still probably would have gotten a new cast because I honestly think Big Bad Cartoon Network were the geniuses behind that brilliant idea, but I think they might have not been as brazen with the gimmicks as they ended up being, which would have been nice. Having said that, it still probably wouldn't have saved this season, at least for fans like me. I know this is harsh, but I think Pahkitew Island's fate was effectively sealed when they decided on making a 13-episode season with a 14-person cast and stuffing said cast with a guy who's convinced he's a wizard, a girl who's convinced she's Snow White, a guy who's convinced he's a Wish.com Dr. Evil, and a future Olympian who's convinced she's a good person. Okay, ignore that last part. It was just too good an opportunity to pass up. Sky is just a bad communicator and probably shouldn't have let him on at the end, but Dave was in the wrong. Maybe there's a way they could have made these characters work. I said this in the episode 1 review, but I think that would have required the show to be, how do I say this? Funnier. Like, a lot funnier. I think for me to look past how goofy this cast is, the show would have to be funny enough for me to overshadow the many, many areas this season neglects. And in all honesty, I don't think this show's writing has ever been clever enough to hit that mark. It would have to be brilliant. And as much as I love this show, it's never gotten by on humor alone.
And honestly, it's a bit disappointing to admit that that's my main criticism with Pahkitew. For a season that I considered unequivocally my least favorite for years and years, it's annoying and unfunny seems like a pretty light complaint compared to, say, the issues people usually have with All-Stars. But as long as I can remember, All-Stars has never ground my gears in the same way Pahkitew Island did.
It's definitely weird. From the look of it, All-Stars seems to be on the receiving end of a lot more criticism, especially among the Cartoon Network adults of the world. I've seen people say that despite Pahkitew's cast and humor, All-Stars is objectively worse in terms of writing. But in as much as I take the term objectively worse seriously with regards to cartoons, which is basically not at all, I'd say Pahkitew Island is well into All-Stars' league of sloppy writing choices with all its seemingly unfinished arcs and its plot that's more aimless than a Pokemon NPC. We're definitely trading blows with Courtney's list. My impression is that people generally take All-Star's writing faux pas a lot more to heart because they affect characters that are much more pivotal to the show's identity as a whole. I think Duncan's decline cuts a lot deeper to fans than Dave's, for example, me included. For a lot of people, they'd rather see characters they don't care about get shafted than characters they do. And that's fair, and it makes total sense.
But admittedly, that mindset doesn't apply to me, or at least it didn't historically. It's embarrassing to profess, but I think I'd still rather watch the season with the characters I know. Just because I know them. Ugh. It's occurring to me that I'm part of the problem. You know how all the biggest movies these days are sequels and reboots that are terrified of trying anything new? Yeah, that was me. You can churn out total garbage for me, and as long as there's a familiar set of faces on it, I'll tune in.
That being said, I think the question of which I prefer between these two half seasons is more contested than ever. I went out of the All-Stars review with a lowered opinion of the season, which honestly was a first for this series, and it could very well be the only time, because honestly, Pahkitew Island has grown on me a bit while making this video. As I've mentioned several times, I find myself able to look past a lot of jokes I find tiresome and enjoy the things I can more than I used to. There are a good few characters that I've come to appreciate more throughout the viewings I did for this video, and it's always worth saying. Even with the bowel movements, cannonballs, and crayon lists, there's always something deeply endearing about the experience of clone stamping and motion tracking a wall on a TV show to display furry art. You kind of learn to appreciate the little things, and Pahkitew Island has little things to spare. Because of that, there's a part of me that really doesn't want to be mad at this season. Pahkitew Island is like the TV show equivalent of a really dorky person who followed you around in middle school and didn't know how to take no for an answer and just annoys the hell out of you because they're constantly trying to make you laugh but suck at it. And whenever you wanted to tell them to stop talking or go away, some uptight classmate or teacher starts finger wagging you over it, saying you're being needlessly mean because although Pahkitew Island is excessively annoying and constantly overstepping boundaries, they mean well or something, so they're not actually doing anything wrong. It's frustrating, but maybe there's a little bit of truth to that. Leonard hasn't killed anybody. Rodney hasn't killed anybody. Dave probably would kill somebody. The Pahkitew Island cast is also the only one that's ever outwardly made a statement in support of anti-bullying. All in all, if you're able to shrug off a lot of the cringeworthy humor, kudos to me for avoiding using that word for 4 hours, it's a pretty inoffensive season. I think it still leaves a lot to be desired since I find its narrative pretty shallow and uninteresting, but it's really not the seasonal rot, shark jump, rise and fall of total drama catastrophe that I treated it as during my childhood.
So, with that being said, I think I hold Pahkitew Island in much higher regard than I used to. At the present moment, I think I like it pretty much as I do All-Stars, which isn't that much, but hey man, most improved, I guess. In that way, it reminds me a good bit of Revenge of the Island, because that was a season that I also warmed up to while making a video on it. Though, I think there's still a looming darkness here that was not prevalent in the Revenge video. The end of the Revenge video was kumbaya shit. It was about peace, love, and understanding there. That video might as well have been a drum circle. Here, however, a storm's brewing. We're deep into the dark switchy arc. So, I gotta come forward and admit that although I think I've warmed up to the season and roll my eyes at how testy I was about it back when I was a kid, I honestly can't blame my past self that much for how I felt. Because this season, to me, despite many of the troubles being alleviated in the following years, was all the worst possible things at the worst possible time.
Watching the post-World Tour seasons of Total Drama was scary for me as a kid. From the moment they replaced the Gen 1 cast, I feared that a lot of things I love about the show would never be the same. The humor felt like it had dropped off, the episode count had become shorter, and the characters now felt a bit deflated. There were still things I liked, but I saw the show in a fallen state, and although I've warmed up to it over the years, I still think it doesn't hold a candle to the first 3 seasons. But then, a light at the end of the tunnel. An all-star season was on its way. It gave me a bit of hope, but that hope quickly diminished in the first couple of minutes when the show tried to tell me that Courtney and Duncan weren't dating when he cheated on her. The rest is history. Vomit Sunday Chart Mal. The light at the end of the tunnel, as the saying goes, was a train. And that train wasn't a single car, there were two, and the second car, to me, was even worse. I know I've used the term double down already, you're probably getting sick of it, but I kind of need to literally double down on using it. Because the way Pahkitew Island just takes all the big criticisms that were flung at Revenge and All-Stars and literally turns them up a notch astounds me. We hear you guys loud and clear, so that's why we destroyed Camp Wawanakwa and decided to replace the cast with predominantly gag characters with little to no actual emotional depth. It's, I don't think they heard us loud and clear. It almost strikes me as knowing intentional self-sabotage. It's like a self-portrait of total drama seasons. For the record, Island is freewheelin' and World Tour is Blonde on Blonde. Revenge is John Wesley Harding, and the reboot is Blood on the Tracks. Actually, no, it's more like Time Out of Mind.
The main thing I've criticized about this season is the new cast, and to be fair, I think at its core, that's the main issue I have with this season. But there's an element that I would argue is just as important to why this season bothered me so much as a kid. It's because Total Drama, at this point, seemed almost fixated on discarding any reminder of its past.
Maybe that sounds like a weird criticism, but think about it. They destroyed Wawanakwa in canon, sort of implied a bunch of the most beloved characters and Sam and Sierra died, and started anew about a year later on a new island with a new cast with zero ties to the previous seasons. While Revenge of the Island and the reboot made an effort to pass the torch between the characters with several cameos and callbacks, Pahkitew did no such thing. It's the most isolated any season in the show has felt, and watching it at the time, as I said earlier, was downright scary. I loved this show. I loved its characters, and it seemed like I was never gonna see them again. And I was right, unless you count the alternate universe babies and a couple of cameos. Additionally, pretty soon after this season came out, we learned that the next Total Drama installment would not be Total Drama. And although, as I said, that ended up being a blessing in disguise, it was a compelling reason to dial up the true dark, switchy Total Drama doomerism. It felt like Total Drama was sick of itself, and that broke my heart, as pathetic as it sounds. I know a lot of you are thinking this is all a very personal and biased reason for having such a vendetta against this season. That rhymes. But looking back now, I'm reminded of how all the signs at the time pointed to Total Drama only becoming more gimmicky, more shallow, and more annoying. Hashtag just my opinion. And although I was wrong, well, at least I was for the next season, and then we had the baby show, I think the kid version of me made a decently educated guess.
It's bittersweet, because although the changes the show made, or allegedly had to make because of network interference, I'm just speculating, made me want to go postal as a kid, there's a part of me that's really glad it happened. Because, truthfully, without the smoldering disillusion that I felt in the aftermath of Season 5 of Total Drama, I don't know if I'd be sitting here making this video. I mean, I'd probably still be doing something on this site, but I wouldn't have amassed the Total Drama guy reputation I love and hate so much, because the show never would have let me down enough to inspire me to talk about it online. But here I am, with tens of thousands of subscribers, almost entirely because of this show, as reticent as I usually am to admit it, and in that sense, I'm kind of grateful to Pahkitew Island, because I don't think I'd have ever taken the plunge on that first 2-hour video about this show were it not for the pessimistic fall of Total Drama narrative I had crafted in my head as a kid, stubborn and short-sighted as it was. It's not just about the numbers, by the way. There are so many people that I've met through my strained love for this show. I've made lifelong friends and collaborators whose companionship I treasure. I've been given opportunities I would have never even dreamt of. And frankly, it's all because this show I cared about so much had a bit of a habit of ruffling my feathers. I don't know where I'm going with this. It's just weird to think about how much I honestly have to thank this show for. I mean, I think I could have made a name for myself talking about a lot of things, but I'm really glad it ended up being Total Drama. Total Drama, despite what 20 hours of me complaining might imply, is a wonderful show, and although it's for selfish reasons, I'm kinda glad it is the way it is. It didn't become what I think I wanted it to become, but it's fueled a passion of mine for years and years. And as a result, even the dud episodes still mean a lot to me. So, I don't know. When life gives you lemons, I guess. Anyway, I'm not usually good at saying this, but thank you guys so much for watching. Every view means the world to me, and making this series has been one of the most meaningful things I've ever done. Also, like always, I've made a separate unscripted video on my other channel, Switch2e, where I do a tier list of the characters. Not to be confused with Switchy2. Switch2e and Switchy2 are different things.
What is this guy talking about?
Was there something wrong with Tyler? Why are you blushing? Why is he like that?